A furious roar shattered the dead silence, echoing through the grand hall of the sacred sect. Pure arrogance. Today is the sacred inauguration of our holy son. What gives a lowly inner disciple like you the right to cause a scene? Standing dead center, the young man clenched his fists so hard, his knuckles turned white. Cut the garbage, he spat. Is this really how the supreme profound Holy Land operates? One of the Eastern Wasteland's big six. What an absolute joke. You are all just a bunch of spineless bootlickers, bowing to power without a single shred of honor. Not once did anyone bother to ask the Holy Maiden what she actually wants. And now you are forcing her to marry a total stranger, someone she has literally never even laid eyes on. Ye Chen's voice boomed with furious righteous energy. If you refuse to give her justice today, then you can take my disciple badge and shove it. I quit. Frantic whispers instantly erupted across the massive hall. Has Ye Chen completely lost his mind, spitting such venom in the grand hall? Sure. The guy is a top-tier prodigy, but provoking the untouchable elite sitting up there. Bro has a massive death wish. He is going to drag our entire Holy Land down to hell with him. On the highest throne sat a white-haired elder. Just one look at his terrifying aura told you he was an absolute monster in terms of power. The elder's voice dripped with icy danger. Bold words. Truly bold. Your name is Ye Chen. Correct. It is all coming back to me now. You clawed your way up from the Azure Realms, surviving 100 bloody battles just to crawl out of your backwater village and join our prestigious ranks. And after all that blood, sweat, and tears, you stand there and tell me you want to throw your inner disciple status away. Crack. The elder's grip pulverized his solid stone armrest into dust. A suffocating spiritual pressure exploded outward like a hurricane, blowing the surrounding disciples completely off their feet. Ye Chen gritted his teeth, his legs trembling as he fought against the crushing gravity. I am simply speaking the truth, he choked out. The Holy Maiden deserves better. I absolutely refuse to stand by and watch her get tossed into a literal pit of fire. You insolent little punk, a high-ranking deacon roared back. How dare you disrespect the young master with your filthy mouth? Who exactly are you calling a pit of fire? The Holy Maiden, who had remained frozen in silence this entire time, finally shifted her gaze upward. She looked toward the man known as Changge, who sat there with his eyes closed, exuding pure ice. Young Master Gu, she whispered nervously. But plot twist, this supposed untouchable tyrant was actually a transmigrator from the modern world, and he had just woken up right in the middle of this massive drama. He casually took a sip from his elegant teacup. Wait a minute, he thought to himself. Judging by this insane setup, I am definitely the bad guy here. Oh, I know exactly how this cliché plays out. He mused. I am clearly the elite stepping stone for this hot-blooded protagonist. He will grind his levels, power up, and eventually slap my face into oblivion. But there is just one tiny detail this hero does not know. I brought a cheat code with me. A holographic blue panel flashed before his eyes. Host profile. Changge. Status. Core disciple of the Heavenly Dao Palace. Physique. Demonic Heart and Heavenly Dao Bones. Cultivation level. Peak Holy Lord Realm. Abilities. Heavenly Dao Scripture. Avatar of 10,000 Demons. And the Heaven-Devouring Demonic Arts. Destiny points. 50. Luck points. 30. System Shop. Currently locked. Meanwhile, back in reality, a commanding voice laced with absolute disgust echoed across the packed hall. Today marks the grand inauguration of our holy son. There is absolutely zero room for a bottom-tier inner disciple to throw a tantrum here. The young man in blue robes stood completely isolated in the massive hall. Yet, he still tipped his head back and roared. Bullshit. The so-called Supreme Profound Holy Land, one of the mighty top six of the Eastern Wasteland. Is this seriously the best you cowards can do? He squeezed his fists, desperately trying to chain down the primordial beast of rage roaring inside his soul. Words sliced through his gritted teeth. Using your supreme power to bully the weak. A pathetic clan of bootlickers. You did not even bother to ask the Holy Maiden what she wanted, just treating her like an object to be handed over to a total stranger. Hearing his desperate plea, the Holy Maiden up on the platform simply lowered her eyes. She shrank back into the shadows, looking like she wanted the very earth to swallow her whole. Seeing her tremble like a caged bird push the blue-robed youth past his breaking point, fury blazed in his eyes as he screamed, "If justice dies here today, then this precious disciple badge is totally worthless to me. I am out." The entire hall collectively gasped. Shockwaves of frantic whispering swarmed around the rebel. Yo, has Ye Chen lost his freaking mind? Spouting that kind of trash talk in the grand hall. A female disciple shivered beside him. I mean, sure, the guy is a prodigy. But still, if he pisses off that top-tier lord, our entire holy land is going to catch the smoke. High up on the exalted platform, the head elder's eyes narrowed dangerously. A servant quickly whispered the background of this arrogant punk into his ear. The elder scoffed. So, you are Ye Chen. Now I remember. The stray dog who survived 100 death matches in the Azure Realms, crawling out of the dirt just to beg for a spot in our holy land. And after all that groveling, you dare tell me you want to throw your inner sex status away? Boom, a terrifying spiritual aura erupted from the elder's body. The sheer force cracked his solid stone throne into a dozen pieces. Waves of crushing gravity slammed down on the hall. The rebellious youth and hundreds of elite disciples were forced to their knees, their bones groaning under the immense pressure, fighting against the suffocating weight. The youth spat a mouthful of blood and defied the elder. I am simply taking a stand for the Holy Maiden. I will not let you throw her into a pit of eternal fire. But while the hero was sweating bullets, a shadow flickered. The mysterious lord's loyal servant materialized out of nowhere. You brainless little insect, he roared. How dare you direct your filthy words at my young master? Tell me, who exactly are you calling a pit of fire? Seeing the terrifying servant step up, the Holy Maiden's face went completely pale. Young Master Gu, please, she begged. But plot twist of the century. The ridiculously handsome villain chilling with his eyes closed had actually just experienced a complete soul swap. The almighty tyrant everyone was terrified of. He was now possessed by the soul of a totally average guy from the modern world. The moment his eyes snapped open, he realized he was trapped in an absolute nightmare. He had just transmigrated straight into the body of the ultimate villain, Gu Changge. Following the classic manhwa tropes, he was nothing but a stepping stone, the generic cannon fodder, born solely to get his face completely smashed in by the main character. Lost in thought, he casually took a sip of his spirit tea. Beneath his calm exterior, his mind was reeling from pulling such a massive, death flag triggering role. But thankfully, this transmigration came with a hidden cheat system. A holographic blue panel flickered to life. Character Gu Changge. Status core disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Bloodline demonic heart and Dao Bones cultivation peak Holy Lord Realm. Divine Arts Heavenly Dao. Immortal Tome and demonic avatar. Talent demonic devouring power destiny points 50. Luck points 30. System shop currently locked. According to the system's analysis, luck tiers were ranked by color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Your absolute basic mob character would only ever hit the red tier. He pondered these stats for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the blue-robed protagonist, Ye Chen. This guy's aura was radiating a brilliant green. He was literally the universe's favorite child. A dazzling four-leaf clover halo surrounded him, practically blinding everyone with his insane plot armor. Glancing back at his own stats, bathed in ominous, pitch-black energy, Gu Changge had to admit the bitter truth. He was completely cursed by the heavens. He laughed bitterly in his mind. Villains never live long anyway. And this pitch-black luck was a flashing neon sign, pointing straight to a brutal, tragic end. Down in the Grand Hall, The blue-robed Ye Chen couldn't handle the eerie silence. He glared daggers at the white-robed villain Gu Changge. Drop the tough guy act, say something. Just as Gu Chang snapped out of his daze, his loyal attendant roared with furious spiritual pressure. Insolent brat, how dare a lowly worm like you speak the young master's name? Even the sect elders bristled with absolute outrage. Ye Chen standing before the entire assembly today. You have repeatedly disrespected our sect. Your arrogance knows no bounds. The attendant sneered. Exactly. Disrespecting our noble young master is a crime punishable by death. Furious whispers erupted across the hall, leaving the blue-robed protagonist completely stunned. This Ye Chen really doesn't know his place. All he does is put on a flashy show. The blue-robed youth flinched, panic flashing in his eyes. What is going on here? Why is everyone blindly defending Gu Changge? His arrogant ego couldn't take it. I am the unparalleled genius here. I am supposed to be the future sect master. But the dread kept creeping in. His wide eyes desperately searched for the Holy Maiden up on the high dais. Even Changge isn't speaking up for me. What is happening? I thought we had a special connection. A bond no one could break. Looking down from his throne, the white-robed Gu Chang smirked coldly. Watching this arrogant little brat lose his mind was incredibly satisfying. The blue-robed protagonist kept screaming. Gu Changge, you think playing deaf will save you? Take away your elite background, and you are absolute trash. An elder on the platform finally snapped. This Ye Chen is courting death. Does he really want to be completely annihilated? Gu Changge's loyal attendant stepped forward. Violent aura erupted from his body, ready to unleash a devastating strike. Bowing deeply, he requested orders. Holy Lord, allow me to capture this rat and force him to kneel before the young master. The moment the words left his mouth, he vanished in a flash of lightning. He blitzed toward Ye Chen, channeling the explosive, crackling blue aura of the thunder art. But Ye Chen wasn't giving up. He braced himself, igniting his blazing fire tribute aura to clash head-on. Boom, the two terrifying energies collided, sending violent shockwaves ripping through the grand hall. The bystanders couldn't just sit still. They crossed their arms, watching the chaos unfold while aggressively whispering. They all thought Ye Chen was suicidal, daring to challenge the supreme profound Holy Sun Chu. Xuan was already a half-step into the god communication realm. Meanwhile, that arrogant brat was barely stuck in the Soul Palace realm. Not to mention, the Holy Sun possessed the legendary lightning body. His combat power was entirely on another level. Everyone already knew exactly how this bloodbath would end. Gu Changge watched the clash with dead eyes. This Ye Chen was painfully naive. In this brutal world, the hierarchy of power was absolute. Body refinement, spirit sea, soul palace, divine ability, mighty figure, holy lord, Marcus, king, and finally, void god. If Ye Chen couldn't even win a basic duel, was he really worthy of that insane protagonist plot armor? Down in the hall, the explosive tension reached a breaking point. Catching a split-second opening, Ye Chen shattered the lightning fist, sending the mighty Holy Sun blasting backward. While his opponent coughed up blood in shock, Ye Chen smirked with absolute disdain. So this is the Holy Sun. Not bad. For a warm-up, the elders on the dais gasped in pure horror. Impossible. How did mere Soul Palace trash overpower the supreme profound Holy Sun? In the crowd, a few female disciples squealed in awe. Oh my gosh. Brother Ye Chen is so cool. But another disciple viciously elbowed them. Shut your mouths. Do you want to bring young Master Gu's wrath upon us? The terrified girls instantly froze, swallowing their words in pure fear. High above the chaos, Gu Chang wasn't surprised at all. He had predicted this exact outcome, as expected of the main character. His ability to face-slap the arrogant elites was absolutely flawless. All of Ye Chen's flashy heroics had one clear goal: to stop the supreme profound Holy Land from marrying off their daughter to Gu Changge. With a lazy smirk, Changge turned his head. His eyes locked onto the breathtakingly beautiful, snow-white-skinned goddess sitting right beside him. A glowing golden lux stat of 350 hovered beside her. He smirked. She was definitely the female lead of this world. So that means the one destined to clash with this world's main character is none other than Ye Chen. Changge turned to the Holy Maiden. You seem to have a lot of faith in this Ye Chen. He noted. She froze, quickly lowering her gaze to mask her rising panic. But Changge wasn't about to play nice. He pierced right through her facade, trying so hard to look unaffected. Do you really think that proves you have no ties to him? You're just terrified. I'll crush him. What a cleverly deceptive woman. Sipping his tea, Changge openly admired the beauty beside him. He drained his cup, silently gesturing for the Holy Maiden to serve him more. Resentment simmered in her eyes. Yet she had no choice but to pour. Catching her hesitation, Changge's voice softened. I am not some savage beast. Miss Su, why are you trembling so fiercely? The Holy Maiden shuddered. I am not. She stammered. Her stuttering words completely betrayed the mounting terror in her heart. Changge leaned in, dripping with toxic charm. The tea is scorching. Let the servants handle it. It would be a tragedy to burn such delicate hands. Ding, the system chimed in his mind. Changge's emotional state had wavered. Ye Chen's luck dropped by 10 points. A notification flashed. Changge gained 10 destiny points. His eyes gleamed with dark realization. So he could farm points just by breaking her mind. Down below, Ye Chen was losing his mind. Seeing Changge touch Changge's hand sent him into an absolute frenzy. His eyes burned crimson like a cornered demon. This only fueled Changge's twisted amusement. The predatory instincts within him were howling for blood. Changge. Ye Chen roared. Take your filthy hands off. Her Chu Xuan stepped into his path. Focus, I am your opponent. Blinded by rage, Ye Chen spat back with absolute disgust. Chu Xuan, do you really think a mere Holy Sun title will stop me from slaughtering you? Changge analyzed the cliché plotline unfolding before him. Ye Chen would suddenly power up, crush Chu Xuan. Then, riding that adrenaline high, he would challenge Changge, relying on pure protagonist plot armor to turn the tides. Give a genius like that a few years of training, and he would return as an unstoppable god to exact his revenge, leaving Changge's corpse rotting in the streets. Watching Ye Chen power up his ultimate attack, Changge scoffed. Too bad he was an anomaly from another world. He had read this exact trashy script 1,000 times before. There was no way he would let this brat have his hero moment. His fate would not be dictated by some garbage plotline. He muttered a chilling phrase that left the elders speechless. Boom! Changge descended into the grand hall like a falling god. The entire crowd gasped in sheer disbelief. If this involves me, Changge declared, stepping smoothly in front of Chu Xuan, then the Holy Sun doesn't need to lift a finger. Seeing his ultimate nemesis finally step up, Ye Chen's eyes widened. He puffed out his chest, radiating fake bravado. Do you honestly think I am afraid of you? Changge slowly closed the distance. What you call fearlessness, he replied calmly, is simply, he paused, letting the silence suffocate the room. Pure ignorance. Bam! A catastrophic wave of spiritual pressure erupted from Changge. It instantly annihilated Ye Chen's momentum, wiping it away like dust in a hurricane. Bones grinding, Ye Chen fought desperately against the crushing gravity. You despicable coward, he choked out. Changge's brow twitched. The invisible weight multiplied tenfold. Crash. The massive wooden doors of the hall blew wide open from the sheer shockwave. Ye Chen's legs completely gave out. He crashed to his knees, forced to bow before the very man he just insulted. Looking down with mocking pity, Changge's voice turned freezing cold. Young Master Ye, what exactly do you expect me to say? The overwhelming aura anchored Ye Chen to the floor, absolutely shattering his pride. The terrifying shockwave paralyzed the entire hall. Even the bystanders were suffocating under the immense pressure. Heavens above, what monstrous power! I never expected young Master Gu to be this. Devastatingly strong, truly terrifying. He really is a god from the upper realm, another disciple gasped. That fool Ye Chen didn't know his place. Up on the VIP balcony, Holy Maiden Su trembled violently. She had to collapse against the table just to stay standing. The Grand Elder watched in absolute awe, his heart pounding. The legends of the upper realm were true, so young, yet possessing such abyssal power. This was a titan they absolutely could not offend. While Ye Chen was getting mentally and physically crushed, drowning in the mockery of the crowd. Ding! The system panel flashed again. System alert! The protagonist's face has been thoroughly slapped in public. Ye Chen loses 10 luck points. The host gains 50 destiny points. Gu Changge's eyes narrowed. So public humiliation yields even greater rewards. If these destiny points could upgrade his martial arts, could they also skyrocket his base cultivation level? He dove into his mind space and interrogated the system. If I slaughter Ye Chen right here and now, how many points will I get? The system coldly replied, warning. Entities with massive luck are heavily shielded by the supreme heavenly Dao. With his current destiny value, striking him down now will trigger a massive karmic backlash. Gu Changge's lips curled into a sneer of pure disgust. So you are telling me, messing with this child of destiny will bring down heaven's wrath upon my head? No wonder my own fortune aura is pitch black. I suppose this is the ultimate curse of playing the villain. The system quickly chimed in, explaining that the currents of destiny were incredibly volatile and practically impossible to measure. With your overwhelming power, crushing a bug like Ye Chen would be absolutely effortless. However, doing so would spark a chain reaction of catastrophic variables. Because host, you are the biggest anomaly in this world. Gu Changge narrowed his eyes in deep thought. In other words, I cannot deliver the killing blow just yet, but I can play the long game. I will chip away at his pathetic plot armor, completely draining his heaven, defying luck until he is left with absolutely nothing. Once his destiny crumbles to dust, I will strike him down. Am I right? The system immediately confirmed his brilliant scheme. The protagonist's fate was deeply tied to the people and treasures around him. Snapping back to reality from his mindscape, Gu Changge shifted his piercing gaze toward the stunning saintess. A sinister smile crept across his face. She was clearly Ye Chen's ultimate weakness, forcing her hand to psychologically torture. The so-called Chosen One was a masterstroke of villainous perfection. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder sitting upon the high throne showered him with endless flattery. He let out a booming laugh. Young Master Gu is truly a peerless genius. Your cultivation realm is simply unfathomable. The surrounding elders immediately jumped on the bandwagon of praise. Just a single drop of your aura is enough to make our souls tremble. We truly thought our supreme holy land, with its 10,000 years of ancient legacy and 10,000 miles of endless domain, made us the absolute rulers of this world. But after witnessing your divine presence today, we realize how blind we were. There is always a higher mountain, and always a stronger dragon. Gu Changge offered a flawlessly humble bow to the groveling elders. You are far too kind. My meager abilities are barely worth mentioning. Seeing this, the sect master nervously bowed in deep apology. He cursed his own pathetic lack of strength, feeling utterly humiliated that the esteemed young master had to dirty his own hands. The whispering crowd completely turned against the fallen hero. They praised the young master's merciful restraint, openly mocking the absolute foolishness of the arrogant disciple. Ye Chen really has a death wish, they sneered. Crushed against the cold stone floor, Ye Chen was shaking with volcanic rage. No, this is impossible. This is all your fault, he muttered bitterly, fighting against the overwhelming pressure, forcing him to bow. His wounded pride screamed in absolute defiance. He was the chosen one. Suddenly, he violently snapped his head up, screaming Gu Changge's name like a rabid beast. He roared, drop dead, bursting with desperate energy. He launched himself straight at the untouchable villain. The Grand Elders watching the suicide mission turned pale with sheer terror. Ye Chen, you insolent brat! How dare you! But just as he closed the distance, Right when his fist was inches from the young master's flawless face, he slammed into a terrifying, invisible wall of pure aura. Ye Chen's all-out ultimate strike was instantly neutralized like it was absolutely nothing. Paralyzed by a cosmic pressure, he was violently blasted across the courtyard, like a broken ragdoll. The beautiful saintess gasped in absolute horror, frantically covering her trembling lips to suppress a terrified scream. Ye Chen crashed into the dirt with a bone-shattering thud, utterly destroyed like a fragile twig, caught in a raging hurricane. The furious elders instantly swarmed the scene, delivering their brutal judgment. Ye Chen has blatantly ignored the sacred laws of our sect. He has repeatedly disrespected our most divine and honored guest. Seal his cultivation core, immediately throw this trash into the deepest abyss dungeon, and let young Master Gu personally decide his wretched fate. The courtyard erupted into a frenzy of mocking whispers. Some praised the young master's godlike mercy against such a pathetic sneak attack, while others venomously spat that Ye Chen had dragged their supreme Holy Land's honor through the mud. Two heavily armored guards immediately marched forward to chain the fallen protagonist. Thrashing like a wild animal, Ye Chen screamed at the top of his lungs, "Unhand me, I am the unparalleled genius of this generation. I am the ultimate hope of this entire sect." Ignoring the pathetic display, with a graceful step lighter than a falling petal, Gu Changge materialized right beside the stunning saintess. His voice dripped with enchanting charm. "Lady Changge, I hear the moonlight is exceptionally breathtaking tonight. Would you do me the absolute honor of joining me for a stroll?" The sudden, incredibly bold invitation left her completely frozen in place. Seeing this golden opportunity, the Grand Elder laughed with overwhelming joy. Haha, to maintain such poetic elegance after such an ugly disruption. The young master's magnanimity knows absolutely no bounds. My daughter would be absolutely thrilled to accompany you. Dragged away in absolute disgrace, Ye Chen watched his world completely shatter. He reached out in sheer desperation, wildly screaming Changge's name until his throat bled. Through it all, the stunning saintess fought to keep her perfect, icy composure. Meanwhile, her father sweated bullets, knowing the absolute truth. The survival of their entire Holy Land rested solely in the palm of this terrifying young master. One wrong move, and they would all be utterly erased, trapped by the heavy chains of duty. She elegantly bowed her head in reluctant submission. Hearing her silent surrender, the mighty protagonist coughed up a massive mouthful of black blood. The sheer psychological devastation brutally shattered his destiny aura, ripping away a massive chunk of his heaven-defying luck. The mechanical voice of the system immediately echoed in Gu Chang's mind. Target's mental state has critically collapsed. Destiny points violently reduced by 100. Host villainous mandate points increased by a staggering 500. Gu Chang smirked in absolute triumph. So that was the trick. This so-called child of destiny was nothing more than a walking, breathing gold mine, far more profitable than the system itself. Plucking him immediately would be boring anyway. Slowly crushing this arrogant little ant into absolute despair was going to be the most entertaining game he had ever played. Later that night, under the haunting glow of the silver moon, a shadowy figure stood perfectly still upon the majestic roof tiles. His razor-sharp senses locked onto the hushed whispers echoing from the grand chamber below. The sect master's heavy voice drifted upward. "Changge, my dearest daughter, I know your heart holds a special place for that boy, Ye Chen, but given the terrifying reality we face..." A soft, angelic voice gently interrupted his solemn words. It was the magnificent saintess from earlier that day. "Father, please say no more. I perfectly understand our grim situation. Compared to the absolute divine power and overwhelming benefits that young Master Gu commands, how could a mere disciple like Ye Chen ever hope to measure up?" Inside the dimly lit room, the once mighty sect master let out a devastating, soul-crushing sigh. Beside him, the flawless saintess simply lowered her beautiful eyes, fully accepting her inescapable, tragic fate. "Father, if that is all," she murmured softly, "Changge will go check on our esteemed guest." Upon hearing this, The Shadow Guard dispelled the barrier, melting seamlessly back into the void. Meanwhile, inside Gu Changge's luxurious chambers, his voice cut through the silence. Well, what did you find out? The Shadow Guard materialized instantly. Young Master's foresight is truly divine. He reported that the Taishuan Pavilion Master had summoned Su Changge to pour out all his hidden grievances. Gu Changge let out an amused gasp. The guard continued. The Taishuan Pavilion is nothing but an empty shell. They look intimidating, but they are rotting from the inside. Their absolute strongest warrior, the Supreme Elder, actually passed away 300 years ago. The outside world is completely clueless. Right now, young master, you are the ultimate lifeline they desperately crave. Pausing for a brief moment, the guard revealed another massive secret. Furthermore, the pavilion master's wife was a noble lady from the upper realm, who was forcibly taken back years ago. He hopes to use the connection between you and Su Changge to finally track down his missing wife. A wicked smirk crept onto Gu Changge's face. Exactly as I predicted. He casually issued his next command. All right, go keep a close eye on that rat Ye Chen in the dungeon. The Shadow Guard hesitated, clearly confused by his master's intense interest in a mere nobody like Ye Chen. Gu Changge's smirk widened into a predatory grin. That boy carries a massive amount of destiny. You could say, our fateful encounter was meant to be. Bowing his head in absolute reverence, the guard whispered, this old servant understands. He then vanished instantly into the shadows. Left alone, Gu Changge let out a heavy sigh. Dealing with these so-called children of destiny is always such a massive headache. Suddenly, a glowing holographic screen projected right in front of him. Most of his stats remained exactly the same. However, his destiny point sat at 550, while his luck value was a mere 40. The system's exclusive shop required a whopping 1,000 destiny points to unlock. Without warning, a robotic chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations on surviving your debut day. Beginner tutorial successfully cleared. Distributing your exclusive starter rewards now. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. A beginner's gift pack. He tapped the glowing icon, and a blinding light immediately flooded the room. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 realm-breaking talisman, 1 5-color Dharma robe, and 1 damaged 1/3 world seed. Gu Changge stared deeply at the mysterious world seed fragment. The system explained that once refined, it could cultivate an inner universe within his body, creating an endless cycle of infinite life. A thrill of pure excitement washed over him. If this seed can truly evolve into an entire world, he mused, then who in this universe could possibly kill me? His eyes sharpened. System upgrade my stats right now. He instantly crossed his legs into a meditative stance. The system immediately went to work, flooding his meridians with overwhelming cosmic energy. The moment he snapped his eyes open, a terrifying aura exploded outward. Furniture shattered into dust as a blinding pillar of golden light pierced the heavens. Bystanders outside were left absolutely paralyzed by shock. Where is this godlike pressure coming from? Someone screamed in terror. Which Supreme Master is ascending? Even hidden ancient elders felt the shockwave from deep within their manners. Trembling in absolute fear, Su Changge watched the golden pillar with wide eyes. Suddenly, the air turned ice cold. A ghostly phantom materialized right behind her, bearing her exact beautiful face. The phantom spirit wrapped its arms around her, whispering venomous temptations into her ear. Hehehe. Just look at yourself. Be completely honest. Gu Changge is incredibly composed and overwhelmingly powerful. He completely outclasses that pathetic Ye Chen in every single way. As Su Changge struggled with her racing thoughts, her dark half continued to push. We may share the exact same body, but we are 2 distinct souls. And I know you agree with me. Instantly, Su Changge's eyes flashed with fierce anger. Shut your mouth, she snapped. Back in his luxurious chambers, the glowing system panel confirmed Gu Changge's ascension. He had officially broken through to the conferred Lord Realm. So this is the true power of a conferred lord, he marveled. To grant me such insane talents and force a massive breakthrough in seconds. This system is absolutely terrifying. His new holographic stats blinked into existence. Divine Art Immortal Devouring Demonic Technique, Destiny Points 0. Luck 40. Changge clicked his tongue. Breaking through just one realm completely drained my points. The price for absolute power is certainly steep. Stretching his limbs lazily, he brushed off the loss. Whatever. With the system on my side, I can always farm more points later. The thought of the fallen hero Ye Chen made him burst into villainous laughter. Oh, Ye Chen. My dear Ye Chen. Your desperate struggle to cultivate is genuinely pathetic to watch. But when I harvest you like a ripe crop, it will be a beautiful sight. Serve up those sweet destiny points nicely. The moment I drain you dry, that will be your final breath. Deep within the pitch-black dungeon, our supposed protagonist Ye Chen writhed on the cold floor, burning with agonizing fury. What went wrong, he screamed in his mind. For the past 3 years, no matter what deadly traps I faced, I always turned danger into fortune. Slumped in absolute despair, he couldn't accept this devastating reality. How did he end up as a caged rat? The crushing humiliation was too much. He slammed his bloody fist into the stone wall, snarling a single name: Gu Changge. In that exact moment, his mystical jade ring began to glow. A wisp of an ancient remnant soul floated gracefully out of the artifact, caught completely off guard by her sudden appearance. Ye Chen gasped in shock. Master. The spirit coalesced into the breathtaking form of a drop-dead gorgeous woman. She hovered silently in the damp air, locking her enchanting gaze onto her disciple. Panic laced Ye Chen's desperate voice. Master, where were you? Why didn't you manifest and save me? She sighed softly. There were divine senses from several King Realm experts sweeping the area. I strongly suspect that arrogant young master is connected to the old enemies who destroyed me. I absolutely could not risk exposing myself. The ethereal beauty materialized, her voice laced with warning. You need to dial back this reckless attitude. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with absolute defiance. Reckless? Are you seriously telling me to just give up on Changge? He roared, his voice bouncing off the dungeon walls. With her absolute god-tier potential, the phantom beauty instantly silenced him, cutting off his massive rant, lowering his voice to a dangerous whisper. Ye Chen checked the shadows. His master pleaded with him to play the long game. This wasn't a boss fight he could win today. Changge's background was pure nightmare fuel. The powerhouse faction backing him up, completely and utterly untouchable in this realm. But Ye Chen was completely blinded by his own ego. He absolutely brushed off his master's desperate warnings. Radiating pure main character syndrome, he ground his teeth, spitting out the words. So what? My plot armor is just taking a temporary hit. My destiny cannot be stopped. The spirit beauty sighed, completely drained. He was completely deflecting blame instead of owning his massive slip-ups. His mindset was painfully immature for a cultivator. She urgently reminded Ye Chen of their absolute priority. They needed to break him out of this hellhole right now. Her spiritual senses were picking up multiple heavy hitters guarding the dungeon. Suddenly, Ye Chen's expression twisted into a sinister sneer. He dropped a bombshell escape plan that left his master totally speechless. He laid out the ultimate betrayal. The Taishuan Holy Land had only survived the last century because rival sects feared their supreme elder's insane power level. But the rest of the world had absolutely no clue. That legendary elder had actually passed away 300 years ago. A manic glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the spirit. Master, he whispered darkly, if you leak this massive secret to the underground networks, every bloodthirsty sect eyeing our dragon vein will swarm this place. In the absolute chaos, making a clean break will be child's play. Horror washed over her face. Triggering a sect war would guarantee the absolute annihilation of the Holy Land. The very same people who had literally saved his life. Ye Chen completely snapped, his voice totally ice cold. I don't care. They cross the line first. I'll make sure they learn what happens when you cross Ye Chen. Everyone pays the absolute price. His master could only let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. But plot twist, a shadow operative was lurking right outside the cell, recording every single word. The assassin smirked under his mask. So this was the legendary cheat code his young master had predicted. A remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse. Meanwhile, the vibe was completely different in the VIP pavilion. Changge and the Holy Maiden were sharing a high-tension tea session. Changge leaned in. Your stories are fascinating. Young master, is the upper realm truly that massive? Her own inner spirit was practically screaming at her to secure the bag, whispering that Changge was a total green flag. Calculated, worldly, and leagues above a massive loser like Ye Chen. Changge offered a devastatingly handsome smile. Why rely on my words about the upper realm? Wouldn't you rather see its limitless horizons yourself? Changge let out a self-deprecating laugh. You must be joking with me. Young master, without hitting the false god tier, shattering the realm barrier is strictly impossible. Even the absolute strongest heavyweights in the eastern wasteland are hard stuck at the half-step marquee level. Ascending is just a pipe dream. Changge slowly closed his eyes, taking a totally unbothered sip of his premium tea. You think the false god tier is actually impressive? If you ever actually step foot in the upper realm, you'll realize false gods are absolute trash tier. Changge froze, her mind short-circuiting as his overwhelming aura left her breathless. She bit her lip, shooting her shot. Young master, if we were in the upper realm, would you keep me safe from harm? Changge raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what exactly are you implying with that, Su? Changge completely stumbled over her words. I know a lower realm girl like me isn't worthy of your attention, but Changge is willing to wait for you. Right on cue. The mechanical system chime echoed in his head. Target's emotional state has completely shifted. Ding, protagonist Ye Chen's luck has plummeted by 40 points. Host has been rewarded with 200 destiny points. Changge's eyes lit up with predatory realization. Wait. So totally breaking the protagonist's bonds with his main harem members literally drains his plot armor and buffs my stats. A wicked smirk played on his lips as the ultimate villain plan formed. Well, this just became incredibly easy. He leaned closer to Changge. So, you desperately want my favor. The Holy Maiden sure switches sides at lightning speed. Are you throwing yourself at me just to buy mercy for your precious? Ye Chen panic flashed across Changge's face, and she frantically shook her head. I wouldn't dare. I know I don't even register on your radar. Young master, I just want to prove my absolute loyalty. Please. Let's just forget the absolute mess that happened today. Changge casually swirled the tea in his cup. Fascinating. Ye Chen is out there literally playing the ultimate simp for you, ready to burn down his entire sect for your sake. And this cold betrayal is how you repay him. Changge's eyes grew totally hollow. Ye Chen dug his own grave. Compared to the survival of my sect and my father, he is absolutely irrelevant. Locking eyes with the ultimate villain, she decided to drop her absolute biggest trump card. Young master, there's something you need to know. I secretly possess the legendary 9 Yin profound body. You are literally the only other person alive who knows this. Ding! The system went absolutely crazy again. Target shows first signs of total submission. Ye Chen loses another 40 luck points. Host gains 200 destiny points. Changge was genuinely impressed. A 9 Yin profound body was the ultimate god tier cultivation vessel. Handing over a secret like that, now that was top tier sincerity. Just like that, the so-called main character was down 300 luck points, factoring in her sect's total desperation and his own godlike status. Changge was playing chess, while Ye Chen played checkers. She was ruthlessly logical and brilliantly sharp. Total waifu material for a supervillain. Changge mentally pictured harvesting the protagonist's stats while literally stealing his girl. Honestly, being the ultimate bad guy was insanely fun. Catching Changge's totally anxious stare, he snapped out of his villainous daydream. A 9 yin profound body is the ultimate cultivation cheat code. And you're just handing that legendary info over to me. The Holy Maiden didn't even blink. My family spent 1,000 years building this sect. My personal worth is nothing compared to that. If the young master can pull our holy land out of this absolute death spiral, Changge will willingly surrender her entire being to you. Changge's thoughts took a wicked turn. He consulted the system. If she was throwing herself at him like this, would it trigger a backlash from the heavens? The system's cold. Mechanical voice chimed in. Warning. Taking advantage of Changge right now would clash with Ye Chen's protagonist halo. The karmic backlash would be absolutely devastating. Changge cursed under his breath. Damn the heavens and their golden boys. He knew there was no such thing as a free meal. Yet, his outer facade remained a picture of elegant indifference. Are you not afraid? Holy Maiden, what if I leak this precious secret of yours to the world? Changge panicked, her flawless composure slipping. I trust your noble character. Young Master Changge stood up. He turned his back to her, his voice colder than a winter storm. As for your rare physique, I will pretend I heard nothing today. If you thought this little sob story would win my favor, you can show yourself out. Changge froze, shattered by his icy rejection. She reached out to stop him, but he ruthlessly brushed her hand away. His gaze cut through her like a perfectly forged blade. Know your place. Holy Maiden. Changge stood completely paralyzed, watching his elegant silhouette fade into the shadows. Deep within her consciousness, her dark alternate soul scoffed with amusement. Pathetic. A peerless beauty throws herself at his feet, and he does not even blink. This Changge is truly a dangerous puzzle. Changge let out a heavy sigh. The gears in her mind started turning. Back at the Grand Hall this morning, young Master did absolutely nothing wrong, yet I was the first to brand him a villain. Bathed in the pale moonlight, the Holy Maiden drowned in a sea of guilt. I have completely misunderstood him. A few blocks away, a translucent blue screen materialized before Changge. Target Changge's mindset altered. Protagonist luck stolen 20 points. Villain destiny gained 100 points. He let out an amused sigh. This girl really loves playing mind games with herself, doesn't she? Well then, it is finally time to deal with our little hero. Ye Chen. Down in the damp Imperial dungeons, an assassin dropped from the shadows. Master's calculations were absolutely flawless. The prisoner Ye Chen is indeed harboring an ancient spiritual entity. Changge strolled into the dungeon like he owned the place. Ye Chen rattled his chains, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Changge, what the hell do you want? Just paying a visit to an old friend. Oh, wait. My mistake. I am actually here to pay my respects to the legendary master hiding behind your back. Ye Chen flinched, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What kind of garbage are you spouting? I have no idea what you mean. Changge's voice dropped to a sinister whisper. Drop the act. Boy, your poker face is pathetic. Tell me, senior, are you going to cower in there forever? Hiding like a frightened rat hardly suits an ancient powerhouse of your caliber. Boom, an ethereal light burst forth, manifesting into a spiritual entity shielding Ye Chen. Young Master she spoke. Why must you bully a mere fragment of a soul? Changge flashed a dangerously charming smile. You misunderstand. Senior, I was simply dying of curiosity. What kind of divine being could possibly mentor a brainless piece of trash like Ye Chen? Internally, he was laughing his head off. Plot twist, it is not some old grandpa in a ring, but a gorgeous supreme master. Ye Chen lunged forward, pointing a shaking finger. Who the hell are you calling trash? Changge completely ignored the barking dog. A flawless pearl should not be buried in the dirt. As the ancient proverb says, a wise bird chooses the highest branch. Wasting your supreme talents on this complete failure is an absolute tragedy. Wouldn't you agree? The Phantom Beauty's eyes narrowed. Is he trying to drive a wedge between us? You despicable bastard, Ye Chen roared. You already stole Changge from me. Are you trying to steal my master now too? Gu Chang's let out a mocking laugh. Stole her, I cannot take credit for that. You should know better than anyone. She threw herself into my arms willingly. Ye Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood from sheer rage. You lying scum, Gu Changge raised an elegant hand. His tone deeply philosophical. One must always look to the future. That is the absolute law of survival in this world. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tapped the ironwood prison bars. Boom! The unbreakable steel instantly vaporized into fine dust. As Ye Chen stood paralyzed by the sheer power gap, Gu Changge delivered the final blow. As for you, if you truly care for your master's well-being, stop dragging her down to your pathetic level. How long do you think a shattered soul can survive like this? Towering over the defeated protagonist, the villain made his absolute offer. If you choose to serve me, Senior, I will not just reconstruct your physical body. I will push you back to the absolute peak of your former glory. Crack Ye Chen's knuckles bled as he clenched his fists in helpless despair. Stay out of our business. Do not listen to his poison. Master, I swear to the heavens, I will rip you limb from limb. Ding Protagonist's mental state is crumbling. Ye Chen loses 20 luck points, host gains 100 destiny points. Gu Changge did not even spare the boy a second glance. He locked eyes with the phantom. I am sure you can do the math. Senior, putting my supreme background aside, my pure talent absolutely crushes this kid in every single metric. Sir, he feeds you scraps of spiritual energy. But with his snail-like cultivation speed, he is nothing but a flesh prison slowly starving you to death. The ruthless logic struck a chord within the ancient soul. Master! No, Ye Chen screamed in pure panic. He is a snake. He is manipulating you. The phantom beauty weighed her options. Is this really just a trick to divide us? With Gu Chengge's overwhelming power, crushing Ye Chen would be as easy as flipping his hand. Why bother with cheap mind games? Perhaps I am overthinking this. He genuinely wants to recruit me. In all fairness, the young master has done nothing wrong. It is Ye Chen who keeps acting like a rabid dog, constantly biting off way more than he can chew. Gu Changge pressed on. Has Senior made her decision? The phantom beauty bowed gracefully. This humble one owes little Chen a great debt. I cannot simply abandon him. Gu Chang didn't rush her. His voice was smooth as silk. Very well. I will give Senior time to think. If Senior changes her mind, I will wipe the slate clean. Ye Chen's utter disrespect will be completely forgiven, lifting his punishment from the supreme profound holy land, restoring his absolute status. That would be child's play for me. As for Su Changge, I can even return her to his embrace. These arrogant words, they made Ye Chen choke on his own fury. The phantom beauty quickly held Ye Chen back. She turned to the villain. Young Master Gu, please say no more. I have deeply felt your sincerity. Gu Chang didn't push his luck. He merely smiled, telling her to consider it carefully. But right before turning away, he left behind a little parting gift. A mysterious, glowing box materialized in his palm. The sheer aura of it left the master and disciple completely stunned. Once his imposing shadow faded, the box was opened. Inside lay a priceless, heaven-defying treasure. The ancient soul-nourishing holy elixir. The spirit-gathering pill. Down in the pitch-black dungeon, Ye Chen roared like a wounded beast. He slammed his face against the freezing stone wall. I get it now. I finally see through it all. That damned Gu Changge, you don't just want to humiliate me. You want to steal absolutely everything that belongs to me. He snapped his head toward his phantom master. She was still holding the exquisite box. Ye Chen's eyes burned with pure, unadulterated disgust. But the biggest plot twist of all, the master I trusted with my life, bowing and scraping before my sworn enemy. And for what a pitiful little pill. The phantom beauty's temper flared. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Every single thing I have done, it was entirely to save you from this wretched place. Ye Chen shot back with ice in his veins. If you truly open your mouth for my sake, then do exactly as I say. Leak that intel to the outside world. Faced with his relentless stubbornness, the master could only stare at her disciple in helpless sorrow. Eventually, she surrendered to his demand. Fine. If you are so dead set on this, I will do as you ask. A twisted, ugly smirk crept across Ye Chen's face. He watched eagerly as her phantom silhouette slowly dissolved into the void. Heh. That is my good master. I knew you would not dare abandon me. The moment his words dropped, her spirit vanished completely, carrying a soul-crushing wave of disappointment. Right then, a transparent blue screen materialized. The system had triggered. Ding-sowing Discord effect successful. A massive crack has formed in Ye Chen's master-disciple bond. Son of Fate loses 80 luck points. Host gains 400 destiny points. Meanwhile, back in his luxurious private chambers, a raspy voice echoed right beside Changge's ear. Young master, if you desire to snatch that remnant soul, why not just crush that bug Ye Chen and be done with it? Changge smirked, his eyes flashing with dark amusement. Old Ming, have you forgotten the real reason I descended to the lower realm? Old Ming gasped, a look of absolute terror and realization hitting him. You mean that peerless, catastrophic weapon? Changge gave a slow, terrifying nod. Exactly. The ultimate relic of the ancient Eight Desolations demon god. The Eight Desolations demonic spear. Changge mentally flipped through the plot's script. He knew the original storyline perfectly, thanks to his absolute plot armor. Ye Chen was fated to stumble into the ancient ruins and claim the legendary weapon. In that original destiny, Ye Chen would burst forth from the ruins, demonic spear in hand. He would carve a path of blood and build a heaven-shaking legend. But now he is nothing more than my personal treasure-hunting rat. A wickedly handsome, villainous smirk graced Changge's lips. He immediately issued a cold command. Old Ming, keep a very tight leash on our little rat. I will be going into secluded cultivation. Old Ming bowed respectfully. This old servant understands. With a swish of his dark robes, the shadow assassin melted into the void. Changge swiped open his status window. The system's exchange shop was finally unlocked. Current destiny points 1,100. Current luck points 60. He tapped the exchange icon. A glowing holographic market flared to life. Tabs appeared for innate divine talents, cultivation arts, and support items. A glaring red warning flashed across his vision. Insufficient destiny points. Supreme grade manuals and above remain locked. Heaven grade manuals and above require further collection. The terrifying arsenal of techniques was split into 4 divine tiers: Supreme, Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. His sharp gaze locked onto one specific item. The innate divine telekinesis art price tag exactly 1,000 destiny points. Changge's mind raced with calculations. This peak technique could launch a cultivator straight into the false god realm, without hesitation. He secured the Supreme Soul Cultivation art. Ding, 1,000 destiny points deducted. A blinding divine sigil flared to life upon his forehead. Changge closed his eyes, plunging into deep cultivation to master his newfound absolute power. 3 days later, the sky itself darkened. A massive, terrifying army mounted on savage spirit beasts and colossal warships blotted out the sun. Booming declarations echoed across the entire Supreme Profound Holy Land. Zhao Tian of the Yang Void Holy Land, Chu Wuji of the Great Sun Empire, and Xiao Huo of the Shenggong family have come to pay their respects to the Supreme Profound Holy Lord. High above, the Supreme Profound Holy Lord hovered in the sky alongside his Holy Maiden. The old master clicked his tongue in awe. 3 half-step marquee realm experts arriving in person. What an absolutely overwhelming display of power. A warrior clad in golden armor, riding a monstrous beast, let out a vicious sneer. Ha ha ha, cut the worthless small talk. Su Taishuan, Your sect relied on your grand elder to hog the supreme spirit vein for 1,000 years. But now that old fossil has finally kicked the bucket, it is only fair that you slice up that spirit vein for the rest of us. Am I right? Xiaohuo of the Shangong family smirked, adding fuel to the fire. Exactly. Seeing as we are all peak factions of the Eastern Wastelands, if you hand over the vein obediently and seal your own cultivation by a realm, I might just leave you a way out to survive. But if you refuse... At that moment, Zhao Tian's deadly aura erupted, locking down the entire sky with absolute killing intent. The Holy Master of Supreme Profound roared with blazing fury. The spirit vein is the 1,000-year foundation of our sacred land. How could we simply hand it over? Do you scavengers truly believe our Supreme Profound is some weak prey you can bully? A mocking voice interrupted. It seems Lord Su refuses to cooperate. Then, the arrogant voice echoed from the heavens as a divine chariot descended. Pulled by twin celestial steeds, Chu Wuji of the Great Sun Dynasty materialized. His sneer was full of absolute disdain. Do you honestly think your single holy land can withstand the combined might of our three great alliances? The Holy Master glared upward, swallowing his mounting dread. He snapped back. I do not know where you rats heard these pathetic rumors, but if you think the passing of our Supreme Elder leaves us defenseless, you are dead wrong. The saintess looked at her father, her heart heavy with despair. Father, she whispered. The Holy Master shot a desperate glance backward. Has young Master Gu still not emerged from seclusion? The saintess bit her lip in sheer helplessness. I offended him during our last meeting. It is only natural he refuses to save us now. The Holy Master felt his blood run ice cold. What did you just say? From the enemy ranks, a terrifying old man stepped forward. His sickly green aura choked the very air. Rumors say your holy land has deep ties to the upper realm. Chu Wuji let out a sinister scoff. The upper realm and the eastern wasteland are two entirely different worlds. What can Su Taishuan possibly achieve on his own? With me representing the Great Sun Dynasty here today, even if a king realm expert descends from the heavens, I would fight them to the bitter end. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Wuji summoned a miniature, glowing pagoda. His allies gasped in pure shock. An emperor weapon was that legendary artifact not lost in the ancient war 1,000 years ago. In a split second, blinding divine light erupted from the treasure, expanding its immense size to block out the sun. The Holy Master prayed desperately in his heart. Young Master Gu, if you do not emerge now, this old man will have to burn his soul to fight. Panic gripped the saintess as she turned to run. Father, hold on, I am going to beg young Master Gu for his mercy. Chu Wuji glared down with murderous intent. Su Taishuan, are you truly willing to have your soul completely annihilated just for a spirit vein? The Holy Master ignited his remaining aura. Cut the nonsense. Chu Wuji began chanting dark mantras. Stubborn fool, if you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish. Instantly, the colossal pagoda plummeted from the sky. The devastating pressure threatened to crush the entire Supreme Profound sect into mere dust. But suddenly, an overwhelming wave of purple divine light exploded. It completely swallowed the falling artifact and bathed the entire ancient capital in its radiant glory. The terrifying spiritual pressure paralyzed everyone in their tracks. Even the fiercest spirit beasts whined in absolute terror. Desperate to flee, tears of wild joy flooded the Holy Master's eyes. Meanwhile, the color completely drained from Chu Wuji's face. His allies trembled in sheer disbelief. This power, it rivals the legendary King Realm. Such a monstrous primordial spirit. Could the previous Supreme Elder still be alive? Deep within the exclusive chambers, Gu Cheng's let out a satisfied exhale. So this is the true might of the primordial spirit. He gazed into the void, a dangerously wicked smirk curling on his lips. It seems all the actors have taken the stage. Now, let the real game begin. Outside, the saintess was sprinting furiously toward his courtyard. Her mind raced with desperate hope. That monstrous display of power must have terrified the invading masters. Father, Please hold on until I can convince young Master Gu to step out. Suddenly, a hand clamped brutally over her mouth from the shadows. Pure panic surged through her veins. Ye Chen had materialized out of thin air. He gestured for her to stay quiet. Shush. It is just me. She ripped his hand away. Her eyes wide. Why in the world are you here? He desperately grabbed her hands. I will explain everything later. Right now, I need to get you out of this death trap. We must escape the Supreme Profound sect immediately. But to his absolute shock, she viciously yanked her hands free. Her gaze was colder than absolute zero. I am never abandoning my holy land. Do you still not understand? He stood there, utterly paralyzed. Changge. Look around you, how can you still be this stubborn? Do you honestly believe you can use Gu Changge to save your precious sect? His eyes became violently bloodshot as a twisted jealousy consumed him. Or perhaps, Gu Changge has already forced himself upon you. She clutched her chest, trembling with absolute fury. Shut your mouth. Young Master Gu has never laid a finger on me. It was my own impure intentions all along. I was the one who used every pathetic trick to gain his attention. I planned to trade my own beauty to buy safety for our holy land. The devastating truth shattered his reality. He stumbled backward, stammering blindly. Changge. Bitter tears streamed down her beautiful face. Did you really have to trample on my final shred of dignity to feel satisfied? Ye Chen, what gave you the audacity to think I would betray my home to run away with you? And what gives you the right to paint young Master Gu as the villain? Her voice cracked, heavy with exhaustion. Our sect raised you for over 10 years. Yet, in our darkest hour, standing on the edge of destruction, what have you done to help us? She violently wiped her tears away, her expression turning utterly merciless. Ye Chen, your disgusting selfishness and massive ego make me sick to my stomach. Inside his spirit ring, his ancient master let out a weary sigh. Little Chen, it is over. Let us leave. But his mind completely snapped under the weight of rejection. He shrieked like a wounded beast. No, this is impossible. You are not the Changge. I know Gu Changge must have used some demonic mind control on you. Back in his luxurious chambers, a mechanical system chime echoed in Gu Changji's mind. Ding! The main character and the heroine have completely severed their ties. Ye Chen's luck plummeted by 50 points. Meanwhile, the host's destiny points surged by 250. A wicked smirk crossed his face, knowing the trap was perfectly set. Suddenly, the heavy doors creaked open, sending a jolt of panic through the duo outside. The Holy Maiden froze in absolute terror. With a flash of spiritual light, a gleaming longsword materialized in her trembling grasp. Her mind raced with a single, desperate thought. Young Master Gu can never, ever see me with Ye Chen. It would ruin everything. Without a second of hesitation, she thrust the cold steel forward, piercing straight through Ye Chen's chest. His eyes widened in pure, agonizing disbelief. How could Su Changge betray him like this? Inside his ancient artifact, his master's spirit screamed in panic. Little Chen, you have to run. Get out of here right now. Staring down at him with icy disappointment, the Holy Maiden's voice was devoid of all emotion. I am sorry, but I must sever all ties between us. As she ripped the blade free, crimson flames erupted from Ye Chen's core, forcefully healing his shattered flesh. Darkness consumed his very soul as he hissed. If this is how it ends, our nightmare has only just begun. Leaving those venomous words behind, he vanished into the shadows. The Holy Maiden stood utterly alone, her blade dripping with betrayal. Suddenly, a smooth voice echoed from behind. Changge, my sweet Holy Maiden. She turned around, her fierce facade crumbling into vulnerability. Young Master Gu, I have deeply disappointed you. But Gu Changge simply smiled, his eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction. You did flawlessly. However, the next time you cross paths with Ye Chen, only one of you will walk away alive. Tell me, do you regret your choice? He whispered. Meeting his gaze, she answered without hesitation. I have zero regrets. She had chosen her path, binding her fate entirely to young Master Gu. This brutal confrontation was always destined to happen. Moving with terrifying grace, Gu Cheng's pulled her into a warm, commanding embrace. From this moment forward, your battles are my battles, he murmured softly. The bloodstained sword clattered to the floor as she melted into his arms. Behind his gentle smile, a calculating mastermind was at work. Since Changge had completely shattered her bond with the protagonist, there was no longer any need to keep her at arm's length. Harnessing the immense, high-tier luck radiating from her soul was an absolute tactical masterpiece. Suddenly, a translucent holographic screen flashed before his eyes. The system chimed with a massive fortune trigger. Host's luck skyrocketed by 60 points. Destiny points exploded by a massive 300. Gu Cheng's mind spun with wicked realization. So, crushing the Son of Destiny wasn't the only way to level up. Conquering those blessed by the heavens yielded massive rewards too. A brand new, utterly broken path to power had just revealed itself, nestled safely against his chest. The Holy Maiden's cheeks burned crimson as she finally spoke. Young Master, I came to beg a massive favor of you. But before the words could fully leave her lips, he smoothly cut her off. I already know. As long as I breathe, no one will dare touch a single blade of grass in the supreme profound Holy Land. In a flash of twisting space, the two vanished into thin air. The scene cut to a brewing war zone. The Holy Lord stood utterly alone against an overwhelming armada, a heavy knot of dread twisting in his gut. Hovering in the sky, an enemy elder stroked his long beard with a mocking sneer. Ha ha ha, my dear brother Su, we really do not want to bathe this place in blood. If your legendary Supreme Elder is truly still alive, why not let us pay our humble respects? The Holy Lord scoffed, his voice laced with venom. I have no idea which rat sold you that information, but our Supreme Elder passing away is an undeniable fact. The bearded villain narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Oh really? Then how do you explain that terrifying pulse of spiritual energy just moments ago? Xiao Huo roared with impatient fury. They are just bluffing. Let us crush the gates and see for ourselves. But the instant he spoke, a monstrous spiritual wave erupted, drowning the entire Holy Land in apocalyptic purple light. A soul-crushing pressure descended from the heavens, accompanied by a single, terrifying word. Annoying. The three invaders instantly broke into a cold sweat, ripping through the fabric of space. Gu Changge and the Holy Maiden descended like royalty. His piercing gaze swept over the intruders, stray dogs from afar. How dare you interrupt my peaceful cultivation? Xiao Huo blinked in absolute shock, before bursting into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? Su Taishuan, is this arrogant? Wet behind the ears brat, your grand savior. Has your mighty faction really fallen this low? A dark, pitying smirk crossed the Holy Lord's face. If I were standing in your shoes, I would swallow those pathetic words immediately. Because the titan standing before you is someone you absolutely cannot afford to cross. Furious, Xiao Hu detonated his aura, launching himself forward like a meteor. I will show you who cannot be crossed. Unfazed, Gu Changge smoothly shielded the Holy Maiden behind him. An ocean of blinding purple energy instantly surged around his body, forming an absolute domain. Xiao Huo crashed down with devastating momentum, his spiritual pressure howling like the king of beasts, claiming its prey. The colossal collision of auras shattered the sky. Yet amidst the blinding shockwave, Gu Cheng effortlessly caught the world-ending punch with a single, unyielding hand. Xiao Huo's pupils shrank in sheer terror. Impossible, without missing a beat. Gu Chengze tightened his grip. He ruthlessly twisted the arm 90 degrees. A sickening crunch echoed as muscles tore, and Xiao Huo's legendary golden gauntlet exploded into useless dust. With a casual flick of his wrist, he swatted the mighty warrior away like a pathetic insect. The battlefield plunged into dead silence. Everyone's jaws hit the floor at the instant. Brutal domination. his arm mangled and dripping with crimson. Zhao Hua stumbled back, choking on his own fear. A conferring Lord Realm Master, the bearded invader looked like he had just seen a ghost. This defies all logic. How can the Eastern Wasteland possess a conferring Lord monster? This young panic ripped through the enemy ranks, finally stepping out of the shadows. Chu Wuji summoned a fiercely glowing miniature pagoda. Brat. Having heaven-defying talent is great, but you need to learn your place. I do not care what ancient clan backs you. Stay out of our conquest. Gu Changge simply flicked his sleeve, his voice echoing like absolute law. From this second onward, their enemies are my enemies. A wave of euphoric relief washed over the Holy Maiden meanwhile. The Holy Lord's eyes burned with the fire of renewed hope. Chu Wuji's face twisted into a mask of pure, murderous rage. Since you are so eager to meet the Grim Reaper, this saint will gladly oblige. Annihilate him together, he roared. All three titans simultaneously unleashed their supreme artifacts. The bearded elder gripped his blazing emerald sword, snarling with fury. You dare treat us like stepping stones. Xiao Hu swung his massive greatsword right at Gu Changge. He roared with absolute fury. Take this, you brat. But Gu Chang, he effortlessly blocked the devastating strike without even breaking a sweat. With his free hand, he casually flicked away the long-mustached enemy's blade, toying with them like children. His relaxed, ethereal grace made this deadly clash look like a master's painting. Suddenly, Chu Wuji unleashed his divine artifact. It expanded into a colossal tower as he roared a single command. Crush him. The massive structure slammed down from the heavens. Gu Changge merely let out a soft gasp of surprise before the dark tower swallowed him whole. The saintess cried out in pure panic. Young Master Gu, but Chu Wuji just let out a villainous sneer. Haha, so what if his talent defies the heavens? History is completely littered with dead geniuses. Only a handful actually live to become legends. Xiao Huo rested his greatsword on his shoulder, laughing mockingly. What an arrogant fool. Did he really think reaching the Marquis realm gave him the right to fight all three of us at once? The saintess turned to her father, her voice trembling. Father, young Master Gu, is he? The supreme profound holy master's face was pale with absolute dread. Curse them, he gritted his teeth. If they did not have the limitless tower, they could have never laid a single finger on young Master Gu. Chu Wuji glared down with utter arrogance. Well, Master Su, any last words? Xiao Huo scoffed. Why even waste your breath? Just slaughter him and seize the spirit vein. But right at that triumphant moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed. A massive fissure tore across the supposedly indestructible tower. Blinding, terrifying light exploded from within. Chu Wuji stumbled back in absolute horror. No, that is utterly impossible. One tiny crack multiplied into thousands of jagged spiderwebs. The divine artifact pulsed with violent, untamed energy before detonating into an earth-shattering explosion. Amidst the torrential rain of shattered metal, a godlike silhouette emerged. Swirling auras of blood red and deep purple framed Gu Changge. His piercing gaze swept over this lower realm, a world obsessed with its pathetic hierarchy. You boast of countless experts. His voice echoed like thunder. Yet, in your entire miserable lower realm, barely anyone can even touch the Divine Lord realm. A terrifying, destructive purple energy concentrated at the very tip of his finger. His tone dropped to a bone-chilling absolute zero. Your Marquis realm is just worthless trash. And anything below the Void God realm. The three arrogant invaders suddenly felt their souls freeze in absolute terror. They desperately channeled every single ounce of their mana. They knew death was staring right at them. Gu Chang stood tall, his demonic red eyes glowing as the blinding purple aura reached its absolute peak. For insignificant insects like you, words are completely wasted. A devastating beam of pure purple annihilation erupted from his fingertip, hurtling straight toward the three lords and their entire army. The overwhelming, apocalyptic power vaporized everything in its path. Thousands of airborne warriors were instantly erased from existence. Scorched bodies rained down from the heavens like a grotesque meteor shower. Watching this absolute massacre, the saintess and her father were paralyzed by sheer, unimaginable awe. Zhao Huo looked back at the sky. His entire grand army was completely wiped out. He turned to Chu Wuji, trembling. Old fool, did you not claim you could fight a king realm expert? But Chu Wuji had zero answers. He violently coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His spiritual core completely shattered. He weakly gasped out. What? What kind of monster are you? Changge looked down at them with supreme indifference. His chilling gaze delivered the final, devastating truth. I am from the boundless immortal heavens of the upper realm. Fast forward exactly 2 weeks later, in the bustling outskirts of the central province, a packed tavern was completely buzzing with wild rumors. Wait. What? Are you seriously talking about the upper realm legends? Say just ascending there is nearly impossible. But coming back down, that completely defies the will of the heavens. A group of 5 cultivators huddled close, whispering intensely. It is the absolute truth. That terrifying young master admitted it out loud with his own mouth. Another cultivator slammed his cup down, nodding vigorously. He is completely right. Rumor has it that Supreme Being used just one single strike. He instantly crushed the 3 allied factions, threatening the Supreme Profound Holy Land. He even shattered the Great Sun Dynasty's legendary Limitless Tower. A middle-aged rogue sneered into his drink. The Supreme Profound Holy Land hit the absolute jackpot. They lose one measly Supreme Elder and immediately find a terrifyingly massive golden thigh to cling to. A plump merchant chuckled deeply, his eyes gleaming. Hee. And we all know exactly how they secured him. Right, it was all thanks to their peerless beauty. Changge. The entire table completely erupted in crude, mocking laughter. A freckle-faced warrior suddenly slammed the table. Oh, man, speaking of that, it instantly reminds me of that core disciple, Ye Chen. The older rogue waved his hand dismissively, laughing hard. Haha, do not even mention that absolute loser. That pathetic kid actually tried to fight the Supreme Lord for the Saintess. And what happened? He got brutally squashed into the dirt with just one casual flick. He could not even twitch. He spat on the floor in sheer disgust. A dirty toad dreaming of swan meat. He did not even know his own miserable place. The tavern roared with laughter again. The #1 beauty of the eastern wasteland was way out of that weakling's league, but lurking in the shadowy corner behind them. A lone figure concealed in a heavy black cloak absorbed every single insulting word. Without warning, a blazing crimson magic circle ignited right beneath the gossiping group's feet. They jumped up in pure shock. What the hell is this? The cloaked figure coldly muttered one word. Burn. Then, he casually turned his back on them. Instantly, a towering pillar of raging hellfire erupted. The magic circle completely engulfed the gossiping fools, making them shriek in agonizing panic. Ah, fire! It is burning us alive, illuminated by the flickering, dancing flames. The cloaked stranger's face was finally revealed. It was none other than the humiliated protagonist, Ye Chen. His eyes burned with absolute, unyielding fury. Supreme Profound Holy Land Changge, he vowed silently. For the ultimate humiliation I suffered that day, I will make you all pay it back 100-fold. Meanwhile, the scene abruptly shifts. Inside the grand, luxurious main hall of the Supreme Profound Holy Land, Changge elegantly raised his wine glass. He toasted the Holy Master with a charming, yet dangerous smile. Your power shines as brilliantly as the midday sun. I truly hope Holy Master Su will continue to look after me. The old master instantly broke into a sweat, waving his hands frantically. Oh, absolutely not. It is we who owe our absolute gratitude to Lord Gu. Suddenly, the 3 surviving enemy lords furiously began to bootlick. Yes. Of course they practically begged. We must thank the great Lord for his infinite mercy that day. Without your supreme grace, we would not be sitting here alive today. From this day forward, our three great factions will bow down to the supreme profound Holy Land. We pledge our absolute loyalty, and we would never dare to oppose you again. Inside the lavish chambers, the Holy Maiden couldn't hold back her joyful giggles. This caught the main character, Changge, off guard. What is so funny? He asked with a raised brow. Changge's eyes sparkled with amusement. Did you not hear those old fools? Young master, they have lived for centuries. Yet they change their tune faster than a 3-year-old child. A wickedly handsome smirk crept across Changge's face. Is that so? Well, if it entertains you, we can let those geezers grovel out there a little longer. Suddenly, a maid approached with her head bowed. She respectfully offered a gilded invitation. Young master, Holy Maiden, the third prince of the great Xianxia dynasty in the central province, has invited you to the ultimate gathering of young geniuses. Changge's eyes narrowed in thought. The great Xianxia dynasty, the Holy Maiden quickly explained. They are a massive royal faction in the central province, with foundations too deep to measure. Rumor has it, thousands of years ago, one of their supreme experts actually ascended to the upper realm, and this third prince, his innate talent is absolutely monstrous. People say he is the spitting image of that legendary ancestor from 3,000 years ago. Changge tapped his fingers rhythmically, his brilliant mind already scheming. The central province. Who? The tracking mark he left on that divine pill showed that Ye Chen was hiding exactly there. Looks like it is time for a change of scenery. Who knows, we might even harvest some fresh new targets along the way. A delightfully villainous smile played on his lips. He turned to the Holy Maiden with a gentle tone. Pack your things. We set off in 3 months. Her face lit up instantly. Yes, young master. As she gracefully left the room, Changge was left alone with his thoughts. He calmly spoke to the empty air, addressing the shadow guard who always lurked out of sight. If my memory serves me right, Old Ming, you originally ascended to the upper realm from the central province, didn't you? Ripples formed in the space itself. A man in black stepped straight out of the void and bowed deeply. You are correct, young master. 30,000 years ago, this old servant shattered the void and ascended right from the central province of the Azure Heaven realm. But the upper realm was cruel. My strength was pitiful there, and a massive sect forced me into brutal slavery. If your esteemed family elders hadn't pulled me from that living hell, this old servant's bones would have turned to dust in a foreign land. Changge nodded slowly, a calculating gleam in his eyes. Perfect timing. Since I will be heading to the central province in 3 months, you should take the opportunity to visit your old family. Old Ming trembled with overwhelming gratitude. He fell to his knees. Thank you, young master, for showing this old servant such immense grace. Changge casually waved his hand, acting the part of a benevolent lord. No need for such formalities. Old Ming, it is merely on the way, but deep down, his mind was spinning a web of pure manipulation. With just a few effortless words, I have bought this supreme expert's undying, fanatical loyalty. It even polishes my perfect, saintly image. A flawless investment. 3 months later, welcome to the Central Province's legendary heroic Zen city. Inside the sprawling courtyard of the Grand Academy, a crisp, authoritative voice echoed through the halls. A lecture on ancient runes, heaven, earth, and spiritual energy. But suddenly the stunning female instructor on the podium stopped dead. Veins popped on her forehead as she glared at a student slouched over his desk. Lin Tian, you actually have the absolute nerve to sleep in my class. The entire classroom instantly erupted into mocking whispers. Breathing the same air as that trash. Lin Tian is a total disgrace to my cultivation journey. Right, if he wasn't born into the ancient Lin family, and if his sister wasn't an elder here, that loser would never be allowed to sit with prodigies like us. Another female student clicked her tongue in disgust. Elder Lin Chuhan is seriously too unlucky. Imagine being dragged down by a useless little brother like him. The gorgeous instructor slammed her hands on the podium. Lin Tian, are you even listening to me? The boy slumped over the desk, suddenly twitched. He muttered under his breath, "This king." And then wham! He slammed his fists on the desk and roared. This king refuses to accept this fate. The entire classroom dropped into a dead, awkward silence. A split second later, the room absolutely exploded with ruthless, mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, did he just call himself a king? I am dying over here. What kind of delusion is this idiot having? But the boy just stood there, completely dazed. He looked around the room, his eyes sharp and unfamiliar. Who are you people? Where exactly is this place? A rich-looking classmate sneered down at him. Hey, little trash. Did you sleep so hard? Your pathetic brain finally broke. Let your granddaddy remind you, we are in the Azure Heaven realm, on the Central Province continent, right in the heart of heroic Zen City. The boy muttered the city's name to himself. Suddenly, a shocking realization blasted through his mind. I understand now, the heavens have not abandoned me, even with just a single thread of my supreme divine soul remaining. I have finally possessed a compatible body. Smash! The instructor hurled her ancient text onto the floor. She crossed her arms, radiating pure, intimidating aura. That is enough. How long are you going to keep playing the clown? Listen closely. If you cannot break through to the Spirit Sea realm by the end of this month, you are getting expelled from this academy. And when that happens, even your prestigious ancient family will not be able to save your face. Is this pathetic display truly how you repay your late parents and the family that poured endless resources into you? But the boy was not intimidated in the slightest. Instead, a low chuckle vibrated from his chest, growing into full-blown arrogant laughter. A measly, pathetic Spirit Sea realm. You think that garbage level can hold me back? He stood tall, radiating an imposing majesty. I will not even need half a month. I will shatter that bottleneck effortlessly. And as for all of you who dared to look down on me, Lin Tian, will soon be stepping on all of your faces. Crack. In that exact second, the heavens outside violently darkened, massive thunderclouds swirled, and apocalyptic lightning shattered the sky, leaving everyone completely terrified. Meanwhile, high above the clouds on an absolutely colossal flying warship, Changge sat deep in meditation. Ding! The system coldly announced the birth of a new child of fortune. His eyes slowly opened, shining with wicked anticipation. So, another prey has entered the board. Far away, deep within an ancient, hidden ancestral hall, several terrifyingly powerful elders were gathered in total panic. What is the meaning of this, Grand Elder? Why did you summon us so urgently? A white-haired patriarch stood before them, his entire ancient body trembling uncontrollably. Today, I felt the divine aura of our supreme ancestor. The entire hall froze in absolute shock. That is impossible, one elder stammered, his face pale. Our glorious ancestor Lin Ming shattered the void and ascended to the upper realm 3,000 years ago. Thud. The Grand Elder slammed his dragon-headed cane onto the stone floor. Tears of pure joy streamed down his wrinkled face. Our ancestor is returning to us. The Lin family is finally going to rise from the ashes. Cut back to the majestic warship, tearing through the sky toward the central province. Changge lazily asked the system to check the remaining destiny points of his old toy. Ye Chen. A holographic panel flickered to life. 230 points. He closed his eyes, leaning back comfortably. His brilliant mind analyzed the cosmic rules. If his own destiny points were too low compared to a child of fortune, taking them out would trigger a massive heavenly backlash. But the system had already confirmed the ultimate cheat code. As his own destiny skyrocketed, that annoying heavenly penalty would completely vanish. Gu Cheng smirked in the darkness. With an unpredictable anomaly like me on the board, even the heavenly Dao itself won't be able to protect its precious golden boys forever. A holographic system window flashed into existence. Name Gu Changge. Status true disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect. Bloodline demonic heart and Dao bone. Cultivation level mid-stage marquee realm. His arsenal was terrifying. He had already mastered the 7th layer of the Heavenly Dao immortal tome and possessed the myriad illusion demonic body. Coupled with his innate divine telekinesis and the heaven-defying immortal devouring demonic art, he was practically invincible. Even his system inventory held legendary items, like the realm-breaking talisman and a mysterious shattered seed. Staring at his own pitch-black luck value, Changge could not help but smirk. Was this the ultimate proof of his destiny as a villain? No matter. Everything was playing right into his hands. A fresh crop of fortunate fools had just sprouted, and he was ready to harvest their destiny points until nothing remained. Suddenly, a delicate scent of lotus filled the air as a graceful silhouette approached from behind. It was Changge. With a bright smile, she noted that the young master seemed to be in remarkably high spirits today. Chang's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the blinding golden aura radiating above her head. For 100 destiny points. When did this little lady's fortune spike so drastically? It suddenly made perfect sense. The reason his own shadowy luck had not taken a massive hit was completely thanks to her passive influence, smoothly sliding his arm around the Holy Maiden's slender waist. Changge offered a devastatingly charming smile. With such a breathtaking beauty by my side, how could my mood ever be anything but perfect? Her cheeks flushed, but behind his gentle eyes, his villainous mind was already turning gears. This girl was definitely hiding an earth-shattering secret. Without skipping a beat, he shifted the conversation, asking his lovely companion to break down the current power dynamics of the central province. With absolute innocence, she explained the layout. The central province was divided into 8 massive cities. The crown jewel of them all was the central Zen city, where the third prince of the Great Xia Empire was about to host a grand Dao discourse assembly. Before she could finish, Chu Xuan stepped into the pavilion with a scoff. He boldly declared that such a low-level gathering was pure garbage. It was not even worth a second of the young master's time. Nothing more than a pathetic joke for the lower realms. The Holy Maiden nodded in complete agreement. I was thinking the exact same thing, she murmured. Why would an exalted being like you sit down to discuss the martial path with a bunch of ignorant lower realm brats? If such trivial matters bore you, we can easily ignore them. Meanwhile, miles away, inside a bustling tavern, the air was thick with explosive rumors. Hey, did you hear the massive news? The ancient ancestor of the Lin family has actually descended back to our world. Another cultivator gasped in pure shock. Wait, you do not mean the legendary powerhouse who ascended to the upper realm 30,000 years ago? A skeptic slammed his cup on the table. That is impossible. The gates to the upper realm have been sealed for thousands of years. This has to be garbage, fake news, I swear on my cultivation base. It is real. The informant leaned in closely. Word on the street is the Grand Elder of the Lin family personally called an emergency summit. Sitting quietly in the corner of the tavern was none other than Ye Chen. His mind raced with the new information. A supreme expert from the upper realm descending to the ancient Lin family. If he did not have critical missions to complete right now, that clan would have been the absolute perfect sanctuary. His master, the mysterious spirit residing within his ancient artifact, had warned him before. These ancient aristocratic families possessed terrifying foundations. And right now, Ye Chen was carrying far too many heaven-defying secrets on his own body, communicating through his mind. Ye Chen spoke to the ethereal beauty sealed within his ring. Master, we need to hurry and locate those ancient ruins you mentioned. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, a raging fire of pure hatred burning in his chest. Gu Changge, you bastard. Our deadly game is far from over. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the massive, awe-inspiring estate of the Lin family. The courtyard was packed with terrified clan members whispering among themselves. Is that our supreme ancestor? Wait, if that is our ancestor, then who in the heavens is that young man in white? sitting in the master's throne. Are you blind? Our legendary ancestor is bowing to him like a mere servant, ignoring the stunned gasps of the entire clan. Changge lazily glanced at the old man beside him. Elder Ming, it has been a terribly long time since you last visited your homeland. Please, go ahead and catch up with your descendants. Pretend I am not even here. The terrifying entity known as the Lin family ancestor bowed deeply. Sweat dripped down his ancient face. Young master, your kindness fills this old slave's heart with boundless joy. But how could I possibly dare to leave an exalted existence like you unattended? Standing elegantly by his side, Su Changge's breath hitched in sheer amazement. To think that this humble old servant trailing behind Changge was actually a godlike powerhouse in the lower realm. Chu Xuan smirked, his respect for the young master reaching fanatical heights. As for the elites of the Lin family, their brains were completely short-circuiting. Old slave, did I just suffer chi deviation? Our almighty ancestor just called himself a slave to this teenager. Changge let out a soft, amused sigh. If you truly insist on hovering, Elder Ming, then at least allow Changge and me to take a peaceful stroll around your estate. Without waiting for a response, he smoothly took the Holy Maiden's hand and stood up. The entire courtyard erupted into motion. Hundreds of powerful cultivators slammed their heads to the floor in terrifying unison. We respectfully see off the exalted lord, before the thundering echo of their voices could even fade. The breathtaking duo had already glided gracefully toward the grand exit. The patriarch of the Lin family practically leaped out of his skin in panic. Chuhan, you know the layout of the estate best. Quickly, go act as the exalted lord's personal guide. A stunningly beautiful woman jolted in surprise. Yes. Father. Right away, lifting her elegant robes, the breathtaking beauty sprinted nervously toward Changge's side. She bowed perfectly, her voice trembling slightly like a fragile leaf. Exalted Lord, this humble one is Lin Chuhan. It is my absolute honor to serve you. A dangerously charming, almost villainous smile curled onto Changge's lips. Lin Chuhan. You say, what a lovely name. Right on cue. A glowing golden number flickered into existence above her head. 200 destiny points. Her face flushed crimson under his intense gaze. TV, thank you for the praise. Exalted Lord. Stepping forward with absolute dominance, Changge spoke smoothly. Then I shall have to trouble Miss Lin to show Changge and me the beautiful sights of your home. Shall we? Still overwhelmed by his divine presence, she practically stumbled over her words. It is my absolute duty, my lord. But hidden deep within the kneeling crowd of the Lin family, an ordinary-looking disciple suddenly grabbed his chest. Why was his heart suddenly experiencing such agonizing, suffocating pain? Was it the pathetic lingering emotions of this body's original owner toward his older sister Lin Tian gritted his teeth in sheer absolute fury? He was a legendary reincarnated god king. How dare these pathetic mortal emotions dare to affect his supreme soul? He forcefully suppressed the pain, his eyes snapping open. But wait, his gaze locked violently onto the Holy Maiden standing beside Changge. His breath caught in his throat. That aura. It was the legendary Nine Yang profound physique. His mind spun into a frenzy of dark calculations. Heavens above. That is the exact absolute human cultivation furnace my previous life desperately needed. He stared at the white-robed young master with overwhelming jealousy. To think this arrogant young lord has such heaven-defying luck. What an absolute waste to have a divine physique serving as his mere arm candy. While the reincarnated god king plotted in the shadows, Changge's lips curled into a terrifying, knowing smirk. His villainous instincts were already calculating every possibility. He had originally planned to step out and hunt down a newly spawned child of destiny. But who would have thought a premium god-tier leak had actually delivered itself right to his doorstep? He chuckled darkly as the system revealed the target's value. 500 massive destiny points. Still, a sliver of curiosity crossed Changge's mind. I have never even met this random brat before. So why is he leaking such intense, murderous hostility toward me? His gaze lazily shifted to the blushing Lin Chuhan by his side. Ah, is it because of her? How delightfully cliché. His eyes flashed with pure, terrifying malice. Perfect. Let's hope this new toy can survive a little longer than the last one. As the trio strolled down the massive cobblestone pathways, the graceful shadows of swaying bamboo danced peacefully across the surface of the crystal-clear estate lake. Changge tilted his head, feigning total innocence. Oh, a trash-tier little brother. Why use such harsh words? Lin Chuhan blushed in embarrassment. Well, it is kind of an open secret around here. He was born with zero talent for cultivation. Plus, his background is not exactly stellar either. I mean, I completely understand his frustration. But at the end of the day, there is nothing we can do about it. Changge let out a gentle sigh. What a pitiful kid. Still, having a gorgeous and fiercely protective older sister like you, I would say he is incredibly lucky. Lin Chuhan frantically waved her hands, totally flustered. No, no, not at all, actually. Little Tian has been acting very mature lately. He even started taking his cultivation seriously. A subtle, calculating gleam flashed in Changge's eyes. Oh, he only started taking it seriously just recently. Inside his mind, the gears were turning. A trash-tier youth suddenly changing his personality overnight. Was his body taken over by an ancient powerhouse? Or did he regress in time unaware? Lin Chuhan nodded. That is right. His cultivation was completely bottlenecked before. But now he actually broke through. Not only that, he suddenly showed massive talent in alchemy and formations. Her eyes widened with lingering shock. There was even this one time. He pointed out a massive flaw in an elder's technique. Changge nodded slowly, playing the perfect gentleman. His sudden change simply proves that your guidance paid off. He finally realized how much his older sister cares for him. You might have been strict with him in the past, but deep down, you only wanted what was best for him. Right. Lin Chuhan's heart skipped a beat, completely overwhelmed with gratitude. Is the young master comforting me right now? I never expected you to understand my feelings so perfectly. Normally, even little Tian misunderstands my intentions. He always thought I was just being toxic and overly harsh. Changge smiled warmly. Young brother Lin Tian, turning his life around is obviously a great thing. Perhaps he was always a hidden gem, just waiting to be polished. Because pointing out an elder's mistake after just a few days of trying, that kind of insane talent is... Lin Chuhan sighed in defeat. How could little Tian possibly be a hidden gem? Honestly, with his original talent, he could not even break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Changge's expression turned unreadable. The psychological trap was set. If he could not even reach the Spirit Sea realm, then how on earth is he refining pills? Unless your Lin family passed down some lost ancient technique specifically to him. That single question struck Lin Chuhan like a lightning bolt. Seeing his mental warfare take root, Changge smirked inwardly. The seeds of doubt have officially been planted in her mind. Harvesting this so-called chosen one's destiny was turning out to be way easier than he thought. Suddenly, a translucent system panel materialized before him. The chosen one's destiny rules had plummeted to zero. The protagonist's luck points were completely drained. An extra Heavenly Dao reward was now available for the taking. Changge was absolutely speechless. A Heavenly Dao reward. Now that is extremely interesting. Ye Chen is still acting as my personal treasure rat, so I cannot touch him yet. Looks like I will be farming all my experience points from Lin Tian for now. The scene shifted to a breezy, moonlit night, right outside Changge's private quarters. Two absolute beauties unexpectedly crossed paths. Lin Chuhan spoke first. Her voice soft. Young master, I personally made some spirit cakes for you. I figured you might get hungry in the middle of the night, so please enjoy them. The Holy Maiden immediately fired back with a polite but icy tone. Miss Lin is too thoughtful, delivering late-night snacks. Personally, I shall thank you on behalf of my young master. Hearing this subtle claim of ownership, Lin Chuhan's eyes lost their sparkle. She lowered her head in sheer disappointment. Then I will leave it to you. Holy Maiden Changge. I will not disturb the young master's rest any further. The Holy Maiden narrowed her eyes in thought. Hooking Miss Lin's heart after just one meeting. Our young master is truly dangerous. Suddenly, Changge closed the distance, his voice teasing right by her ear. What is wrong? Are you jealous? The Holy Maiden completely froze. Recovering her composure, she stepped aside and bowed gracefully. The young master's mind is a bottomless abyss. Since I cannot possibly guess your true desires, my jealousy hardly matters. Leaving those cryptic words behind, she stepped into the room, her voice trailing back out. If the young master is truly interested, you should have just kept Miss Lin by your side. Changge chuckled darkly. Since when did this little girl become such a tsundere? With an amused shake of his head, he followed her inside. Meanwhile, Lin Chuhan was walking back alone, completely devastated. Suddenly, Lin Tian called out to her. Confused, she asked, Little Tian, what are you doing out here? Lin Tian glared, aggressively flipping the question. Sneaking around in the middle of the night? Do not tell me you went to see that goo guy. His hostile tone instantly pushed her buttons. My business is none of your concern. Focus on your own damn cultivation. Lin Tian lunged forward, gripping her wrist like a vice. That guy with the surname Gu is pure evil. Stop letting his pretty face manipulate you. Lin Chuhan ripped her arm away, absolutely furious. What kind of garbage are you spouting? The young master is a perfect gentleman. He is gentle as jade and completely flawless. Does he look like a villain to you? Look in the mirror, call me when you are even 1% as great as him. Lin Tian's face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage. Why are you acting so blind? Can you really not see through his mask? Lin Chuhan scowled, completely losing her patience. You have been acting like a psycho lately, even if young Master Gu was not a good person. What could someone with his godlike status possibly want from our tiny family? You seriously need a reality check. Without another word, she turned on her heel and stormed off. But her mind was racing in circles. Ever since little Tian got stronger, his arrogance has completely skyrocketed. I totally forgot to ask how he actually learned pill refinement. He used to be absolutely hopeless at it, and now he vanishes for days at a time. Is there a hidden master secretly backing him? Or something completely sinister? The chilling realization hit her like a truck. She snapped her head back. But Lin Tian had already vanished into the shadows. Back in the room, a holographic system prompt flashed brilliantly. Warning, Lin Chuhan has officially begun doubting Lin Tian's sudden personality change. System alert, Lin Tian's plot armor just took a massive hit, dropping 50 luck points. Meanwhile, the host's destiny value skyrockets by 250. Changge folded his hands, a calculating smirk playing on his lips. Right on schedule. Everything is falling perfectly into my trap. Our little hero Lin Tian must be losing his mind by now. He's definitely going to make a move. Meanwhile, deep in the desolate woods, Lin Tian was muttering bitterly to himself. I wanted to wait. I planned to get close to that woman, Changge, before dealing with you. But you just had to cross the line. Meddling with me and Lin Chuhan. Your very existence is a stain on this God King's divine soul. If you are in such a rush to meet the Grim Reaper, then this God King will gladly grant your death wish. A sinister, glowing runic circle materialized on the dirt. Lin Tian's face twisted into an arrogant sneer. I offer the 99 soul-devouring incense, steeped in the lifeblood of 8 venomous beasts, combined with the ground bones of 3 demonic fiends, and 15 years of my very own lifespan. I command the forces of heaven and earth to reap your life and obliterate your soul. Destined. Curse of the outer realm, heavenly demon. The ground erupted with a terrifying, forbidden array. Hordes of shadowy phantoms and screaming demons clawed their way out, shrieking into the night. A towering pillar of blood-red energy blasted into the sky, before ripping through the clouds straight toward the central province. Exhausted, Lin Tian slumped heavily against a dying tree. Casting a forbidden hex at my current level takes a massive toll on this body, but I burned 15 years of my life force for this. Even if that arrogant Gu Changge somehow survives, he will be left as a crippled, pathetic mess. His eyes glowed with pure, unadulterated malice. Anyone who dares to steal from the six heavens God King will face the ultimate judgment. High above, the blood-red meteor tore through the pitch-black sky. It carried the devastating force of 1,000 raging beasts, locking onto its singular target. Meanwhile, inside his luxurious chamber, Gu Cheng sat in quiet meditation. He looked entirely unbothered, as if waiting for a guest. A dark thought crossed his mind. Just as I predicted, that familiar, foul stench in the air. The outer realm demon curse. Is it? His eyes snapped open, flashing with a terrifying, contemptuous purple light. With your pathetic cultivation level, how much damage did you really think you could do instantly? A monstrous pillar of dark energy erupted from Gu Cheng's room, piercing the heavens. The overwhelming aura condensed into a colossal phantom titan. Its rippling, godlike muscles radiated absolute destruction. Gu Chengge let out a cold, mocking laugh. Using demonic parlor tricks against me, you are playing with fire in front of the devil himself. The lethal red curse crashed down at blinding speed, but before it could strike, the phantom titan casually reached out a massive hand and caught it midair. In the blink of an eye, the titan gripped the core of the deadly curse. With one effortless squeeze, the so-called unstoppable power shattered into a million harmless sparkles. Miles away, the violent backlash slammed into Lin Tian. The shockwave of his shattered curse rippled across the night sky, striking terror into the hearts of everyone who felt it. Elder Ming and the Lin family patriarch froze in pure dread. The entire capital shook to its core. Everyone was left paralyzed, wondering what apocalyptic force had just erupted from the Lin estate. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Was the ancient Lin ancestor manifesting his power? But back at the ruined forest shack, the reality was pathetic. Lin Tian collapsed in the dirt, violently coughing up mouthfuls of black blood, looking like a dying dog, gasping for air. His mind spiraled into panic. A backlash? How is this possible? Back at the mansion, the colossal purple titan dissolved into shadows, flowing back into Gu Chengge's imposing figure. He smirked, greedily absorbing the shattered remnants of the demonic curse. Fascinating, he thought with a sinister grin. This pathetic hex actually served as a perfect snack to nourish my divine soul. I even managed to extract a pure strand of his life force. Right on cue, the system interface flashed. Lin Tian's lifespan plummeted. He lost 150 luck points, and the host leveled up with a massive 750 destiny points. Gu Changji's villainous grin widened. I have not even lifted a single finger yet, and you gift wrap your own life force and deliver it to my doorstep. You basically crippled yourself. You fool. These so-called chosen ones really are experts at digging their own graves. Suddenly, Elder Ming's trembling voice echoed from the courtyard. This old servant failed to protect you. I beg for the young master's punishment. Gu Chengge pushed the grand doors open. His icy gaze swept over the massive crowd, kneeling in absolute submission outside his quarters. He spoke with terrifying calmness. What exactly is the meaning of this spectacle? The terrified crowd practically kissed the dirt, shouting in unison. We failed to secure the perimeter. Please spare our worthless lives. Young master, the Holy Maiden rushed to his side, her eyes brimming with genuine panic. My lord, are you hurt? Gu Chengge casually brushed off his immaculate robes. Relax. A pathetic trick like that could never leave a scratch on me. However, I am quite curious to know which little rat in this lower realm possesses the skill to cast such a forbidden hex. Elder Ming quickly chimed in. Since the curse was violently shattered, the caster must be suffering from a catastrophic backlash right now. The Lin family patriarch scrambled forward, sweating profusely. Exactly, I swear on my life. I will mobilize every guard in the estate. We will drag the culprit out of the shadows and serve them to you on a silver platter. With their marching orders received, the terrified crowd scattered into the night like frightened insects. Left alone, a wicked, sadistic grin crept across Gu Changge's face. Oh? Ling Tian. Right now, you are probably weaker than a mortal beggar. Cut back to the decrepit forest cabin. Lin Chuhan was pounding frantically on the wooden door. Little Tian, hurry up and come out, she cried, her voice trembling with anxiety. Something terrifying just happened. The patriarch is summoning every single member of the family right now. Inside the pitch-black room, Lin Tian choked on another mouthful of hot blood. His mind was spinning in absolute terror. What do I do? What do I do? My spiritual core is completely shattered. I cannot even stand on my own 2 feet. If anyone sees me in this pathetic state, they will instantly know I was the one who attacked Gu Changge. Is this a joke? I am the legendary Six Heavens God King. Am I seriously going to meet my pathetic end in a dump like this? Outside, Lin Chuhan was losing her patience. Little Tian, open this door right now. If you do not answer me, I am breaking it down. Lin Tian furrowed his brows, a desperate but brilliant plan sparking in his mind. That was it. He would fake his own death. He smirked inwardly. Since this mighty king had already possessed this pathetic vessel, he just needed to sever his own heart meridian. His life force would vanish instantly. No cultivator below the divine king realm could ever see through this illusion. Once he fooled those arrogant fools, he would use his secret soul technique to resurrect himself. Then, he could slip away like a ghost in the night, completely untraceable. Bloodshot eyes blazed with an all-consuming hatred. Staring at his trembling hands, he made a silent, deadly vow. Gu Changge, we will settle this blood debt later. Without hesitation, he drove his hand straight into his own chest. Agony exploded through his body as blood poured fiercely from his eyes, nose, and mouth. At that exact moment, Lin Qiuhan pushed open the door. Seeing the gruesome bloodbath, a piercing scream tore from her throat. The scene shifts to the grand hall. Old Ming bowed his head in absolute shame. Young master, your old servant failed to discipline his descendants. I beg for your punishment. Gu Changge slouched lazily on his towering throne. So did you find the rat? Old Ming trembled, stuttering out his response. We found him, young master. But the massive hall plunged into a suffocating silence. Gu Changge raised an elegant brow. Oh, but what? The Lin family patriarch fell to his knees, shaking like a leaf. It was a boy from our clan named Lin Tian. Normally, he was just a nameless, useless junior. But when our guards finally reached him, his heart meridian was completely shattered. He was lying dead in a massive pool of his own blood. Gu Changge's flawless face instantly turned to ice. Dead, you say? The patriarch slammed his forehead against the cold floor. This lowly one failed to govern his clan. Please bestow your divine punishment upon us. The entire Lin family cried out in desperate unison. Lin Tian daring to harm the young master is our eternal shame. We beg for your judgment. On the outside, Gu Changge looked unbothered. But inside, his mind was racing. For better or worse, that brat is a literal child of destiny, committing suicide out of fear before even striking his enemy. What absolute trash? Yet, the system hadn't chimed in with a kill notification. That could only mean one thing. This annoying pest was definitely still breathing. Looking at the hidden interface, the Children of Destiny hit list still clearly displayed 2 targets: Ye Chen and Lin Tian. Gu Changge's eyes narrowed dangerously. Could that coward be faking his death? But relying on a heavily damaged soul remnant. If he leaves his physical vessel, even a gentle breeze would scatter his spirit into nothingness. Where exactly could he run? The Lin patriarch stole a terrified glance at the silent lord. Beside him, another elder muttered curses under his breath. That damned Lin Tian. He never accomplished a single good thing, only bringing ruin upon us. His pathetic life wasn't worth a single copper coin, and he deserved to die. But if the great lord unleashes his wrath, our entire family will be wiped off the map. In the corner, Lin Chuhan clutched her chest in absolute agony. I thought little Tian had finally turned his life around. Why did he commit such an unforgivable sin? The patriarch gritted his teeth, tears of frustration stinging his eyes. Lin Tian, you absolute fool. Did you really have to drag our entire bloodline down to hell with you? Meanwhile, the ancient soul hiding inside the saintess watched in pure awe. So, this is the intoxicating scent of absolute power. The young master hadn't even lifted a single finger. Yet look at these mighty cultivators. The entire Lin family was paralyzed by absolute dread. Their curses against Lin Tian echoed endlessly through the grand hall. Suddenly, a golden system screen flashed before Gu Changji's eyes. Ding Lin Tian has been completely disowned by his clan. Target loses 100 fortune points. Host gains 500 destiny points. Gu Changji paused, genuinely amused. Well, to think a single stunt by that pathetic boy would reward me with such a massive payout. But this works in my favor. That little leak barely has any value left to harvest. His final desperate play will definitely revolve around his precious sister. Lin Chuhan. Old Ming finally broke the silence, his voice cracking. Please, young master, punish this useless servant. For my own descendant to commit such treason, I no longer have the face to stand before you. Gu Changge casually waved his hand, dismissing the heavy tension. Relax. This whole situation is actually quite suspicious. I have heard Miss Chiu Han speak fondly of Lin Tian. A bright, upcoming youth like him wouldn't suddenly orchestrate an assassination attempt against me. It doesn't add up. In the vast history of the upper realms, the use of demonic arts to snatch souls and hijack bodies is practically a daily occurrence. It is nothing new. He looked down at the trembling crowd. While this mess originated with the boy, I am fully aware that the Lin family had absolutely no part in it. I am not a tyrant who slaughters blindly. Out of respect for Old Ming's decades of loyal service, I shall let this matter slide. A massive wave of relief crashed over the entire Lin family. They kowtowed wildly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Thank you for your boundless mercy. Young master, you are truly a paragon of virtue and unmatched justice. Old Ming cupped his fists, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you. Young master, I swear on my life, I will investigate this demonic possession thoroughly. I will bring you the truth. Gu Changge gracefully rose from his throne. Very well. You are all dismissed. Oh, and one more thing. Do not cremate Lin Tian's corpse just yet. The elders bowed so low their heads touched their knees. As you command. My lord. Behind his gentle smile, a devilish plot brewed in Gu Chang's mind. After all, I haven't finished harvesting this little green leek. I need to keep his body fresh for his grand resurrection. Just as the crowd began to shuffle out, his smooth voice echoed again. Miss Chiu Han, since I have some free time, would you do me the honor of guiding me through the inner city tomorrow? Lin Chiu Han blushed furiously, hurriedly bowing her head. Yes, if the young master wishes it. Chu Han would be absolutely delighted to. Gu Chang's dark eyes glimmered with calculation. The system had clearly hinted at this before. Supporting characters tied to a child of destiny were walking treasure troves. If I conquer their hearts and make them submit, I can easily farm over 200 fortune and destiny points, using a few romantic tricks to make this naive girl fall head over heels for me. Child's play. His expression remained totally unreadable as he briefly glanced at the saintess. I wonder, is she like Su Changge? If her personal fortune increases behind the scenes, will it trigger a massive boost for my own stats? Or was that overpowered trait completely unique to King alone? Regardless, I will keep Lin Chuhan close by to test the waters. Fast forward 3 days later, the sky above Central State City was completely blacked out. Massive flying warships, majestic spirit beasts pulling divine chariots, and countless sword cultivators riding their blades filled the clouds. The crowd below was buzzing with wild rumors. What in the world is going on lately? Why are all the major factions from the 8 regions suddenly flooding into the central state? Haven't you heard? The ancestor of the Lin family just returned. And he brought a mysterious VIP with him. Word on the street is he hails from an immortal sect in the upper realm. Anyone lucky enough to rub elbows with him is guaranteed to strike gold and ascend. Just look at the 8 regions now. Even the Central States Youth Dao Conference had its venue swapped straight to the Lin family's Moon Rush ancient city. Exactly, I heard even the hidden divine clans from the ancient sacred mountains are showing up. It seems everyone wants a glimpse of this absolute big shot. Meanwhile, inside a magnificent towering pavilion, a smooth voice echoed. It has been far too long. Brother Jin Yang, your cultivation base has grown terrifyingly deep. The one called Jin Yang chuckled modestly. Not at all. I heard Brother Zhang Tian just mastered a divine treasure art. The young man cupped his hands with a humble grin. Just a stroke of pure luck. Really? I could never compare to you esteemed brothers. But Brother Jin Yang, rumor has it you recently clashed for 100 moves against a prodigy from the eastern wasteland. When neither could win, you two actually became sworn brothers. Jin Yang, the holy son of the Garuda Holy Land, puffed his chest with absolute pride. That is completely true, let me tell you. My little brother's talent is a once-in-a-millennium miracle. He was only at the mid-stage of the divine ability realm. Yet he traded hundreds of blows with me without breaking a single sweat. He even forced me to unleash my great son Avatar, just to barely suppress him. Another man gasped in pure shock. Does a freak of nature like that actually exist in this world? Jin Yang nodded firmly. This little brother of mine has a rock-solid mindset and heaven-defying talent. One look, and you know, he is destined for greatness. Then, his tone shifted to heavy regret. Sadly, he offended a terrifying figure. Left with no choice, he had to flee his homeland for the central state. The other guy's eyes widened. Wait, is the person you are talking about the one from those crazy rumors? The toad who tried to eat swan meat, failed miserably, and then got insanely jealous of some VIP. Hearing this, Jin Yang slammed the table in blazing fury. Bullcrap. It is painfully obvious that gold-digging woman wanted to climb the social ladder. She completely betrayed my little brother. And then she spread malicious lies everywhere to cover her tracks. A girl nearby gasped in disbelief. No way. Seriously, her friend whispered back. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. Brother Jin Yang is famous for his straightforward and honorable nature. He would never lie about something like this. The first guy chimed in excitedly. I wonder who this legendary little brother is. You have to introduce us to him sometime. The girls nodded eagerly. Yeah, absolutely. Jin Yang hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the chatter. Everyone, look over there. I cannot believe they are being personally escorted by a mighty realm elder from the Lin family. That is the proud daughter of heaven from the Lin family. Lin Chuhan word is, despite her young age, she is already an elder at the Dao Extreme Academy, and that ethereal beauty next to her, Mo Chinyi. She must be the supreme mystery Holy Maiden from the eastern wasteland Holy Land. The first man practically choked on his breath. If that is the case, then that man in white, could he be that legendary figure? Every single pair of eyes instantly locked onto the trio. Someone in the crowd cried out. I never dreamed I would actually see that supreme VIP in a place like this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. We definitely have to go pay our respects. Meanwhile, Jin Yang's face darkened like a thundercloud. He cursed in his mind. Damn it, to think I would run into him here. At the very top of the tower, the trio took in the breathtaking view, leaving the Holy Maiden absolutely mesmerized by the scenery. Gu Cheng let out a soft sigh of admiration. Looking down from this high dome, it truly feels like one could hold the entire 9 heavens in the palm of their hand. Whoever restored this pavilion certainly knew how to enjoy the finer things. Lin Qiuhan muttered his absolute boss of a quote to herself. Holding the 9 heavens in the palm of my hand, she turned to him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Young master, what do you think the true meaning of cultivation is? Gu Changge smirked calmly. This so-called cultivation is nothing more than an endless struggle against heaven and earth. Treat your mortal body like a raft drifting through the vast ocean like mundane world. No matter how fiercely the storm rages, your mind must always stay anchored to the shore. The Holy Maiden pondered deeply on his words. Treat the body like a raft, drifting across the vast sea of the mortal world. Lin Chuhan beamed with intense admiration. Your interpretation is on a whole different level. Young master, it is so incredibly profound. Just a few words. Yet they echo like divine music in my ears. She could only imagine the cultivation world in the upper realm. It had to be a mystical paradise, far beyond anything her mind could ever comprehend. Suddenly, Gu Chang turned his gaze to her. Do you want to come with me? That single question completely stunned. Both Lin Chuhan and Su Chinga Chuhan whispered back nervously. I would not dare. I know Lin Tian committed a monstrous crime against you. Young master, it is an absolutely unforgivable sin. Guilt washed over her like a tidal wave. You clearly warned me that day. Yet I failed to listen. Gu Changa calmly clasped his hands behind his back, radiating an untouchable aura. There is no need to beat yourself up over it. I only mentioned it in passing that day. Who could have guessed things would escalate to such a tragic point? He continued smoothly. But, if you truly feel guilty about it, there is actually a task I need your help with. Lin Chuhan perked up instantly. Name it. Young master, anything. Gu Chang replied with chilling casualness. I need you to keep a very close eye on your little brother's corpse. Judging from his bizarre behavior, his soul was not just being controlled by an outsider. I am afraid his very body might have been hijacked by a terrifying, ancient entity. His voice dropped to a dangerous, serious whisper. After all, there is no shortage of forbidden techniques in this world. The dead coming back to life is far from impossible. Lin Chuhan's face went pale with absolute dread. A forbidden technique to cheat death. Does something that horrific really exist? When I found Lin Tian, his heart meridians were completely shattered. There was absolutely zero chance of survival. Doubt began to gnaw at her mind. If what you are saying is true, did Lin Tian fake his own death? Gu Changa offered a gentle, reassuring smile. It is merely a theory. Just keep your guard up. Lady Lin. Behind that flawlessly gentle mask, Gu Changge was already plotting his next move. If Lin Chuhan witnessed Lin Tian rising from the grave, whatever lingering affection she held for her brother would instantly turn to ash. Once her loyalty was completely bound to him, Lin Tian's remaining plot armor would barely last a few days. A ruthlessly cold glint flashed in his eyes. There was absolutely no reason to keep that trash alive anymore. While the trio enjoyed the scenic view, a grand elder approached, bowing deeply. My lord. The top prodigies from across the 8 realms humbly request an audience. Gu Changa casually waved his hand. Oh, if they are already here, send them up. Once the trio took their seats of honor, a wave of elites poured into the hall. Leading the pack was Chu Xuan. Bowing with ultimate reverence, Chu Xuan pays his highest respects to the young master, looking down from his elevated throne. Gu Changge spoke with effortless authority. You may dispense with the formalities. One guy immediately jumped at the chance to speak. I am the moon-worshipping Saint Sun. Ye Yu, your legendary reputation precedes you. My lord, seeing you in person today, your transcendent aura is exactly as the rumors claim. Another prodigy quickly chimed in. Having the young master grace our central province is the greatest honor of our lives. Watching this spectacle, Lin Chuhan was internally stunned. Weren't these guys usually insanely arrogant? Seeing these so-called unrivaled geniuses acting like total bootlickers was mind-blowing. Even the untouchable holy maidens from top-tier factions were desperately lowering themselves for his attention. But despite all their shameless flirting, the young master remained completely unfazed. Her gaze shifted toward Gu Changge, her heart skipping a beat. Come to think of it, The way he treats them is totally different from how he treats me. A heavy blush crept across her cheeks as she replayed their intimate moments in her head. He carries the weight of a supreme faction, with an unparalleled, godlike presence. Yet he is so incredibly gentle, so understanding toward me. Young Master Gu treats me so wonderfully, right at that very second. A holographic system prompt flashed into existence. Fortune event triggered. Target Lin Chuhan successfully subdued host's fortune points, increased by 200 destiny points, increased by 1,000. Gu Changge smirked inwardly. Just as expected. You never disappoint. The glowing status window hovered before him. Host Gu Changge. Identity true disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Bloodline demonic heart. Dao Bone. Cultivation base mid-stage marquee realm. Divine arts and techniques. Great heavenly immortal scripture. 7th layer myriad demonic god transformation. Innate divine telekinesis heaven. Swallowing demonic art current destiny points. 2,600. Fortune points 3,500 system shop unlocked. Inventory, realm-breaking talisman. Fragmented world seed, 1/3. Gu Changge ran the numbers in his head. Just farming Lin Chuhan and Lin Tian had netted him over 300 fortune points. My current cultivation level is already the absolute ceiling of this lower realm. Still, I should hoard these destiny points for emergency situations. As for Lin Chuhan, she was definitely worth investing in. After all, those handmade pastries she brought earlier proved she was eager to please. He scrolled through the system interface. Item found beginner alchemy intent manual. Cost 100 destiny points. I will find the perfect moment to gift her this manual. As for how powerful she becomes, that will entirely depend on her own talent. Ding! A new system notification violently flashed, scanning child of fortune relationships. Random quest triggered. Quest objective crush. The child of fortune's sworn brother. Reward 500 destiny points, penalty for failure. None. Gu Changge raised a brow in mild surprise. A random quest. Lin Tian is already crippled trash. Could this quest be connected to Ye Chen? His eyes narrowed as he calculated the possibilities. He is a child of fortune. After all, surviving an absolute slaughter by top-tier factions is just standard plot armor for his kind. If a random quest popped up now, the target must be hiding right here in this crowd. Tu Swan. Gu Changji's cold voice cut through the room. The man immediately dropped to his knee. Awaiting your absolute command. Young master, have there been any whispers regarding someone named Ye Chen here in the central province? Chu Xuan froze. Pure confusion on his face. Ye Chen, he stammered out. Even the stunning Holy Maiden, Su Changge, snapped her attention toward them at that name, seeing Gu Chang's terrifyingly glacial expression. Chu Xuan felt an invisible weight crushing him. Cold sweat practically drenched his back. Frantic whispers erupted among the elite crowd. Who the hell is Ye Chen? Why is the young master looking for him? Yi, you sensed the deadly shift in the room's atmosphere. The young master was clearly unamused. Beside him, Jin Yang began visibly trembling in sheer panic. Yi Yu racked his brain desperately. Ye Chen. That name rings a bell. Wait, doesn't it have something to do with the Eastern Sovereign Realm and the Supreme Profound Saint Sun? His eyes snapped toward Jin Yang like a hawk. He immediately bowed to Gu Changge. My lord, rumor has it that Saint Sun Jin Yang of the Garuda Holy Land is close friends with a rogue cultivator from the east. Could that be the Ye Chen you are searching for? Jin Yang stood frozen in the corner. He was sweating bullets, pure terror gripping his heart. Damn that bootlicking Yi Yu, he cursed inwardly. This is really bad. Gu Chang's expression remained dangerously unreadable. Oh, his voice was soft, yet it echoed like thunder. So Saint Sun Jin Yang knows this person. Tell me, what is his exact name? Jin Yang's feet felt glued to the floor. The entire hall fell dead silent, as every single eye locked onto him. Utter, suffocating dread was written all over his pale face. Gu Changge pressed further. Seeing the Golden Sun Holy Sun freeze up was all the proof he needed. The idiot definitely knew his prey. Trembling, the Holy Sun bowed his head, desperately trying to explain that the young lord was mistaken. But before another excuse could leave his lips, boom, a terrifying wave of purple spiritual aura exploded outward. It suffocated everyone in the room, with a shockwave shattering the very air outside the pavilion. Changge's oppressive aura continued to crush down like a mountain. His eyes were completely devoid of warmth. "Answer me," he commanded. "Yes or no." The icy ultimatum sent shivers down the spine of every cultivator in the room. No one could believe it. How could a young master from the upper realms possess such godlike power? This soul-crushing pressure. Not even their revered sect masters or mighty emperors could radiate such pure, suffocating despair. Ye, you cursed his own rotten luck. Damn it, he shouldn't have tried to show off earlier. If this Golden Sun idiot drags him down, his own head might roll too, his legs shaking like leaves in a storm. The Golden Sun Holy Sun finally cracked. Stuttering, he confessed to the young lord that, yes, he had a sworn brother named Ye Chen. Changge did not even blink. "And where is he hiding?" he demanded, his voice dropping the temperature in the room. But the Holy Sun stubbornly gritted his teeth. "Forgive me, my lord. I cannot betray my brother's whereabouts." Hearing this suicidal loyalty, "Ye," you snapped. "Are you out of your damn mind?" Desperate to save his own skin, Ye, you turned back to Changge. He frantically pleaded that this idiot must have been brainwashed by that rat, Ye Chen. Because on a normal day, the Golden Sun, Holy Sun would never dare to pull a stunt this insanely suicidal. "Shut your mouth," the Holy Sun roared back. Ye Chen was his sworn brother, and he trusted his character implicitly. Turning back to the young lord, he foolishly asked, "My lord, could there perhaps be a misunderstanding between you two?" Changge slowly rose from his seat. The air around him practically cracked with explosive intent. Looking down like a god viewing a mortal, he sneered, "My questions are a blessing upon you. As for a misunderstanding, who gave a worm like you the right to question me?" Bam! The Holy Sun coughed up a mouthful of blood. His knees slammed onto the floorboards, completely shattered by the invisible pressure. The surrounding crowd scattered like terrified mice. His Tao protector desperately threw himself in front of the boy. He cursed his own Holy Sun for being an absolute fool, begging the exalted young lord for mercy. But Changge's face remained utterly merciless. "Elder Ming," he called out casually. A spatial rift tore opened the void, and an ancient figure stepped out, bowing deeply. "This old servant is here, young master." The crowd's jaws hit the floor. Wait a second. That was the legendary Lin family ancestor who ascended 30,000 years ago, and he was calling himself a mere servant. Changge didn't even look at the trembling victims as he delivered his absolute verdict. "By tomorrow's sunrise, I do not want the Garuda Holy Land to exist in this world anymore." Elder Ming simply cupped his hands, accepted the decree of annihilation, and vanished into thin air. The Tao protector screamed for the senior to wait, but his voice died in his throat. He collapsed to the floor, eyes totally hollow. "It is over. We are finished." Watching from the sidelines, Lin Chuhan's heart raced. With just one casual sentence, he had sentenced an entire top-tier sect to death. Both she and Changge felt a thrill run through them. This supreme, chilling arrogance. He truly was like a god playing with mortal lives. This was the true face of the young master of the upper realms. Ding, the system chimed in his mind. Random mission complete. Rating perfect destiny points increased by 40%, bringing the total reward to 700 points. Meanwhile, back at the Garuda Holy Land, panic was erupting. Elders and disciples packed the grand courtyard, begging their sect master for answers. The sect master dropped to his knees, screaming into the heavens. Who had they offended? Why was apocalypse knocking on their door? But before anyone could answer, The sky literally caught on fire. Massive apocalyptic meteors tore through the clouds, along with them, a terrifying, godlike hand pressed down from the heavens, carrying absolute destruction. Boom! In a single, devastating strike. The entire Garuda Holy Land was wiped from existence, cut to a rundown. Abandoned shack miles away. A heartbroken scream shattered the silence. Brother Golden Sun, Ye Chen stared at the shattered life token in his bloody hands, tears streaming down his face. From inside his mystical ring, his master's spirit let out a heavy sigh. The absolute worst-case scenario had just become reality. Changge. Ye Chen ground his teeth, his eyes burning with pure hatred. I swear I will kill you. The spectral master floated out from the artifact, his voice full of worry. Little Chen. But the protagonist cut him off. Master, save your breath. If you are going to tell me to let go of this blood feud, do not even try. The ancient heaven's secret realm is about to open. I will secure the supreme inheritance. I will claim the demonic cauldron. Meanwhile, back in a peaceful bamboo courtyard, Changge's smooth voice cut through the serene night air. He glanced sideways at the beautiful girl next to him. Lady Qiuhan. Ever since we left the star-plucking pavilion, you have been awfully quiet. What is on your mind? Playing the perfect gentleman. He gently reached out and patted her head. Did my actions back there frighten you? Lin Qiuhan's cheeks burned bright red. Maybe just a little bit. She whispered shyly. I suppose I was just shocked to see that side of you, young master. But I know perfectly well that you would never treat me badly. Changge flashed a dangerously charming smile. That was my mistake. Here, take this beginner's guide to the alchemic Tao. Consider it an apology gift. The young alchemist's eyes went wide with absolute shock. Her hands trembled as she quickly accepted the legendary manual, her heart doing backflips in her chest. Thank you so much, young master. It was quite literally the exact treasure she had been dreaming of. Watching them flirt, Changge playfully pouted from the sidelines. Hey now, you scared me too, young master, but Changge pulled the ultimate savage move. He completely ignored her and changed the subject. The moonlight is rather beautiful tonight, isn't it? He remarked casually, leaving the stunning Changge absolutely speechless and fuming. 3 days later, outside the Grand Hall, an elite faction was bowing out. Since his lordship isn't interested, we dare not disturb him further. We only hope Patriarch Lin puts in a good word for us in the future. The once humbled Lin family patriarchs stood tall, returning their respectful bows with a newfound, untouchable prestige. Lin Qiuhan stood in silence. Her mind raced. The Lin family has always sought good karma, she recalled. We will engrave this debt in our hearts. Young Master Gu might act ice-cold to the rest of the world, she thought, but he actually went out of his way to save our family's honor. Remembering his ruthless execution of his enemies, a chilling realization washed over her. The young master was absolutely right. The boy wearing her brother's face was no longer Lin Tian. Had this tragedy not struck, why would someone of his supreme status show such mercy to her family? Her heart ached for only one person now, her sweet, innocent little Tian. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon's shadows, Lin Tian's supposedly lifeless corpse suddenly twitched. His arm snapped up. He shot straight out of the coffin. The guard outside practically leaped out of his skin, shrieking in pure terror. A zombie, he's back from the dead. The guard scrambled away on all fours, sprinting like a madman to find Lin Qiuhan, his words tumbling out in a panicked stutter. Young lady, it's Lin Tian he. Lin Qiuhan's elegant brow furrowed in fierce annoyance. Silence, she barked. Where are your manners? Stop this disgraceful shouting at once. Dismissed. Leave me. Back in the pitch-black cell, the resurrected Lin Tian flexed his fingers. A sinister smirk crept onto his face. The vessel was miraculously intact. Looks like I cheated death once again. The ancient soul gloated inwardly. Now, I just need to play the amnesia card. Fooling these lower realm peasants will be absolute child's play. And as for you, Changge, his aura flared with hidden malice. This king will make you pay this blood debt. Drop by agonizing drop. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. Lin Tian froze in shock. Standing right before him were Lin Chuhan and Gu Changge. Gu Chengge's handsome face wore a terrifyingly calm smile, as if he had orchestrated this exact moment. Flipping the switch, Lin Tian instantly dropped into character. He rubbed his head, feigning total confusion. Sister, why am I in this dungeon? The last thing I remember, I was studying in the library. Gu Chang casually crossed his arms. His dark eyes gleamed with cold amusement. Oh, really? He mused internally. This brat's acting skills are almost tragically over the top, not missing a beat. Lin Tian pointed a trembling finger. And who is this man? I've never seen him before in my life. Lin Chuhan finally snapped. Her voice echoed like thunder in the damp cell. Enough, cut the act. Why are you still playing games at a time like this? Lin Tian cranked up his innocent victim persona. Sister, what are you even saying? I don't understand a single word. What is happening right now? Why did you lock me up in this miserable cage? Lin Chuhan's expression turned as dark as a starless night. She stood completely stone-faced. Even as Lin Tian desperately called her sister and frantically recited childhood memories of their father's scoldings to prove his identity. Shut your mouth, she cut him off with ice-cold fury. The absolute rejection left Lin Tian stunned. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she screamed. Do not dare call me your sister. Tell me. Who the hell are you? Where did you hide my real brother? That single, heart-wrenching question struck the imposter like a heavenly tribulation. A splitting pain violently erupted in Lin Tian's skull. The original owner's desperate cries of sister echoed endlessly in his mind. He grabbed his head, dropping to his knees. No, it wasn't me. The God King realized the horrifying truth. The original boy's dying obsession was fighting back. Watching the agony, Lin Chuhan's voice broke. Little Tian, she sobbed. Lin Tian's face contorted into a monstrous sneer, his eyes bursting with thick, blood-red veins. Two completely different voices battled in his throat. Sister, I never wanted to hurt you. But why did you team up with Gu Changge to ruin me? Then, the tone shifted entirely. No, sister. Please, it's all my fault. Furious, the God King's soul roared from within. Shut your mouth. You pathetic speck of willpower. A mere mortal phantom cannot shake my foundation. But the original Lin Tian forced his way through. Tears of pure blood poured from his eyes. Sister, I beg you. Please. Kill me. Suddenly, a mechanical chime rang in Gu Changge's mind. System alert. The protagonist is suffering severe backlash from the original host's obsession. Target has completely lost control of his vessel. Fortune value has plummeted by 200 points. Host's mandate points increased by 1,000 warning. The Son of Fortune's luck has completely run dry. Initiating the ultimate execution protocol, Lin Chuhan clamped a hand over her mouth, crumbling under the weight of her devastating heartbreak. Gu Changge placed a warm, comforting hand on her shoulder. I know you cannot bear to strike him down. He whispered gently. Wait outside. Let me handle this monster for you. With one final, agonizing glance at her tormented brother, she turned and fled into the pitch-black corridor. Unable to watch the end, the second she vanished, the facade dropped. Gu Chang unleashed his terrifying, suffocating aura. His dark eyes flared with a sinister, blood-red glow. He sneered like a demon god descending. Such touching sibling devotion. He mocked coldly. Did you really think it was an accident she didn't bury this vessel? The ancient soul inside gasped, trembling in sheer horror. You knew I was faking my death. Gu Changge, who the hell are you? What is your end game here? Gu Changge chuckled, a chilling sound that froze the very air. My end game? Why ask me such a foolish question? Weren't you the one plotting my absolute destruction? The overwhelming pressure radiating from him multiplied tenfold, cracking the very stone beneath their feet. So why play the victim now? The God King's remnant soul was paralyzed by absolute dread. Demonic. Demonic energy. What are you? How can a junior possess such forbidden arts? Changge glided forward like a shadow of death. He calmly raised a single finger, pressing it directly against Lin Tian's forehead. Dead men. He whispered like the Reaper himself. Don't need to know my secrets. A devastating shockwave of agony instantly shattered the soul. Lin Tian let out one final, blood-curdling scream before his body collapsed into a lifeless heap. Changge absorbed the fading essence, savoring the rush of power. Not bad at all. He smirked devilishly. The remnant soul of a god king. What an absolute delicacy. My primordial spirit has surged with terrifying new strength. Still, walking this demonic path is a dangerous game. He reminded himself, his eyes narrowing sharply. Until I have absolute, iron-clad control, I cannot leave a single trace for the righteous sex to find. Right on cue, the shimmering holographic interface flashed before his eyes, bringing a fresh wave of golden notifications. System alert: first blood achieved. The Son of Fortune has been eliminated. Fortune depletion protocols are now calculating. Congratulations, host, you have been awarded the Heavenly Dao Treasure Chest. Luck increased by 100, mandate points increased by 500, but the rewards didn't stop there. The mechanical voice chimed again. System alert, the fortune conversion feature has been fully unlocked. The host's personal luck can now be directly exchanged for mandate points. Current exchange rate 1 to 10. So that's how it works. Changge mused. A brilliant, wicked plan forming in his mind. Since ancient times, they say heaven's luck protects the chosen ones, anchoring their lives across the endless realms. This new conversion feature just handed me the ultimate trump card. With an eager flick of his mind, he selected the gleaming first blood treasure chest and smashed the open button. A burst of divine light illuminated the dark cell. The system notifications rained down. Congratulations, host, you have received the fortune plunder card. ×3. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired one of the 3 world-shattering seeds. You also received a system settlement critical strike card. Your luck is off the charts today. Changge muttered under his breath. A luck plunder card and a critical strike card. The glowing interface revealed the item's terrifying details. The luck plunder card allowed him to violently strip fortune directly from a chosen one. However, it was not completely foolproof. The success rate depended entirely on the target's current state of mind. But if it worked, the chosen one's fortune would plummet to 0, and all those sweet points would transfer straight to him. As for the critical strike card, it triggered an insane multiplier during reward calculation. We are talking dozens, maybe even hundreds of times the original payout. Changge's eyes gleamed with cold calculation. I can use the critical strike when I finally crush Ye Chen, he plotted. And this plunder card bypasses the world's rules entirely, letting me drain the chosen one's points instantly. This is an incredibly rare treasure. In the system shop, this card cost a whopping 10,000 destiny points. To break even, he would need to steal at least 2,000 luck points in one go. This hidden detail proved one thing. The chosen ones he would face in the future were going to have absurdly massive luck pools. Hey, knowing this in advance is not exactly cheating, is it? With a smirk, Changge cracked open the transcendent heavenly reward chest. Ding! The system chimed again. Congratulations, host. You have received the chosen one's halo. Currently in the process of conversion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the destined villain halo. And congratulations, host, for acquiring the heart of the divine king. With the villain halo equipped, suppressing the chosen ones would become a walk in the park despite the massive gap in luck. While this would make slaughtering future heroes an absolute breeze, killing them too quickly was a waste. He would lose out on the chance to slowly milk them for precious destiny points. His gaze shifted to the glowing divine king's heart. He needed to weigh the risks and rewards carefully. This item held tens of thousands of years of pure cultivation from a divine king. He could just absorb it directly, making his choice. He pressed the pulsing relic against his chest. The explosive assimilation process began. The glowing interface updated rapidly, flashing with surging stats and brand new items unlocking in the shop. His status screen materialized. Character Changge. Active Halo Destined Villain. Identity Core Disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Bloodline Physique, Demonic Heart, and Dao Bones. Cultivation Level Late Stage of the Marquee Realm. Divine Arts Heavenly Dao Immortal Tome. Layer 8. Talent Myriad Demonic Avatars and Innate Divine Telekinesis. Ultimate Skill Heaven Swallowing Demonic Art. Destiny Points 1,500. Luck Points for 150. Inventory Realm Breaking Talisman. One World Shattering Seed. A Luck Plunder card. And a System Critical Strike card. As the surging energy settled, Ye Chen did the math. Upgrading just one layer of the Immortal Tome cost me 3,000 destiny points. And my cultivation is only stabilized at the late Marquee stage. If I want to break through to the peak Marquee realm, it is going to burn through at least 5,000 more points. The grind never stops in this world. He sighed. Though a dark smile played on his lips, Changge stepped out of the gloomy dungeon. As he walked, his thoughts shifted to the 8 Desolations demonic halberd. It was finally time to wipe Ye Chen off the board. That pathetic hero has exhausted his usefulness to me anyway. He mused. Besides, I need to start preparing for my ascent to the upper realm. Outside the dungeon gates, Lin Chuhan was waiting. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she whispered, "Young master." Changge gently wiped the tears from her cheek. His voice a comforting whisper. "It is all right now. I have taken care of Lin Tian's situation. That wicked ancient soul possessing your brother's body, I completely destroyed it. You should let your brother rest in peace now." The possession did not last too long. His true soul might not be entirely gone yet. There is still a chance for him to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Chuhan sobbed, utterly moved by his fake kindness. Thank you. Thank you so much. Young master." Meanwhile, about a 3-day journey from the central province's genius gathering, a group of bizarre figures gathered in the courtyard of an ancient city. One of them scoffed. "I still cannot believe the Heavenly Tower's sacred land was wiped out so easily. Just what kind of background does that young lord from the upper realm have?" Another sneered. "Hard to say. Our ancient divine mountain has been isolated for years. How could we possibly know the big shots up there? But it does not matter who he is. Anyone who dares to mess with Brother Ye Chen, I will personally make them pay in blood." Just as the arrogant declaration echoed, a breathtaking young woman stepped into the courtyard. The strange beastmen instantly stood up, bowing respectfully. "Lady Liuli, please do not worry. Even if that guy is from the upper realm, he is nothing but trash to our ancient divine mountain." A winged tiger man roared in agreement. "Exactly. He dared to offend Lady Luli. We will never let him off the hook." A squinty-eyed man lazily fanned himself, sneering. "He is just some punk from the upper realm. This is the Azure world. It is not his place to act wildly here." The beautiful girl ignored them, turning her anxious gaze sideways. "Dishue, is there any news about Brother Ye Chen?" Stepping out from the empty void, a female shadow guard materialized and bowed. "Miss, it has been quite some time since we last sensed his spiritual energy fluctuating in the central province. Right now, his aura has completely vanished." The beauty's face fell into deep sorrow. "Is that so? Brother Ye Chen must have suffered so much during this time." Di Shuisihil, trying to reason with her. "Miss, you are a true phoenix destined to soar through the 9 heavens. Sooner or later, you will return to the upper realm. But Ye Chen, he is a nobody who might not even reach the void god realm." "Let me stop you right there," the gorgeous girl snapped, cutting the conversation dead. Look, I know you guys are sleeping on brother Ye Chen, but I swear he's gonna glow up and shock the world. He literally said it himself. Never look down on a broke kid with a dream. Di Shui countered, sounding completely exhausted. I mean, sure, that sounds deep and all. But let's be real about Ye Chen's actual stats. Even if you gave him 30,000 years to grind, what's the point? Some players spawn right at the finish line. It's a peak he could never reach. Even in his dreams, the beauty turned away. Totally over it. Save your breath, Dijue. I need to see this so-called young lord who supposedly dropped down from the upper realm. If the vibe check fails and things get messy, I'm gonna need you to stall that overpowered old servant of his. You know, the one in the Void God realm. Dijue let out a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. Miss, please play it safe. But don't worry, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. Meanwhile, chilling in his VIP suite, Changge was admiring a glowing spiritual pill. A massive smirk crossed his face. Got to admit, Miss Chu Han's talent is actually cracked. It's only been a few days, and she's already cooking up top-tier alchemy results. Chu Han bowed deeply, her cheeks slightly flushed. I owe it all to the legendary texts the young master so generously gifted me. Her heart was practically overflowing with gratitude. But suddenly, the sky roared, deafening thunder ripped across the heavens, rattling the entire courtyard. Lin Chuhan and Su Qing froze in absolute shock. What in the world was happening? The Lin family patriarch and his elite guards immediately formed a defensive wall outside the room. Who goes there? He roared. Who gave you the absolute nerve to crash the ancient Lin family estate? A squad of arrogant beast men dropped from the clouds, laughing like absolute maniacs. Ha ha ha, what a pathetic little clan. We represent the ancient divine mountain. Get on your knees and show some respect. Just hearing that legendary name, the Lin family squad broke into a cold sweat. Shaking, the patriarch asked, Ancient divine mountain, may I ask what guidance you have for our humble home? The striking girl leading the squad glared down with zero chill. Go tell Gu Changge that Ye Chen's cousin, Liu Li, is demanding an audience. Right now, the patriarch frowned. If you wish to see young Master Gu, you'll have to wait while I announce you. One of the beast men bared his fangs. Wait, watch your tone. Old man, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Offend Miss Luli, and your entire Lin family will be wiped off the server. There won't be a safe zone left in this whole Azure Heaven realm. But before the beast man could even finish his trash talk, a massive, golden hand materialized from the heavens. It smashed him directly into the dirt, completely flattening his arrogant face against the pavement. The sheer disrespect of the attack sent shockwaves through the rest of the squad. They instantly scrambled backward, their arrogance evaporating in seconds. The raging thunderstorms above instantly deleted. The sky returned to a crystal clear blue, as if nature itself was terrified. Even the bratty Liu Li stood paralyzed. The patriarch quickly bowed toward the room. Young master, Gu Changge's voice drifted out, smooth and completely unbothered. Let the guests inside. Staring at the smoking crater where their buddy used to be, an old beast man practically screamed. Young miss, that winged tiger warrior was one of our elites. We're from the ancient divine mountain. For crying out loud, how could he just one-shot him like it was nothing? Another guard was literally shivering. That casual slap, it carried the pure, suffocating pressure of the king realm. What kind of broken background does this guy have? Luli gritted her teeth, trying to keep her cool. We're going in. Meanwhile, hovering just out of sight, Dishui was still analyzing the situation. But the second she crossed into the Lin estate, an overwhelmingly heavy aura locked onto her soul. To suppress my heavenly god realm cultivation with just a passive breath, and I can't even pinpoint their exact location. Don't tell me that hidden expert has already breached the god king realm. That chaotic king realm pressure from earlier definitely came from the young man himself. He's that overpowered. And he still rolls with a god king level bodyguard. Hold on a second. His last name is Gu. Could he actually belong to that legendary upper realm family? If the rumors are true, I absolutely cannot let the young miss start beef with them. Actually, if I play my cards right, this might be the ultimate chance to secure a VIP connection for us. There's literally no downside to playing nice. Making up her mind instantly, Dishui teleported right in front of Liu Li. Startled, Liu Li blinked. Dishui, what's going on, miss? Change of plans. Dai Shui whispered frantically. I'm looking at the big picture here. And this entire conflict, it's gotta be a huge misunderstanding. Hidden in the void nearby, Old Ming was watching the whole exchange. He scratched his chin. Well, what do we have here? It totally looks like this woman is trying to send some friendly vibes my way. Back inside the room, Gu Changge was plotting. Ye Chen's precious cousin. Ancient bloodline. A lower realm prodigy. And deeply attached to the main character. He let out a dark chuckle. Man. This setup is so cliché it hurts. Peak melodramatic drama right here. Su Changge tilted her head. Is the young master planning to delete them from existence? Gu Chang shot her a look. Do I seriously look like some brainless villain who just goes around slaughtering random non-player characters? Come on. Let's head out. If they're in such a rush to introduce themselves, the least we can do is show some proper host etiquette. The trio stepped out of the room and strolled casually into the main courtyard. Like the parting of a sea, the entire Lin family scrambled to the sides, bowing perfectly in sync. We greet the young lord. As Gu Changge approached the beast squad, Dishu estudid him in absoluta. Now that is the undeniable main character energy an upper realm supreme should have. Liu Li crossed her arms and stepped up. So, you're this famous young master Gu. Gu Changge didn't miss a beat, matching her energy perfectly. And you must be Ye Chen's beloved cousin. A glowing number materialized above Liu Li's head. Luck points 800. Gu Chang smirked internally. Tsk, tsk. I've gotta hand it to Ye Chen. The kid might be a walking disaster, but his harem protagonist energy is genuinely broken. To think a stubborn side character like her is packing a solid 800 luck points before things could escalate. Dishua stepped smoothly to the front, offering a flawless, deeply respectful bow. Greetings, young Master Gu. This is my charge, Miss Ye Liu Li. I'm the bodyguard assigned to protect her down in this lower server. My young miss was running purely on emotion just now. I sincerely hope someone of your massive status can overlook her little outburst and not take it personally. Hearing her own bodyguard totally glaze, the enemy made Liu Li's jaw drop. Di Shue auntie. You're literally doing way too much right now. Di Shue quickly turned to her, eyes pleading. Miss, trust me on this. This whole rivalry thing, it's definitely just a massive misunderstanding. Time to clear the air. We wouldn't want allies crossing blades over a simple misunderstanding. Right. Gu Changge offered a smooth, disarming smile. You are too polite. Senior, why not cut to the chase and tell me why you are really here? Yi Shui hesitated for a fraction of a second. Forgive my presumption, but are you the young master of the immortal Gu clan? My lady represents the ancient immortal Yi clan. If you think about it, our two legendary families share a deep and ancient history. Panic rippled through the rogue cultivators. The immortal Gu clan. Why are we only hearing this now? Another warrior trembled like a leaf. We already cannot afford to cross the ancient immortals provoking. The immortal Gu clan is pure suicide. Gu Changge nodded in mock realization. So she was from the ancient immortal clan. No wonder this brat had the audacity to kick down his door. Back in his youth, my father was actually quite close with the Ye clan leader. It seems you have already figured out my true identity. Senior, absolute terror gripped Yishua's heart. Did he just mention his father? Could he be the sole heir to the entire Gu empire? If that is true, his authority is absolute. The rogue experts behind them dropped to their knees in sheer panic. We greet the young master of the Gu clan. An old man ground his teeth in despair. Against the Gu clan. Then our young lord truly died for nothing. The entire mob of warriors instantly began slamming their heads against the floor. Please forgive our worthless lives. We were spouting absolute garbage earlier. Please show mercy to us peasants. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai spare us. My lord Ye Luli watched this pathetic display in absolute shock. How did things flip so quickly? Yishua desperately tugged at her lady's sleeve. My lady. You have to listen to me. This whole situation is a massive misunderstanding. You must swallow your pride and apologize. Someone of young Master Gu's legendary status would never waste his time targeting a nobody like Ye Chen. That struck an absolute nerve. Shut up. Aunt Yishu, I would rather die than apologize to this monster. He is the reason my brother Ye Chen is running for his life like a hunted animal. Gu Changge watched her tantrum with dark amusement. The little brat was surprisingly devoted to her precious Ye Chen, facing this kind of crushing pressure, and she still refused to bend the knee. But at the end of the day, she was just a naive little girl. A wicked scheme began forming in his mind. You love your dear brother that much. Do you? Then I will use that exact weakness to completely break you apart. Gu Chang took a slow, menacing step forward. I will ask you one last time. Why are you here? If you cannot give me a satisfying answer right now, I do not care if you belong to the ancient immortals. Suddenly, an apocalyptic aura erupted from Gu Chang's body. His voice dropped to a freezing whisper. I will slaughter every last one of you. Yishua threw herself in front of Yaluli like a human shield. Please calm your divine wrath. Young master, my lady was utterly out of line today. I beg you to show mercy. As the suffocating pressure lingered in the air, Gu Changge tilted his head, still playing silent. Are we? He snapped his fingers. Elder Ming. A shadowy figure materialized instantly from the void. At your command. My lord. Gu Chang's eyes flashed with absolute zero emotion. Every 10 breaths. Execute one of them. If anyone even twitches in resistance, wipe out their entire bloodline. Pure pandemonium broke out among the rogue experts. Have mercy, please. Spare our worthless lives. They desperately clawed toward Ye Luli. My lady, you have to save us. We do not want to die like this. The survival of our entire families rests in your hands. My lady Ye Luli glared at the villain with blazing fury. You are an absolute monster, shameless coward. While Yishui kept frantically whispering warnings to her lady. A massive, ornate throne was slammed down into the courtyard. Gu Changge took his seat like a tyrant king, flanked by breathtaking beauties. Su Changge gently offered him a cup. Your tea. Young master. Meanwhile, Yishui was nearing a panic attack. My lady, are you blind to reality? With a single word from young Master Gu, even if Ye Chen had the power of the heavens, he would be erased from existence. This has to be a colossal misunderstanding. You are the princess of the ancient immortals, and he is the heir to an immortal empire. If you just swallow your pride and apologize, I swear he will let this go. But Ye Luli's glare remained full of absolute venom. A tyrant like him could never be a good person. Suddenly, Gu Chang's bored voice echoed. 10 breaths are up. Execute. Without a heartbeat of hesitation, Elder Ming flicked his wrist. A beam of piercing purple light blasted through a cultivator's chest. The man dropped dead before his body even hit the floor. Ye Luli's eyes widened in absolute horror. You maniac! The surviving experts instantly scrambled forward, desperately clinging to her boots. Princess, please save us, I do not want to die like this. Another warrior screamed in sheer terror. We marched into hell because you ordered us to. You cannot just abandon us to die. A grown man wept as he gripped her ankles. If you just bow your head and say sorry, we get to keep our lives. Is your pride worth more than our blood? Why are you being so stubborn? Are the lives of your loyal followers really not worth a simple apology? Please. My lady, are you really going to let us be slaughtered just to protect Ye Chen's ego? The terrified man pointed a trembling finger at their dead comrade bleeding on the stones. The crushing guilt finally shattered Ye Liuli's resolve. Enough, she screamed with tears in her eyes. I was out of line today, trembling with humiliation. She cupped her fists toward Changge. I apologize, please forgive my arrogance. Young master. A dark, victorious smirk crossed Changge's face as he casually handed his teacup back to Changge. He waved a hand, dismissing his executioner back into the shadows. There is no need for such dramatic apologies. He chuckled softly. I am not a monster. After all, I would never hold a grudge over something so petty. Ye Chen nearly collapsed from the overwhelming relief. Thank the heavens! My lady, we finally managed to clear up this massive misunderstanding. See, I told you, young Master Gu wouldn't make things difficult for us. The two surviving freaks exchanged a look of pure, unadulterated relief. They smashed their foreheads against the floor. Thank you, my lord, for sparing our lives. Thank you for showing such supreme mercy. Changge waved his hand, his voice smooth like ice. Do not thank me. The one who graciously spared your pathetic lives is Miss Liuli. If you want to grovel, grovel to her. Ye Liuli's blood boiled. She cursed this arrogant bastard 1,000 times in her head. Stepping forward, she declared, Young Master Gu, I came here today seeking answers and to demand absolute justice. Changge barely batted an eye. Oh, justice, you say, a mocking smirk played on his lips. I do not recall ever bullying Miss Liuli. She clenched her fists. This is about my brother, Ye Chen. At the mention of that name, Changge tilted his head, feigning perfect innocence. Ye Chen, I cannot seem to recall doing anything to him. Are you sure you are not mistaken? His crimson eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Or perhaps, you simply assume I did something to him. Deep down, he scoffed. Crushing a pathetic bug like him would not even dirty my hands. Panic flickered in Ye Liuli's eyes. Her mind raced. Logically speaking, if Changge truly wanted Ye Chen dead, it would be effortlessly easy. So why was brother Ye Chen still breathing after offending such a monster? Did brother Chen actually commit a grave sin? Were the nasty rumors actually true? Was all of this madness over a single woman? Her gaze shifted toward the Holy Maiden. Evaluating her rival, Changge was undeniably breathtaking. Her curves and elegance could easily drive any mortal man insane. But Ye Liuli violently shook her head, rejecting the thought. No, absolutely impossible. Brother Chen is an honest and upright man. He would never do something so shameless. Changge smirked internally. Hilarious. I am only keeping your precious brother Chen alive to milk him for his protagonist luck. You could rack your brain for a lifetime and never guess the truth. Refusing to back down, Ye Liuli launched another icy interrogation. If you did not try to kill brother Chen, then why did you absolutely annihilate the Garuda Holy Land? Changge let out a dark chuckle. How ridiculous! Did you seriously march in here to throw a tantrum over me? Stepping on a random bug? Since when does a dragon explain its actions to the likes of you? His overwhelming aura erupted. The sheer killing intent left Ye Liuli trembling. I did not mean it like that, she stuttered. Her confidence shattering. She bit her lip. He was completely right. With his terrifying background, wiping out the Garuda Holy Land was child's play. Why would he even need a reason? Plus, if he truly wanted brother Chen dead, there was zero chance he would still be alive. I charged in here making wild accusations. I am the one being completely unreasonable. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Changge's mind. Ye Liuli's absolute faith in Ye Chen has begun to shatter. Target Ye Chen loses 100 luck points. Host gains 500 destiny points. A sinister smile tugged at Changge's lips. Perfect. The seed of doubt has been deeply planted. Reaping this harvest is going to be incredibly easy. He slowly stood up, dismissing them like mere peasants. If there is nothing else, get out of my sight. Humiliated, Ye Liuli snapped an order. Anchua, we are leaving. But her protector desperately tried to salvage the situation. Young Master Gu, please reconsider. You young elites should mingle more. We all hail from the upper realm. Meeting in this lower world is practically written in the stars. Gu Cheng brutally shot her down. Pass. I have zero interest in playing babysitter to a spoiled little brat. Hearing this, the Holy Maiden secretly cheered in her heart. Yili froze in her tracks. She whipped around, her eyes blazing with absolute fury. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You bastard named Gu. Meanwhile, the neon blue system interface flashed before Gu Changge. Status screen open Halo the fated ultimate villain. Identity core disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Physique demonic heart and Dao bone cultivation late stage of the Marquee realm. Mastered arts Heavenly Dao Immortal Scripture, level 8. Demonic avatar transformation. Innate divine telekinesis. And the forbidden heaven devouring demonic art. Current destiny points. 2000 luck value. 450 system shop status fully unlocked. Inventory check. 1/3 of a realm-breaking talisman. 2 broken world seeds. 3 luck plunder cards. And 1 critical hit payout card. Gu Changge closed the holographic screen, his mind calculating his next masterpiece. Now that Yi Luli has descended the mountain, following typical plot armor logic, she will definitely track down Ye Chen to trigger their emotional reunion. The ancient secret realm is about to open. As long as Ye Chen isn't a complete idiot, he will definitely crawl out of hiding to desperately cling to Ye Luli's powerful connections. Thanks to the little tracking trap I planted on him earlier, I can pinpoint his exact coordinates anytime I want. A virtual radar booted up in his mind. Right in the absolute center of the heavenly city, a bright crimson dot pulsed rhythmically. A wicked, bone-chilling smile spread across Gu Changge's face. Ye Chen, you had better put on an entertaining show. Cut to the base of a colossal, mist-shrouded mountain. 2 cloaked figures stood in the shadows. The ancient map was right. The entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm is hidden right here. Ye Chen gripped a glowing artifact, his eyes burning with intense ambition. The master key to the secret realm is finally mine. I do not care how many lethal traps guard this place. I will breeze straight into the absolute core sector. Once I devour the Supreme Being's legendary inheritance, I will hunt down Gu Changge and drown him in his own blood, and I will make that treacherous bitch, Su Chinga, beg for mercy. Inside the ring, his spectral master Seahilled, a heavy wave of helplessness washing over him. Has his obsession with revenge truly driven him to this extreme? Ye Chen turned his head, his expression darkening. Master, are you absolutely sure Gu Changge and his monstrous old servant wiped out the entire Garuda Holy Land? Could his real goal be the heavenly origin ancient realm too? His master's voice was cold and sharp. You hit the nail on the head. Aside from this ancient realm, nothing in this lower world is worth his time. Ye Chen smirked with arrogant confidence. The moment the heavenly origin realm opens, he will definitely be the first one rushing in. But this realm is packed with restrictions. That withered old servant of his absolutely cannot enter at his peak strength. Once I claim the ultimate legacy at the core, I will be waiting for him. I will use the secret key to trigger the ancient formations and wipe him from existence. His eyes burned with twisted triumph. Master, look at this. My chance for absolute revenge is finally here. Isn't it? The ethereal beauty beside him hesitated, caught completely off guard. Huh. She sighed softly. On paper, your plan is flawless. But how can you be absolutely sure that Gu Changge does not possess another map, or some hidden trump card to breach the core area? Ye Chen frowned, his confidence cracking. Is that so? I suppose your words make some sense. But internally, toxic jealousy consumed him. What other trump card could he possibly have? Why does Master have so much blind faith in Gu Changge, while treating my flawless plan like a joke? Ever since she accepted that miracle pill from Gu Changge, her whole attitude has completely changed. The beautiful spirit suddenly spoke up, her tone serious. By the way, Ye Chen, there is something crucial you must remember. The faction backing your cousin is terrifyingly massive. Until you break through to the Void God realm, You need to keep your distance from them. Ye Chen scoffed with pure disdain. I appreciate your concern, Master, but my relationship with cousin Luli is absolutely none of your business. His dark thoughts spiraled again. What good intentions? She is obviously terrified. Terrified that Liuli and I will team up to finally crush Gu Changge. Oh, my dearest master, when the day comes that Gu Changge dies by my hands, I wonder whose side you will really be on. Snapping back to reality, Ye Chen growled. Let us move. He vanished into the pitch-black night. Suddenly, an overwhelming pillar of radiant light violently ripped through the sky. The whole world stopped to stare. Ancient creatures and flying cultivators erupted into absolute chaos. A secret realm has opened. This terrifying aura. It belongs to a legendary supreme being. Another cultivator screamed in hype. Forget the stupid Dao discussion tournament. A once-in-a-lifetime chance like this absolutely cannot be missed. Legend has it that supreme entity burned their own life force to seal away an unrivaled demonic terror. Who knows what insane treasures are hiding inside this realm? However, the moment the vanguard charged in, sheer panic spread like wildfire. Wait, my cultivation. It is being forcefully suppressed. Meanwhile, a colossal flying warship anchored right before the realm's entrance. Elder Ming bowed respectfully. Young Lord, it appears this heavenly origin realm restricts anyone above the almighty realm. Gu Changge sat on his throne, a wicked, calculating smirk playing on his lips. The legacy of a quasi-supreme being, with the perfect level restriction. It is exactly as I predicted. This entire secret realm is nothing but a custom-made experience dungeon for that fated protagonist, Ye Chen. If my calculations are correct, Ye Chen's current power level, even if not quite at the almighty realm, has definitely seen a massive power-up. The crop is finally ripe. It is time for the ultimate harvest. Gu Changge stood up, his aura dominating the space. Let us proceed. The trembling masses below looked up in absolute awe. Look up there. It is the ancient Lin family's warship. Another gasped. No. It is him, that terrifyingly powerful young lord. The massive crowd violently shoved each other out of the way. Move, get out of his way. If you bump into that young lord, you are dead. Gu Changge coolly commanded his men. Suppress your cultivation properly. We are going in. Inside the realm lay a breathtaking paradise. Endless lush plains, singing birds, and mystical cranes drinking from crystal streams. Deep in the wilderness, Ye Chen was brutally slicing open a demonic beast when a sweet voice echoed. Brother Chen. He whipped his head around, his face lighting up with pure joy. Liu Li, you finally made it. Watching Ye Luli sprint towards him, his mind raced with surprise. It has only been 3 years, but little Luli has bloomed into an absolute stunner. Her beauty is almost on par with Su Changge. Suddenly, Jue Yi, the servant behind her, barked viciously. Shut your filthy dog eyes. You pathetic little ant. Is our young lady's divine beauty something trash like you can stare at? Ye Chen fired back with absolute savage confidence. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west. Never bully the young and poor. Your arrogant words are completely outdated. Old hag. Shui Yi sneered with toxic mockery. Relying on a pathetic bug like you, you have never even witnessed a true dragon of the 9 heavens. Only an absolute god-tier prodigy like young Lord Gu is worthy of our young lady. Yi Luli's face flushed as she snapped. Shui Yi, what absolute nonsense are you spewing? Shui Yi bowed respectfully but refused to back down. Young lady, I am only speaking the harsh truth. If it was not for this worthless brat, why would young Lord Gu treat you so coldly? Yi Luli instantly cut her off, her voice trembling. Jue Yi, shut up. Do not ever mention that disgusting man's name in front of me again. This intense reaction left Ye Chen completely stunned. Liu Li, what exactly happened between you and Gu Changge? But before he could finish, Yi Luli ruthlessly interrupted. What kind of garbage are you imagining? Desperate, Ye Chen grabbed both of her hands tightly. refusing to let go. Then why did you call him disgusting? What the hell actually happened? Did that bastard take advantage of you? Ye Luli violently yanked her hands away. It is nothing, it is just. Changge is the young master of an ancient immortal family from the upper realm. His background crushes mine completely, her eyes filled with genuine dread. Brother Chen, if you are going to go up against him, you must be incredibly careful. Hearing this, Ye Chen puffed out his chest with unshakable main character arrogance. Relax. What the hell is an immortal family anyway? In this world, absolutely no one can step on me. Hidden inside the artifact, his master fell into deep thought. So young Lord Gu is actually the heir of an immortal family, an apex predator with such a terrifying, godlike background. When Ye Chen foolishly challenged him in front of the whole world, he had absolutely no reason to spare this boy's life. So why did he? Was his true goal really to win me over? Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the secret realm, Changge's entourage materialized from the shadows. One of his followers gasped in awe. The mystical flora here is absolutely thriving. The spiritual energy is off the charts. This place is an absolute goldmine. But Elder Ming instantly shut him down. Have I not taught you fools better? Never let a flashy illusion blind you to the truth. Did my words just go in one ear and out the other? Focus your divine senses. This entire space is tainted with demonic aura, crawling with deadly, invisible traps. This expedition is absolutely critical for the young master. Keep your guards up and watch your every step. Failure is simply not an option, Changge. However, remained cool as ice. Relax. He smirked. I already have a VIP pass to the safe route. His eyes locked onto a glowing red thread completely invisible to the others. Bingo! He thought to himself. The tracking mark on that pill is working flawlessly. This domain just opened its doors. Even with his main character plot armor, our little hero has barely scratched the surface of the core zone. Oh, Ye Chen, work hard for me. You perfect little treasure hunting rat. Suddenly, a colossal shadow blotted out the sky, crashing down and sending shockwaves through the earth, through the dust. Ye Chen looked like a total boss riding atop a massive beast. Ye Luli stared up at him, completely starstruck. Brother Chen, your power leveling is insane. I cannot believe you have already hit the peak of the divine ability realm. Ye Chen flashed a humble, heroic smile. You are giving me way too much credit. Liuli. He pointed confidently toward the horizon. The ultimate inheritance awaits us right there. But internally, his stomach was tied in knots. Sure, having the secret key made this a cakewalk, but a creeping sense of dread was sending shivers down his spine. And to make things even weirder, his usually chatty master had been dead silent this entire trip, shaking off the bad vibes. Ye Chen turned to his childhood friend, Liuli. The ancient legacy of this realm is waiting for us just beyond these walls. We cannot afford to waste a single second. Let us move. Meanwhile, her bodyguard sneered in her mind. He is just a lucky punk who stumbled into some good loot. Put him next to young Master Gu, and he is nothing but trash. Ye Chen shifted into full strategist mode. If my map is accurate, this architecture screams ancient tomb, the final resting place of a quasi-supreme powerhouse. The ultimate jackpot is hidden right in the heart of this dead city. He scanned the eerie surroundings, his eyes narrowing. Heads up, everyone. The demonic aura here is suffocating. Stay frosty. Without warning, a blood-curdling roar shattered the silence. A massive, nightmare fuel monster materialized right on top of the gateway. It dive-bombed straight for Ye Chen with a flick of her wrist. The bodyguard swatted the beast away like a fly. But the victory was short-lived. Dozens of glowing red eyes pierced through the shadows. Ye Luli drew her weapon, her heart pounding. Where the heck did all these monsters come from? Brother Chen, we are running out of time. You need to go. Right now, my team and I will hold the line. Ye Chen gritted his teeth. torn between duty and destiny. Fine, just stay alive. The second I claim the power, I am coming right back for you. He vanished into the depths just as the monster wave crashed down. Hold the line, Ye Luli screamed. Magic flaring. But then, an incredibly familiar, overwhelming pressure dropped from the sky like a meteor. Boom! The terrifying shockwave instantly obliterated the beast horde. As the dust cleared, Ye Luli froze. Standing casually at the entrance was none other than Changge and his elite squad. Her eyes flared with pure fury. How did you track us down so fast? Changge tilted his head, flashing a dangerously arrogant smirk. How? You ask. Honestly, you should be thanking your precious brother Chen. Ye Luli felt a cold sweat drop. You planted a tracker on him. Did not you? The puzzle pieces finally clicked together in her mind. No wonder you let him walk away back then. You were playing the long game all along. Your entire reason for slumming it in the lower realm. It was for this specific inheritance. Was not it? The villainous smirk on his face only grew wider. Look at you. Using your brain for once. But Ye Luli still could not wrap her head around it. You are the heir to an immortal family. You have access to god-tier legacies back home. Why go through all this trouble for a mere quasi-supreme tomb? Changge chuckled, his voice dripping with condescension. You do not need to understand my grand design. Just know that your little stalling tactic is absolutely pathetic. I read you like a book. With a flick of his finger, he gave the execution order. Clear the path. Instantly, Elder Ming and the elite vanguard surged forward like bloodthirsty hounds. They unleashed a barrage of lethal attacks right at Ye Luli miss. Get back, her bodyguard shrieked in absolute panic. Damn it all, the rules of this realm are suppressing my true power. Elder Ming materialized out of thin air, blocking the bodyguard with a mountain-like presence. Be a good little dog and stay put. Boom! A devastating wave of supreme energy swept the field. The remaining monsters were vaporized, and Ye Luli's squad was sent coughing blood into the dirt. Changge Ye Luli spat, her eyes burning with helpless rage. But the villain did not even look back. Elder Ming, lock this place down. If a single fly enters that tomb, it is on your head. The old master bowed until his nose nearly touched the floor. Consider it done. Young master, even the gods themselves will not interrupt your hunt today. Deep inside the ruins, Ye Chen was sprinting like a madman. I can feel it, he hyped himself up. The ultimate power-up is just past these doors. Hang in there. Liu Li, I will be back soon. Inside his magical artifact, his ancient master finally spoke up. Kid, do not get cocky. The demonic pressure bleeding out of this palace is no joke. If the perimeter was that deadly, the core is going to be a literal meat grinder. Stay sharp. But Ye Chen was completely riding his protagonist high. He popped a glowing pill into his mouth with a cocky grin. Relax. Master, I came completely prepared. This anti-demon pill makes me untouchable. Creak. The heavy stone doors groaned open. Instantly, a monstrous shockwave of raw, ancient power blasted him straight in the face. Now that is what I call a quasi-supreme aura, he gasped, fighting through the spiritual gravity. But as the darkness parted, his eyes locked onto a chilling sight. Sitting perfectly still on the ancient throne was a bleached white skeleton, with a massive, cursed blade buried straight through its ribcage. Ye Chen stepped into the ruins, his eyes darting around anxiously. Where is the inheritance, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the shadows. The legacy you seek is inside that corpse on the throne. Ye Chen spun around, his blood running cold as Changge stepped into the light. How? How did you get in here? Changge let out a mocking sigh. It seems you really are an idiot. I have been waiting here for half a day. I simply kept quiet, letting you do the hard work of unlocking the doors. As for how I found this place, you should ask yourself that question. After all, you were the perfect guide. Ye Chen's mind raced with bitter paranoia. No, that is impossible. Someone close to me must have leaked my location. Liuli is my most trusted companion. She would never betray me. Right then, Gu Chang spoke with a gentle, calculated tone. Senor Yanji, it has been a while. Are you still refusing to show yourself? Ye Chen's eyes widened in sheer fury. Master, was it you? I honored you as my master, yet you sold me out to my worst enemy. All for a single pill. He furiously ripped the ancient artifact ring from his finger. A heavy, heartbroken sigh echoed from the ring. Ye Chen, you have disappointed me profoundly. I thought our master-disciple bond meant something. Did you really think I couldn't see the darkness brewing in your heart? Ye Chen sneered in absolute disgust. Ha, you conspired with Gu Chang to ruin me. And now you finally show your true colors. No wonder you have been acting so strangely lately. You were just consumed by guilt? I thought after all this time, I meant something to you. But you were just like that treacherous Su Changge, flocking to the stench of power like pathetic insects. Yanji's spiritual form frowned, her voice laced with total devastation. If that is truly how you see me, then I have no more words for you. From this moment forward, our ties of destiny are completely severed. A glowing interface flashed in the air. System alert, master-disciple bond broken, fortune points depleted by 200. Hitting rock bottom, host's destiny value increased by 1,000. Gu Changge clapped his hands slowly. Senior Yanji's grace is as breathtaking as ever. In fact, your spiritual presence is even more radiant than before. Yanji offered a bitter smile. Young Master Gu is too kind. It is all thanks to the soul-gathering pill you gifted me. If I had kept relying on a certain someone, I doubt I would ever be able to rebuild my physical body. In the end, even my remaining soul fragment might have faded into nothingness. Hearing this, Ye Chen's face twisted with pure, unfiltered rage. Gu Changge shook his head in mock sympathy. It seems Ye Chen's misunderstanding of you runs incredibly deep. Yanji replied coldly. Misunderstanding or not, it no longer matters. Gu Changge tapped his forehead, feigning guilt. What a shame. My words earlier made him assume you betrayed his location. My phrasing was terribly misleading. The fault lies entirely with me. Yanji quickly waved her hands. No. Please do not blame yourself. In her heart, she felt a wave of warmth. Young Master Gu is actually taking the blame for me, compared to Ye Chen's vicious accusations. It is clear he never truly respected me. Shut up, Ye Chen roared like a cornered beast. Enough of your lies. Gu Changge, things have already reached this point. So drop the righteous act. You two colluded against me just to unlock this grand hall. Didn't you? Gu Changge took a slow, intimidating step forward. You were blessed with a supreme master. Yet you threw her away like trash. You simply love breaking the hearts of those who care about you. She once rejected my generous offers, choosing to stay by your side during your darkest days. I truly believed that a woman of such unwavering loyalty was a rare treasure in this world. And yet, just to monopolize this inheritance, you toss her aside so ruthlessly. Trembling with fury, Ye Chen pointed a shaking finger at Gu Changge. You spineless liar. You orchestrated this entire betrayal. Gu Changge's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. We orchestrated this. Take a good look at yourself. I let you slip through my fingers time and time again. Did you really never find that suspicious? Ye Chen, are you planning to remain this delusional forever? Yanji suddenly interrupted. Young Master Gu, say no more. If you will have me, this Yanji is willing to swear loyalty to you. The words snapped the last thread of Ye Chen's sanity. You absolute hypocrites. Boom! An invisible force blasted Ye Chen several meters through the air. Gu Changge lowered his hand, his gaze freezing over. So noisy. If Senior Yanji wishes to join my side, she is more than welcome. Ding system notification, Yanji has officially submitted. Host's fortune value increased by 400. Destiny value boosted by 2,000. A radiant artifact materialized in Changge's palm. Consider this white jade stone a welcoming gift. Come with me. Yanji gasped in absolute shock. Heavens, is this? The divine soul-nourishing jade. Changge smiled warmly. How could I let you suffer in a broken ring any longer? Nearby. Ye Chen staggered to his feet. Eyes bloodshot. Changge, I will slaughter you. With a feral scream, he crushed the secret mechanism in his hand. Instantly, blinding beams of golden light erupted from the shadows. Changge did not even flinch. Senior, please rest inside the jade. I will handle this pathetic display. Yanji's voice trembled with warning. Young master, be careful. That key controls the ancient array formations of this realm. Its power is devastating. Above Ye Chen, the colossal phantom of a golden armored warrior materialized. The giant warrior swung its massive weapon right at Changge. Ye Chen screamed like a madman. And rot in hell. In that split second, Changge's aura exploded, surging forward to meet the strike. His voice cut through the chaos like a blade of ice. Did you really think these pathetic ancient toys could stop me? An overwhelming pressure instantly crushed the air inside the room. Above Changge, a colossal phantom materialized from the shadows, effortlessly catching the golden warrior's devastating punch. Ye Chen gasped in pure terror. At that exact moment, the ancient spear piercing the fallen sovereign's chest began to violently resonate with Changge's demonic aura. Staring in absolute horror, Ye Chen screamed, "What kind of monster are you? How can you possibly command such a cursed weapon?" Changge just smirked with chilling indifference. You are about to draw your last breath. Why would a dead man need answers? Suddenly, the colossal phantom hand shifted, ready to unleash utter destruction. Clutching the glowing formation core, Ye Chen roared in defiance. In your dreams, Changge. The golden giant opened its jaw to blast a devastating beam. But Changge's purple phantom ruthlessly clamped its mouth shut. The immense explosive energy had nowhere to go, violently backfiring on itself, unable to handle the sheer force. The formation array in Ye Chen's hands completely shattered. A deafening shockwave ripped through the chamber. Blinding golden light violently exploded outward. The mighty golden warrior disintegrated into nothingness, while the brutal shockwave sent Ye Chen flying like a rag doll. Changge slowly approached with the aura of a grim reaper. You have been a buzzing pest for far too long. Today, I will finally crush you. Coughing up blood, Ye Chen stared in disbelief. How are you completely uninjured? He muttered in pure despair. No. This is absolutely impossible. Why does the secret realm's absolute suppression have zero effect on him? His eyes widened with fierce, unyielding frustration. I am the chosen one. I cannot die in a place like this. But the demonic purple phantom mercilessly reached out its colossal hand toward him. But just as death approached, a piercing streak of blade aura tore through the air. Changge, take your filthy hands off him. Yi Luli charged into the fray, like a raging storm, channeling her ultimate technique. She slashed her divine blade straight at the purple phantom. Her azure blade struck true, tearing a massive rift across its back. Yet, the monstrous giant did not even flinch. Yi Luli froze in utter disbelief. How is this even possible? Changge threw a cold, sidelong glance over his shoulder. A sinister smirk crept across his face. Perfect timing, little princess. Without missing a beat, the purple behemoth brutally snatched Ye Chen into its iron grip. Crushed within the giant's fingers, Ye Chen gasped. Liu Li. Run, tears welled up in her desperate eyes. Brother Chen. Changge chuckled darkly. Oh, does the little hero want to save her precious prince? Panic consumed Ye Lu Li's every word. Release Brother Chen immediately. I will give you anything you want. Changge's eyes flashed with predatory amusement. Anything I want. Are you quite sure about that? Her heart was pounding like a war drum in her chest. But she desperately forced a mask of icy composure. As long as you let him walk away alive, we can negotiate absolutely anything. Provided your terms are not completely out of line. Changge raised a single, dismissive finger. You seem to have misunderstood your position. You have zero right to negotiate with me. Instantly, the massive purple hand crushed inward. Ye Chen violently coughed up a terrifying spray of crimson blood. Yi Luli's heart shattered at the gruesome sight. Brother Chen no dangling helplessly in the grasp of death. Ye Chen used his last ounce of strength to roar Liu Li. Do not agree to anything. I would rather be ripped to shreds than watch you humiliate yourself for this bastard. Gu Chang cast a freezing glare at the broken hero. His voice dripped with absolute disdain. Did I give a dying dog permission to bark? The phantom's grip tightened with bone-shattering force. Ribs cracked and splintered as he crushed the so-called chosen one like a pathetic insect. Hot tears finally spilled down Yi Liuli's cheeks. Just say it. What sick price must I pay to save his life? Name your terms, and I will do it this instant. Gu Chengge's smile was beautifully wicked. Oh, the price is incredibly simple. Open up your mind space and submit yourself completely as my loyal slave. Ye Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Liu Li, do not listen to a single word he says. Annoyed by the interruption, Gu Chengge merely flicked his wrist, crushing Ye Chen's ribs even further. Unable to bear the torture, Yi Li shrieked, "Stop! Please, I accept your terms." But behind her desperate tears, her mind was racing. He actually thinks he can mind control me. What boundless arrogance. But you just made a fatal miscalculation. Gu Changge, my Ye family possesses a legendary primordial spirit art, specifically designed to shatter any form of mental enslavement. Purging a mere slave mark will be child's play for me. The only real challenge is forcing this monster to swear an unbreakable heavenly oath. Gu Chengge's eyes gleamed with twisted satisfaction. Well, caving in that quickly, the majestic, untouchable little princess of the upper realms Yi family, throwing her entire life away just to play savior to a pathetic worm like Ye Chen. Yi Luli shot him a look of absolute venom. That is none of your damn business. I will open my mind space to you. But you must swear a binding oath to the heavenly Dao. You must swear to never harm Brother Chen from this day forth. His life must remain absolutely untouched. Should you break this vow, may heavenly demons devour your soul. May you plunge eternally into the darkest abyss, cursed by 10,000 generations. Gu Chengge's eyes narrowed into dangerous, mocking slits. A curse by 10,000 generations. Is that the absolute worst you could come up with? He casually raised 3 fingers toward the heavens. Fine by me. If I break this promise, let the heavenly demons gorge on my heart, and let the darkest demonic path claim my soul forever. His zero hesitation response left Yi Luli completely paralyzed. He actually swore the oath that easily. Gu Changge's voice sliced through her shock. I have played my part in this little game. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. Seeing her frozen in hesitation, his smirk grew wider. What is wrong? Princess getting cold feet. There is still time to back out and watch him die. Ye Chen's face was ashen with despair as he wheezed. Liu Li, please. But Yi Liuli hardened her resolve and cut him off. Just cast your filthy seal and be done with it. Cut the garbage talk. A sinister, demonic purple light erupted within Gu Chengge's eyes. Since you are so eager to serve, let us begin. Moving faster than lightning, he jammed his glowing finger straight between her brows. Instantly, her spiritual sea violently spiraled out of control. Her consciousness began to blur and fade as a phantom demonic vase materialized from the terrifying void, endlessly spewing out a suffocating black aura, lost deep within the hazy abyss of her own mind. Yi Luli weakly whispered her beloved's name, but the only thing answering her call was the mountainous, soul-crushing shadow of Gu Changge. The light in her eyes twisted into an eerie shade of purple. The demonic brand sank deep into her forehead and vanished without a trace. Snapping back to reality, she stumbled backward in sheer panic. You? What in heaven's name did you plant inside me? Changge closed his eyes, inhaling the sweet scent of absolute victory. I merely took what was offered. I did exactly what a master does to a willing servant, gritting her teeth. Ye Luli glared at him with pure hatred. Our deal is sealed. Changge, now release Brother Chen, right this instant. But slowly, Changge's amused expression completely vanished, replaced by a terrifying, abyssal darkness. What exactly should you be calling me? A strange purple light flickered in Ye Luli's eyes. Before she could stop herself, the word slipped out. Master. She slapped a trembling hand over her mouth in absolute horror. Why the hell did her mind just bow down to him? Was it that vile slave mark from earlier? Changge let out a dark chuckle. A slave mark, please. That is mere child's play. What I used on you is the demonic subjugation flask. This technique leaves absolutely no trace. Unless a supreme master personally tears through your spiritual sea, it remains completely hidden. He leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. Day by day, your precious memories will simply fade away. And before you know it, you will willingly crawl to my feet as my absolutely loyal demonic servant, Changge. You shameless, despicable bastard, Ye Chen roared from below. Chang barely spared him a glance. To him, it was nothing but the pathetic barking of a dying dog. Absolute panic gripped Ye Chen's face. You swore a heavenly oath. How dare you break it? The gigantic purple phantom hand clenched down violently. Ye Chen let out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream. Changge just smirked. The oath's backlash, having my heart devoured by a heavenly demon and falling into the demonic path. To me, a heavenly demon is nothing but a free, mouth-watering buffet. He slowly turned around, his eyes flashing with pure cruelty. I am already the ultimate villain. Walking the demonic path is simply my destiny. Those words shattered the last shred of Ye Chen's sanity. Trembling in absolute despair, he reached out a bloody hand. Liu Li, please, save me. Right at that exact second, the system screen flashed in red. Target's fortune points have completely plummeted to 0. The world's elimination protocol instantly activated. The colossal fist mercilessly crushed down on Ye Chen, wiping the so-called chosen one out of existence. Just like squashing a pathetic bug. Brother Chen, Ye Luli whispered softly, but deep down, a terrifying realization struck her core. She felt absolutely zero heartbreak over his brutal death, and couldn't summon even a drop of hatred toward Changge. A holographic window popped up in the air. Status elimination of the Son of Fortune. Ye Chen is complete. The system algorithms word into action, presenting a glowing blue panel before the villain's eyes. Congratulations, host, you have secured the Heavenly Destiny Treasure Chest Fortune. Value increased by 200 points. Destiny points increased by a massive 1,000. Without missing a beat, Chang gave a mental command. System, activate the critical multiplier card and bust open that treasure chest. The system interface flashed brightly. Critical multiplier successfully applied. Jackpot. Host has triggered a glorious 5 times multiplier, recalculating the massive loot drop. Congratulations, host has bagged 1,000 fortune points and a staggering 5,000 destiny points, unlocking the Heavenly Destiny Treasure Chest. Now BAM, host has acquired 1/3 of a fragmented world seed and 1 drop of the legendary void marrow. Changge stroked his chin, his mind racing, looking back at his previous kill on that chosen one, Lin Tian. The loot dropping from these ultimate chests always matched the victim's hidden talents. Did that pathetic Ye Chen actually possess some undiscovered spatial bloodline? Talk about an absolute win. This upgrade came at the perfect time. Now, securing the 8 desolations, Demonic halberd would be like taking candy from a baby, wasting zero time. He grasped the glowing void marrow. System. Initiate fusion. In a flash, a mesmerizing and cosmic phenomenon erupted around him. He slowly pressed the glowing essence against his forehead. Instantly, the divine energy surged right into his spiritual core. Ding fusion process complete. Gu Chang flexed his hands, feeling the rush of new power. Oh, so this is the legendary power of the void armor penetration. Ultimate stealth and god tier speed all bundled into one. Now that is deliciously overpowered. The glowing system panel updated his god tier stats. Host profile Gu Changge. Unique aura the ultimate destined villain. Current status true disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Supreme physique demonic heart and Dao bones. Mastered arts Heavenly Dao Immortal Scripture. Level 8 passive skill, the myriad demonic transformation. Innate talent, the divine mind of the ancients forbidden art. The immortal devouring demonic technique, total destiny points, 9,000 total fortune points, 1,880. System shop. Fully operational inventory 11 realm-breaking talismans. 3 fragments of a shattered world seed. And 3 fortune-stealing cards. Suddenly, Ye Luoli gritted her teeth, spitting out a name. Gu Changge. The villain turned his head, flashing a terrifying, wicked smile. Excuse me, what exactly did you just call me? A shiver ran down Ye Luli's spine as she instantly corrected herself. Ma. Master. Gu Changge nodded, dripping with absolute arrogance. Good girl. Now stand there and behave yourself. With a casual, disgusted flick of his wrist, he swatted Ye Chen's mangled corpse away like trash. Now then, he muttered. Time to focus on the main event. His sharp gaze locked onto a towering figure ahead. A long-haired corpse, clad in terrifying dark armor, with a massive, menacing halberd brutally pinned right through its chest. Gu Changge analyzed the fallen ancient powerhouse. To think a body so utterly impaled still radiated an aura capable of shattering the heavens themselves. That weapon pinned in him. It has to be at least a supreme-grade artifact, if not higher. Taming that bad boy is definitely going to require some dirty tricks. Suddenly, the villain's eyes narrowed. A blinding, holy light erupted from the ancient, dried-up bones. Gu Changge's mind raced. Well, looks like a sliver of his lingering will actually survived. The glowing phantom slowly formed into the shape of an old master. Everything instantly clicked for the villain. So this was how the ancient inheritance was being guarded all along. If this followed the standard cliché storyline, the righteous hero would fight his way through endless trials, eventually earning the ultimate respect of this secret realm's master. He would inherit the righteous power to save the world, then bravely seal away the terrifying demonic halberd, purify its evil essence, and claim the legendary weapon as his own. Gu Changge shot a mocking glance back at Ye Chen's mangled corpse and chuckled darkly. Too bad for him. Because I'm not just stealing the Chosen One's legendary loot. I've already permanently deleted the Chosen One from existence, but here is the annoying part. To rip out that 8 Desolations demonic halberd, I have to shatter this supreme being seal and completely obliterate his precious legacy. And when I do, the lingering phantom of a quasi-supreme master is absolutely going to want my head on a silver platter. Suddenly, the ancient phantom's voice echoed with booming authority. Step forward, young one, and inherit my righteous path. Gu Changge's mind spun with wicked calculations. I've got a whole stack of realm-breaking talismans ready to go. If things go south, I can tear through space and vanish in a heartbeat. Hiding his dark intentions, he put on a flawless mask and bowed with deep respect. It is an absolute honor, Senior. Without hesitation, the glowing phantom swooped down, gently tapping the mystic seal on Gu Changge's forehead. But a split second later, the ancient spirit violently recoiled, its face twisting in pure disgust. Your heart is a pit of endless deceit. Your very soul reeks of absolute darkness. My path is of the holy light. The ancient phantom erupted in blazing, uncontrollable fury, screaming at the top of its lungs. How could I ever pass my legacy to someone like you? An overwhelming wave of energy erupted. Changge was instantly blasted backward. He quickly calculated the sheer force of the impact. It seemed Ye Chen's little stunt with the realm key earlier had barely scratched the surface of this power. A dark smirk crossed his face. The path of light. Huh. If the so-called son of fortune stood here instead, your tune would completely change. He knew all too well that Ye Chen's mind was far from pure. The guy was nothing but a selfish, two-faced hypocrite, a coward who clung to life when things got rough, yet always played the self-sacrificing hero. Standing tall in the distance, Changge mockingly clasped his hands and raised his voice. I beg the mighty senior to see clearly. Though my nature may be rooted in darkness, my heart eternally yearns for the light. I wish nothing more than to uphold justice and save the innocent masses. Hand over your legacy, and I swear to crush all evil and champion the good. I definitely will not cause any trouble. The ancient remnant scoffed. I have cultivated the martial path for millions of years. Do you really think I cannot see through your twisted soul? With those words, absolute destruction began pouring from the phantom. Shameless brat, it roared, with a heart so vile and cunning. How dare you try to deceive me? Your sins are absolutely unforgivable. Changge lowered his head, his voice dropping to a deadly chill. Did you honestly think I was desperate for your pathetic legacy? If it was not for that glorious halberd behind you, I would not have wasted a single breath on your nonsense. He snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with a sinister, demonic purple light. You are already dead. Be a good spirit and rot quietly in your grave. The remnant shrieked in absolute fury. You are courting death. Arrogant fool. A colossal wave of destructive aura blasted straight at Changge. In a flash of blinding brilliance, his five-colored divine robe erupted with protective light, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. Changge merely smirked, a strike fueled by pure rage. And it only barely scrapes the void god realm. How disappointing. A radiant golden shockwave tore through the grand hall, ripping the ancient stone floor to shreds. He shook his head in mock pity. What an absolute tragedy. As the supreme master of this secret realm, your power might momentarily break past its limits, but you are still completely chained down by the absolute laws of this world's heaven and earth. Spiderweb cracks began racing across the divine robe. The ancient phantom gasped, a supreme defensive artifact, calmly clasping his hands behind his back. Changge smoothly continued. The 8 Desolations demon halberd, leaving such a masterpiece rotting in here, is a sin against the heavens. A supreme weapon meant to conquer the world. Just collecting dust. It honestly breaks my heart. Hearing its name, the legendary weapon chained behind them violently trembled. The phantom desperately warned him. The demon halberd is an artifact of ultimate calamity. If it awakens, it will slaughter absolutely everything. Boy, are you trying to defy the heavens? Changge burst into wicked laughter. Defy the heavens? How unfortunate for you, old ghost. But I am the very demon you fear. The phantom raised a glowing hand, channeling explosive power. You arrogant, utterly damned demon. Changge was not fazed in the slightest. Since when do your ancient words dictate absolute truth? Just because you worship the light, does that mean everything you despise is automatically pitch-black darkness? The spectral master roared back. I am a supreme cultivator. I represent the divine light. My very existence is the righteous path. Changge sneered with pure disgust. If you were truly a paragon of righteousness, then why leave a so-called noble legacy, only to rig your own tomb with countless deadly traps and slaughter formations? You bait desperate cultivators in with the promise of power, only to butcher them in cold blood. You threw away countless innocent lives just to satisfy your own massive ego. Is this hypocritical bloodbath your precious path of light? The phantom shrieked with divine fury. Insolent garbage. Since the dawn of time, Cultivators have bathed in blood for destiny. Slaughtering each other for power is the ultimate law of this world. The legacy I left behind is a divine treasure. They should gladly die for Gu Chang clicked his tongue in amusement. Tsk. Esque. Well, by that flawless logic, taking this halberd should not be a problem at all. Right. This ultimate cursed weapon is my fated destiny. Oh. And that perfect little successor you handpicked, I already sent him to the afterlife. To use your own wonderful words. Immense fortune and deadly danger simply walk hand in hand. The remnant roared in pure rage. Despicable scum. In a heartbeat, a blinding beam of pure annihilation shot straight at Gu Changge. It seemingly ripped right through his body, the devastating shockwave vaporizing everything in its path. The ancient spirit gasped in horror. The supreme power of the void. Standing majestically atop the towering weapon, Gu Changge made his absolute declaration. Today, the Eight Desolations demon halberd returns to the world, unleashing the full terrifying might of his primordial soul. He reached out and gripped the massive, cursed shaft. The demonic aura perfectly resonated with his own dark bloodline. Refining this absolute monster was going to be effortlessly easy. Funneling cosmic power into the divine chains, binding the weapon. Gu Changge let out an earth-shattering roar. Shatter. In a split second, the unbreakable divine chains violently exploded. The remnant spirit watched in absolute horror. Realizing too late that doom had arrived, a catastrophic wave of apocalyptic pressure erupted. It blasted the phantom away like a broken doll and literally tore the fabric of the sky in half. Outside, the army of oblivious cultivators fighting monsters froze in terror. What in the heavens is that? A panicked scream pierced the air. A calamity, a world-ending calamity has awakened. They scrambled over each other trying to flee. But they were already completely out of time. The devastating shockwaves of pure dark aura swept across the battlefield. It phased effortlessly through their bodies, instantly atomizing hundreds of cultivators into a mist of blood and ash. Empty robes fluttered lifelessly to the cracked earth below. Above the massacre, the heavens wept in a terrifying, apocalyptic storm of cursed purple rain. Gu Changge gripped the halberd, absolutely thrilled. As expected of a supreme tier demonic artifact, just breaking the seal triggers a disaster of this scale. He could feel its pulse. The weapon's dark malice had clearly birthed a terrifying artifact spirit. Desperate, the phantom charged at him with a blood-curdling scream. You brainless, arrogant brat, you will never take this weapon alive. Gu Changge's eyes flashed with ice-cold mockery. Way too late for that. He exploded forward with godlike speed, leaving a catastrophic trail of destruction that left the ancient spirit totally paralyzed in shock. The grand divine hall was violently crumbling into dust all around them. Even as it faded into nothingness, the ancient phantom could not comprehend the impossible reality before it. It let out one final, despairing gasp. No. This is absolutely impossible. How? How can you tame that cursed weapon so effortlessly? Gu Changge pulled out a glowing artifact, a supreme-level remnant soul. Letting it fade would be a tragic waste. I think I will put it to good use. With that, the glazed flask drifted toward the lingering spirit. Panic warped the spirit's voice as he shrieked. What are you doing to me? A terrifying vortex erupted from the flask. It devoured the last shred of his existence, leaving only a blood-curdling scream echoing in the air. The skull resting on the cursed armor finally clattered onto the cold floor. Gu Changge ran his fingers over the dark weapon. Such an absolute masterpiece, left rotting in this seal for tens of thousands of years. As your new master, my heart truly breaks for you. From now on, you will conquer the realms by my side. I will never let you be buried in shadows again. The pitch-black halberd violently trembled, vibrating with a fierce, answering pulse. Gu Changge blinked in surprise. I guess I will take that as a yes. A glowing blue screen flickered before him. His system profile updated instantly. A new legendary weapon had been registered. The demonic halberd of the Eight Desolations. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. This demonic weapon was truly built different. The system had actually forged an exclusive spatial vault just to contain it. He stored the massive weapon away. This was the perfect setup. The spatial vault would completely block the sensory radar of those ancient, overpowered monsters. After all, this was an unparalleled tool of slaughter. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Meanwhile, inside the Soul Jade space, Senior Yanji paced anxiously. Half an hour had passed, and the outside world remained a mystery. She silently admired the young master's absolute brilliance and calculating mind. Although the jade did not lock her inside, a terrifying barrier blocked her senses. Without his explicit permission, she could not perceive a single thing happening outside. But honestly, this was for the best. Stumbling upon his dark secrets would only invite disaster. Suddenly, the spatial energy shifted, the restrictive barrier vanished, and she materialized back into reality. Changge looked at her and said, Senior Yanji. Regarding the matter of Ye Chen, Yanji met his gaze calmly. It is fine. I have made my choice to serve you. Young master, whatever others might think of it, does not matter anymore. Right or wrong, that chapter of my life is officially closed. Let the past turn to ash. Just then, Old Ming and his elite guards stormed into the grand hall. They fell to their knees. Forgive us. Young master, your servant failed to stop that brat. Yi Liuli from escaping Changge casually waved his hand. Relax. A little fish like her cannot stir up any real waves. Get up on your feet. Our business in this lower realm is officially concluded. It is finally time for us to head home. Old Ming bowed with utmost reverence. Understood. Young master. The local powerhouses watched them prepare to leave, their faces painted with obvious reluctance. Not long after Changge's crew vanished, Yi Liuli's frantic guards arrived at the scene. Her personal guard rushed forward. Breathless. My lady. Are you hurt? Where is that boy Ye Chen? Yi Liuli slowly pointed toward a dark corner, her voice completely devoid of emotion. He is dead. Changge slaughtered him. Her guard gasped in pure shock. What? He is actually dead. The squad followed her gaze. There lay Ye Chen's lifeless body, turning ice cold on the stone floor. The guard looked at her lady with deep pity. My lady. But Yi Liuli just turned her back. It is nothing. Gather the men. We are leaving. Without another word, her entire squad walked away. They abandoned the fallen hero, leaving him to rot in absolute isolation. Meanwhile, millions of miles away, in the breathtaking immortal city of the peerless immortal dynasty, a regal woman's voice echoed with deadly sweetness. Dear brother of mine, do you not think it is time? You should really surrender the imperial throne right now. The man across from her shrunk back, his face a mask of pathetic cowardice. Take it, please. Just take it. You possess the true aura of an emperor. Fourth sister, I am nothing but garbage compared to you. The stunningly gorgeous woman raised her hand, her voice ringing with absolute authority. Starting today, I, Yue Mingkong, am the Supreme Empress. Below the grand steps, tens of thousands of officials dropped to their knees, their voices shaking the heavens. Beneath the endless sky, we submit as your loyal subjects. May the peerless immortal dynasty reign for 1,000,000 eternities. As the chants roared on, the new empress smiled coldly in her mind. It has been 6 months. You should be returning from that lower realm right about now. Right. My dearest beloved fiancé. Changge. Suddenly, traumatic memories crashed into her mind like a tidal wave. She was back on the execution platform. The grand judge's voice boomed with absolute disgust. To think the majestic fourth princess of our dynasty is actually a demonic cultivator. The crowd shuddered in horror. It sends chills down my spine. If the young master had not exposed her dark secrets on their wedding night, he would have been drained of his life force, bound in heavy chains. The past version of herself screamed in absolute despair. It was not me. I swear I did not do it. The memory flashed to a massive, packed square. Crimson lightning ripped through the gloomy sky. The furious mob below chanted for blood. The heir to the demonic arts deserves nothing but death. Kill the witch. Execute her suddenly. A dominating male voice cut through the chaos. Silence. The man who stepped forward was Changge. He spoke with sickeningly perfect righteousness. Demonic cultivators slaughter the innocent and plague our world. The heavens cannot tolerate this evil. Since Yue Mingkong and I were set to wed, I must take full responsibility for her sins. With a metallic ring, he drew his glowing longsword. For a split second, a sinister purple glint flashed in his eyes. Today, I will carry out her execution with my own two hands. The battered girl, chained to the execution pillars, stared up at him, her voice trembling. Changge, how can your heart be this poisonous? He gently reached out, mocking her by stroking her tear-stained cheek. Rain poured down as she sobbed in total devastation. To think the man I loved more than life itself was the very monster plotting my death from the very beginning. As her final words faded, the cold steel of his blade plunged mercilessly into her heart. The brutal vision shattered. Empress Yue Mingkong gripped her throne, her eyes burning with reborn fury. 3,000 years. She thought bitterly. I turned against my own father, risking everything to help you build the ultimate dynasty in this universe. Time and time again, I scrubbed away your bloody tracks. I protected you whenever anyone suspected you were the true demonic heir. I waited for you for 3,000 agonizing years, and my reward on our wedding night, a sickening look of mockery and betrayal. I gave you my absolute trust, only to become a pathetic pawn in your sick little game. You used me as your perfect scapegoat, forcing me to bear the ultimate shame of your demonic arts before butchering me like an animal. But fate has granted me a second life. In this timeline, I swear on my soul, I will tear off that hypocritical mask of yours and watch you burn. I am going to strip away everything you own. I will turn you into the absolute outcast. You will be locked right by my side, begging for a death that I will never give you. Oh, I have a feeling our paths will cross very soon. Changge smirked. Meanwhile, at the glowing heavenly gates, Elder Ming activated an ancient teleportation array. Lin Chuhan and the Holy Maiden were absolutely stunned. Elder Ming flexed. This is the divine reception temple of the immortal Gu family. Its sole purpose is to welcome our young master back home. It literally tears through the spatial realm, covering an unimaginably massive area. Lin Chuhan muttered in disbelief. It can tear through space itself. The Holy Maiden gasped. His family background is just way too overpowered. Elder Ming chuckled. Our young master is the absolute heir of the immortal family. He is also the true disciple of the great heaven immortal palace. So a temple like this is just pocket change. You have to understand. Even in the infinite expanse of the upper realm, his status sits at the absolute peak of the food chain. Changge walked up the glowing crystal stairs. His aura was completely unmatched. Elder Ming, once we hit the upper realm, you are in charge of hooking them up with VIP accommodations. Elder Ming bowed respectfully. Consider it done. Changge glanced back at his crew. Let us move. Boom. The scene cuts to the immortal Gu family estate. In the upper realm, blinding golden light engulfed the main hall. Thousands of servants chanted in perfect unison. The young master has returned. Welcome home, young lord. An aura of absolute authority filled the room. An elder stepped forward, smiling. Changge is finally back. Changge bowed his head slightly. Father, the patriarch of the immortal Gu family. Lintian materialized from the shadows. Did your little side quest go smoothly? Your trip to the lower realm sparked some massive drama. The other branch families have been talking trash, constantly spying on your every move. Changge just smirked. Then those boomers must have also heard the news. I sealed away a catastrophic demonic energy down there. Millions of cultivators are practically worshipping me right now. They even built giant statues in my honor. Lintian nodded in approval. A flawless victory. Now, let your old man take a look at your new toy. That weapon used to belong to the legendary demon lord. I doubt you have fully tamed it yet. Instantly, dark energy erupted. The 8 Desolates demon halberd materialized in Gu Changji's hand. Gu Lintian analyzed the dark weapon. His eyes widened. Wait a minute. It looks like you hit the jackpot again. The method you used to bind this thing is totally off the charts. Even with my god-tier perception, I cannot sense a single trace of your technique. He laughed, completely hyped. Not bad at all. It already spawned an artifact spirit. Hide it for now. Remember, the fact that you possess a demonic heart is a top secret strictly between you, me, and your mother, until you officially sit on the throne of the immortal family. Keep that demon lord weapon strictly locked away. Gu Changge instantly dismissed the halberd. You make a fair point. Father, Gu Lintian patted his shoulder. By the way, your mother misses you like crazy. Since you are back, take a trip down to the primal beginning divine religion and say hi. Gu Changge nodded respectfully. But his dad was not finished dropping bombs. Recently, that Mingkong girl has been following her emperor father around. They are pushing hard to finalize your arranged marriage. Like it or not, she is going to be your wife. Stop giving her the cold shoulder this time. All right, Gu Lintian shot his son a very meaningful look. Oh, and one more thing. You used to complain that her political moves were too soft. But over the last 6 months, the girl has been playing 4D chess. Everyone is blown away. She is giving off massive empress energy right now. And your mom is absolutely loving it. If she fully commits to backing you up, it does not matter how massive this universe is. You will have the entire world resting in the palm of your hand. Gu Changge froze for a split second. His fiancée Yue Mingkong, scanning his memories. He realized he literally felt nothing for her. Meanwhile, her obsession with him had only been leveling up every single day. But here was the ultimate plot twist. Just 6 months ago, her entire personality did a complete 180. Suddenly, she was showing off game-breaking talent. He smirked internally. Wait. This pacing. Did a new daughter of destiny just drop? A lucky protagonist forced to marry the ultimate villain. Seriously? What kind of crazy script am I dealing with here? Meanwhile, hidden away in a secret chamber, 4 ancient elders sat meditating, surrounded by heavy tension. One elder broke the silence. That Changge kid just got back from the lower realm. Can you believe his stats? He already maxed out the peak of the Marquis realm. At this point, the top-tier prodigies from the other branches are basically just NPCs to him. They do not stand a chance. Another elder grunted. Looks like the patriarch throne is staying in their bloodline again. 3 straight generations of power in one branch. That is definitely going to spark some massive clan drama. A brown-haired elder let out a heavy sigh. Man, I still feel sick about old 13's bloodline. Ever since that horrific incident back in the day, their side of the family got completely nerfed. Honestly, who knows if their ancestor is still in closed-door training? Or if he literally turned into a fossil by now. And old 13's little girl. What a tragic fate. She was just a kid. And her own biological brother ripped out her Dao bone. He paused, his eyes narrowing. But get this. I caught some rumors drifting from the Forsaken Immortal Lands. Turns out, that kid never actually died. Instead, she unlocked some insane hidden talent. Word on the street is, she actually regrew her Dao bone. The entire room went dead silent in absolute shock. The scene suddenly fades to a breathtaking, dreamlike paradise, beneath a colossal tree raining pink petals. A stunning girl in a flowing blue dress stood quietly. Sister Dao Yao, my time here is up. I have to leave. Dao Yao looked at her with deep concern. Are you absolutely sure you are ready for this? Your current power level is only at the Holy Lord realm out there. Those supreme factions and the ancient sect heirs have stats way higher than yours. The girl in blue clenched her fists. I know, but I must go find my grandpa and my parents. My people have been living like fugitives for years, utterly crushed by my eldest uncle's tyranny. Bringing our family back to its former glory will be an absolute nightmare. But the biggest reason I am going back is to settle the score with that dear older brother of mine. I used to follow him everywhere like a shadow, but that heartless monster actually ripped out my divine bone and tossed me aside like trash. She lowered her gaze, her brows locked in pure determination. This blood debt, I swear I will make him pay. The peach spirit warned her softly. Xianxia, for this path of vengeance, your masters and I cannot intervene. You must carve out your own destiny. The girl in azure robes nodded firmly. I understand completely. Big Sister Peach. This is a karma solely between him and me. The masters have given me everything these past few years. I owe you all my life. The peach spirit let out a gentle sigh. You foolish girl. She materialized a glowing peach blossom straight from her spiritual essence. Handing it to the azure-robed girl, she whispered, take this with you, in a moment of life or death. This will act as your absolute shield. Anyone who recognizes my mark will think twice before crossing you. With those words, the glowing petal sank directly into her forehead. Suddenly, the heavens darkened. A colossal azure beast spread its massive wings, blotting out the very sun. Looking up, Xianxia smiled. Thank you for everything, big sister. Now, go. The peach spirit replied softly. In a flash of movement, she leaped onto the beast's back, instantly vanishing into the clouds. Tears threatened to spill as she soared away. Her mind echoed with their farewell gifts. The first master's divine blade, the second master's binding rope, and the third master's teachings. Xianxia will never forget your grace and upbringing. Once my vengeance is complete, I swear I will return to you all. The mythical beast unleashed a deafening roar before tearing through the horizon. Down in the mortal village, the legendary masters watched her fade away. Our little girl is finally gone. We raised that fierce little brat for over a decade. It breaks my heart to see her leave. But may the heavens guide her blade. The scene suddenly slashed to the upper realm, deep in the outer territories of the Western Spirit Continent. Elder Ming hovered menacingly in the sky. Where is the city lord? He thundered. His booming voice shattered the peace of the city, sending waves of pure terror through the streets. Someone whispered in absolute shock. Why the hell is a Divine King realm expert here? Another quickly shushed him. Are you insane? Is a god of that level someone you can casually gossip about? The city lord and his elite scrambled out in a cold sweat. They bowed so low, their faces nearly hit the dirt. This lowly junior failed to sense your exalted arrival. Please spare our wretched lives. Elder Ming glared down with absolute disdain. I am here on my young master's strict orders. Bring me every member of the Gu bloodline. The city lord shot a desperate look at his informant. The scout stepped forward, trembling like a leaf. Lord, the Gu family definitely exists here. More than a decade ago, a large group settled down in the ancient Azure Stone City, and among them were several supreme masters. Just like the elder described, Elder Ming narrowed his eyes. The ancient Azure Stone City. Huh. Miles away. Xianxia pulled a dark hood over her azure robes. Her mind raced with dark thoughts. To think he actually sent his hounds this far. It's been years. Even though that twisted brother of mine returned to the upper realm, with the ancient clan elders standing guard, my uncle's toxic faction won't dare touch my people just yet. I've only just left my training grounds. Until I am absolutely certain of victory. Crossing paths with that monster is suicide. Her eyes flashed with lethal intent. Changge, if you dare lay a single finger on my bloodline, I will personally grind your bones to dust. Meanwhile, in a wildly luxurious chamber, Changge casually sneezed. He rubbed his nose and smirked. System. Pull up my character stats, glaring at the glowing holographic interface. His eyes danced with calculation. My destiny points have already smashed the 2,000 mark. Haven't I completely outclassed those so-called chosen ones by now? So why is my aura still pitch black? With this massive vault of destiny points, what would happen if I burned through all of them? The system's robotic voice chimed in instantly. Host, this concept of destiny is merely a numerical translation calculated by the system. True destiny is an ethereal, boundless force. These numbers are simply a visual tool to help your mortal mind grasp the concept. Because you are a total anomaly in this universe, you are no longer bound by the natural laws of this world. Therefore, even if your destiny points hit 0, it will have absolutely zero negative impact on your elite status, your life, or your future. The only way to inflate your destiny pool is to ruthlessly subjugate those blessed by the heavens, or straight up execute the chosen ones to steal their aura. Gu Chang's let out a dark chuckle. I see. So this so-called destiny is basically just another currency to me, since I can forcibly rip away the fortune of others. I can just exchange these destiny points into heavenly mandate points at a 1-to-10 ratio. Am I wrong? The system confirmed. Spot on. Gu Cheng stroked his chin. Perfect. This destiny pool is just my personal backup vault, ready to be cashed in whenever I please. A wickedly sinister smirk twisted across his flawless face. It's about time I made those ancient fossils in my clan shut their miserable mouths for good. His eyes flared with ambition. System burn 1,000 destiny points and level me up. Boom! A towering pillar of blinding emerald energy blasted through the roof of his estate, tearing into the heavens and leaving the clan elders completely paralyzed in shock. What in the world is this power? Gu Lintian roared in absolute ecstasy. Changge, my son, has actually shattered the bottleneck. He's reached the legendary king realm. The glowing panels flooded his vision. Void power unlocked innate talents. Upgraded heavenly mandate points at 6,000, destiny points at 1,000. The system shop is now fully operational. Gu Changge clenched his fists, feeling the surge of raw energy. The king realm really is built differently, he mused. I can literally feel the cosmic laws of this world pulsing through my veins. He slowly raised his hand, staring intensely at the glowing divine bones buried beneath his skin. This stolen Dao bone is still twitching with a bizarre energy, he thought. Could my dear little cousin Xianxia actually still be breathing? Looks like I have a mountain of messy plot lines to clean up. Out of nowhere, I have this fiancé, Yue Mingkong, who is practically worshipped by the clan elders. Add to that my sweet little cousin, whose divine bone I ripped out when we were kids. And let's not forget securing my untouchable status as the true disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. The real game was just beginning, walking the path of the ultimate villain. Naturally, one cannot expect a smooth ride. Gu Chang's expression grew dangerously dark, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. I already had Elder Ming handle Xianxia's branch family. He dealt with it in the shadows. But to completely silence those stubborn clan elders, just that will not be enough. Suddenly, the system interface materialized. The shop was packed with divine talents, ultimate technique, and ancient treasures. Gu Changge smirked. I already possess a primordial spirit talent. It is time to master a soul-crushing secret art to match it. Without hesitation, he locked onto a newly unlocked technique. The Void Immortal secret art costing 5,000 destiny points. He bought it instantly. A blinding light flashed across his forehead, and a terrifying purple aura exploded in every direction. The clan elders were completely shaken. This Gu Changge brat, did he stumble upon some heaven-defying fortune in the lower realms? To push his primordial spirit to such a terrifying level, another elder gasped in disbelief. Zoosh pure, suffocating power. Not a single genius in the upper realm could match this. A third elder chimed in. Then, about the position of the next clan head. Suddenly, glowing words materialized right before the 4 hovering elders. Changge requests the presence of the clan elders at the main peak. The 4 grandmasters froze. He is moving this fast, down at the massive arena, surrounded by countless clan members. A confident voice echoed. I am deeply honored that the esteemed elders have graced us with their presence. Gu Changge stood tall and announced. I invited the elders here today for one simple reason: to declare a major decision. It is time to settle the matter of the future clan head. The entire crowd fell into a dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Gu Lintian glanced down at his arrogant son. One of the elders finally broke the tension. Changge, the position of the clan head carries monumental weight. This requires serious deliberation. Another geezer quickly agreed. Exactly. We must plan this out carefully. The third elder snapped furiously. The clan head's seat cannot be decided on a whim. This discussion ends right now. Gu Changge simply narrowed his eyes. A cold, mocking smirk creeping onto his face. I think you old-timers are confused. I came here today to inform you, not to beg for your permission. If I recall the ancestral laws correctly, every generation's leader is chosen from the absolute strongest of their peers. Is that not right? So, if the esteemed elders think my strength is lacking, how about I crush your precious descendants in a little sparring match? An elder roared in fury. Utter arrogance. So what if you have raw power? The leader of this family must. Gu Changge instantly cut him off. Let us skip the boring lecture about martial morals. You elders should know better than anyone. In this world, absolute power is the ultimate virtue. He glared down at them. Since I am miles stronger than your pathetic kids, naturally, my virtue is far superior to theirs. Am I wrong? The young prodigies in the crowd were practically shaking with rage. You cocky bastard, a massive, muscle-bound youth screamed out. Gu Changge, wipe that smug look off your face. You are only acting tough because you have the current clan head as your father. You have been spoon-fed infinite resources since the day you were born. If any of us had that kind of backing, we would wipe the floor with you. Gu Changji glanced over. Fourth uncle's kid. Right, Gu Changsing, the big guy scoffed. So what if it is me? Gu Changge let out a dark chuckle. Perfect. I will remember you. You are all crying about my privileged background. But let us be brutally honest. That is just a pathetic excuse to justify your own trash-tier existence. Weaklings like you only deserve to grovel beneath my boots. The entire arena erupted into absolute chaos. Gu Lintian coughed loudly from his throne. Ahem, Changge. Dial it back a bit. But Gu Changge did not back down an inch. My point stands. The throne belongs to me. Now, you all have two choices. Either every single one of my dear cousins attacks me at once so I can test your worth, or from this day forward, whenever you see me coming, you drop to your knees and crawl 3 miles the other way, he added with a villainous grin. The throne of the Gu family is not something you trashes are allowed to taint. The breaking point was reached. The crowd lost their minds. He is pushing us too far. Grandfather, let us annihilate him. This guy has zero shame. We do not care how strong he is. He cannot disrespect us like this. He is trampling on our pride. High above, the elders were frantically communicating through telepathy. This kid's psychological warfare. We have never seen anything like it. He is undoubtedly the ultimate monster of the younger generation. But as long as there is no official battle record, we still have grounds to block his ascension. With just a few arrogant words, he turned our kids into ticking time bombs. If we step in to stop the fight now, we will look like cowards. This little demon played us perfectly. Fine, then. Let the kids take his bait. We can use this bloodbath to see exactly how terrifying his hidden talents truly are. He loves flashing that Dao bone to intimidate outsiders. But we all know damn well he is hiding something much darker. Lounging on the grand platform, Gu Lintian watched his son dominate the room. A proud smirk crossed his face. Not bad at all. The lead elder finally spoke up, his voice booming. Since you pushed it this far, we will permit your little challenge today, Changge. But remember, we share the same bloodline. Do not take this too far. Another elder sneered with a clear threat. Exactly. If my grandson loses so much as a single hair today, I swear I will drag you and your father straight to the supreme ancestors for judgment. Gu Changge smirked. Since the honorable elders had pushed the issue, he might as well take them all on at once. His eyes dripped with absolute arrogance. Tell you what, He scoffed. I will even suppress my cultivation to the Marquis realm, or perhaps the Holy Lord realm, if that makes you feel better. A muscular disciple roared in fury. You arrogant bastard. You go too far. Spiritual energy exploded from the brute's arms. Glowing battle veins flared to life as he charged. Gu Changge today. I will smash that ego to pieces. The young master just stared back with dead, calm eyes. In a flash, the crushing punch phased right through him, striking nothing but empty space. With a terrifyingly casual flick of his wrist, Changge delivered a single sharp chop to the brute's neck. The massive disciple collapsed instantly. The entire arena fell dead silent. A high elder gasped in pure shock. That spatial distortion just now. Has he been hiding this heaven-defying power all along? A female elder's eyes went wide. There is no mistake. That is the incredibly rare void talent, a supreme ability equal to manipulating time itself. Stepping carelessly onto the fallen brute's back, Changge tilted his head. Oh, were you the one who wanted to teach me a lesson? The disciples below ground their teeth. This guy's arrogance knows no bounds, an elder muttered. Could our previous suspicions have been wrong? Perhaps Changge never truly harbored any inner demons. Right at that moment, the unconscious giant was casually kicked off the battle stage like trash, leaping down into the center of the arena. Changge spread his arms. Come at me together. Stop wasting my precious time. That was the final straw. The crowd erupted into absolute chaos. Screw the future patriarch title. Let us jump him. Another disciple drew his weapon, screaming, tear him apart. We are ending his reign of disrespect today. A female cultivator struck first, her flying sword tearing through the air straight at his face. He dodged the lethal blade with a phantom step, playfully flicking her forehead and sending her blasting backward. Seeing this, the remaining disciples unleashed their ultimate martial arts, with eyes as cold as a blizzard. Changge dove into the raging mob wherever his shadow flickered. Broken bodies flew into the air. The moment he finally paused, a warrior plummeted from the sky like a meteor, throwing a devastating dive kick. Stop acting so invincible. Gu Changge. Changge simply glided backward, letting the cratering impact miss completely. Instantly, another attacker summoned a storm of 10,000 blades. Heavenly origin sword, Art the disciple roared. As the deadly steel rain poured down, Changge wove through the blades with an elegant, almost mocking dance. Using a high-tier movement technique, he soared effortlessly out of the kill zone, but the flying swords tracked his every move like hounds. Just as another explosive strike cornered him, Changge casually swatted the killing blow away with his bare hand. Out of nowhere, a fierce swordswoman wielding a massive greatsword appeared right in his blind spot. But before she could swing, her eyes went wide in terror. A crimson wave of energy slammed into her, launching her violently into a massive stone pillar. Looking up at Changge, floating perfectly untouched in the sky, the disciples gritted their teeth. He is using his void talent to teleport around. What an absolute cheat! The sword master screamed for the squad to give chase. As Changge ascended higher into the clouds, every single opponent unleashed their strongest magical attacks at once, treating it all like a casual game of tag. The young master looped around the arena's ancient pillars, tricking his pursuers into blasting their own monuments to rubble. Finally, he hovered in the open sky. The furious mob closed in, screaming, "It is over. Gu Changge, you have absolutely nowhere left to run." His eyes narrowed into a terrifying crescent moon smile. Oh, I think you have that backwards. Clasping his hands together, he invoked the ultimate technique creation out of the void. Instantly, a blinding seven-colored divine light fractured the heavens. The pursuing mob froze in mid-air, panic instantly replacing their rage. What is happening? This primordial spirit pressure is overwhelming. My body will not move, as an apocalyptic giant hand materialized from the clouds. A girl shrieked in pure despair. That is the Gu family's supreme divine art, the Heaven Seal. The colossal glowing palm smashed down like the wrath of heaven. A catastrophic explosion completely leveled the arena, leaving dozens of elite disciples groaning in the dirt, watching the one-sided massacre. An opposing elder slammed his fist so hard his throne cracked. He let out a bitter, resentful scoff too. Meanwhile, Gu Lintian laughed with absolute pride. Not bad at all. It seems my son's strength has reached entirely new heights. Drifting back to the shattered earth, Changge dusted off his spotless robes. I held back quite a bit. Do the honorable elders have any further objections? Finally, a stubborn elder sighed. With strength this overwhelming, none of us can deny his right to be the future patriarch. After all, the young master's power is the ultimate shield of our Gu family's honor. Standing up, the old man addressed the hall. Right now, every supreme sect in the upper realm is awakening their legendary heirs. If our young master were to wander the world without the official title of future successor, it would be an absolute insult to our legacy. The other immortal families would laugh in our faces. Truthfully, no one in this generation can eclipse Changge. Let the decree be finalized. Another elder lowered his head, cursing viciously under his breath. That hypocrite was singing a totally different tune yesterday. Just then, a neutral elder spoke up. Currently, Patriarch Lintian is still in his absolute prime, ruling the Gu family with an iron grip. He will not be stepping down anytime soon anyway. Arguing over the future successor title is pointless now. This old man is going into closed-door cultivation. Whatever happens to the family next, you all can figure it out. Suddenly, a terrified servant sprinted into the great hall, bowing frantically. Honorable elders, we have an urgent report from that place. The messenger leaned in, whispering frantically into an elder's ear. The old man's eyes shot open in pure shock. Is this the truth? Whipping his head toward the young master, he demanded, Changge, are you seriously planning to bring them back instantly? Changge's cold demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression of deep, heart-wrenching sorrow. The elders need not burden themselves with this matter. Back then, I was young and foolishly blinded by my own ignorance. I will shoulder the absolute weight of those past sins all by myself. The entire council erupted in panic. An elder stood trembling. Are you being completely honest? Do not dare play games with us on this. Boy. Gu Changge bowed his head, hands clasped in perfect respect. His mind, however, was already 10 steps ahead, perfectly calculating his next move. The female elder beamed with absolute approval. Excellent, acknowledging your mistakes is the mark of true growth. Naturally, we place our complete faith in you. Changge, Gu Lintian, the current patriarch, rose from the magnificent dragon throne. His voice thundered across the grand hall. Honored elders, the position of our Gu family's future patriarch is officially sealed. The elders chimed in unison. It is decided. It is written. Changge's power is absolute. Furthermore, his desire to unite our clan proves his unmatched leadership. We have absolutely no objections. Indeed, everyone. Pay your respects to the young master. The defeated challengers, still battered and broken below the arena, were instantly forced to their knees. All hail young Master Changge. Under his supreme rule, the Gu family will reach unprecedented heights of glory. Changge smirked inwardly but replied with perfect grace. I absolutely will not fail this sacred mission. As the massive crowd dispersed, Lintian stepped down from the stage. Flawless work, my son. But we need to have a private word. The grand arena quickly emptied out, leaving only the father and son standing in the echoing silence. Lintian's tone shifted to a serious whisper. Changge, have you truly thought through the massive decision you made today? Changge met his father's gaze without hesitation. Yes. Father, I know you have already guessed my true motive regarding the 13th branch. He looked up, his voice steady and calm. You have always carried a heavy guilt for what happened to them back then. Haven't you? By welcoming them back, I did not just secure my position as heir. It was my way of balancing the scales, giving them the ultimate compensation they deserve. Lin Tian placed a heavy, proud hand on Changge's shoulder. A brilliant strategy. But remember, I am the one who officially welcomed them back. You do not have to carry this heavy burden alone. If your 13th uncle demands a reckoning in the future, I will gladly take the hit to my pride. Nobody will lay a single finger on you. Lin Tian's eyes softened slightly. I must admit, though, your mental state is incredibly stable right now. Completely different from your past self. Changge's eyes sharpened with a dangerous glint. Are you referring to the inner demon lurking within my heart? Father, speaking of which, have you ever witnessed true demonic essence instantly? A terrifying, suffocating black aura exploded from Changji's body. Lin Tian barely grazed the dark mist before a massive containment box materialized. It trapped the dark energy, glowing intensely with countless sealing talismans. Lin Tian gasped in pure shock. Is this really the demonic essence born from your inner demon? Changge casually absorbed the terrifying aura right back into his palm. Exactly. Father, with my current cultivation level, I can finally keep it under absolute control. As the glowing ceiling arrays slowly faded away, Lin Tian looked at him with dawning realization. So, all your previous chaotic behavior, you were being manipulated by the inner demon. Changge nodded flawlessly. Yes, but that dark influence has absolutely no power over me anymore. In fact, I am using its very existence to forge my soul and willpower into unbreakable steel. Lin Tian let out a long, heavy sigh. All these years, you have suffered so much in silence, knowing you are no longer a puppet to that darkness. A massive boulder has finally been lifted from my chest. He turned to leave, waving his hand dismissively. Forget the past. Just let it go. But you must tread far more carefully from this day forward. Changge bowed perfectly. I will engrave your teachings into my heart. Father, watching Lin Tian's retreating figure, Changge's mind raced. The original owner of this body had committed unspeakable crimes, things so vile that even his own flesh and blood could not trust him. But now, this convenient inner demon was the absolute perfect scapegoat for all those past atrocities. With his future completely secured, Changge stepped down from the arena, his mind already calculating his next grand move. Suddenly, a holographic system interface flashed before his eyes. Changge thought to himself, my consciousness only awakened in this body recently. But that inner demon was definitely real. He asked internally, System, at what exact timeline did I actually transmigrate into this world? Silence. He pressed again. Fine. Then, is that demonic root still a threat to me? The system finally chimed. Alert. The demonic root was completely eradicated during the system's initial boot sequence. As the glowing blue screen vanished, a wicked smirk crept across Changge's face. Oh! System, your silence speaks volumes. But honestly, this gives me absolute peace of mind. From this moment on, I am the sole master of my own destiny. Back in his private chambers, Changge reviewed his master plan. The air position was locked in. But a crucial task remained. He locked the door tight. A glowing soul-nourishing jade materialized in his palm. Gripping the ancient artifact, he whispered softly, Xianxia, instantly. A breathtaking phantom manifested from the glowing jade. It was the Supreme Elder. Xianxia, young master. She greeted softly. Changge looked right at her. I need a massive favor from you. But first, I am going to reconstruct your physical body. Xianxia froze, her spiritual form trembling violently. Reconstruct my body, she thought back to the tragic past. She had only nurtured Ye Chen to repay a heavy debt of gratitude. She never expected it would leave her as a wandering spirit. Is such a miracle actually possible now? Changge chuckled darkly. What, do not tell me you want to stay a ghost forever, floating midair? She waved her hands frantically. No, that is not it at all. I just have not done anything to deserve this yet. She stared at him, bewildered. Why are you treating me so incredibly well? Right at that moment, A blindingly radiant purple flower bloomed into existence between Changge's fingertips. He flashed a dangerously charming smile. Relax. I obviously have my own hidden motives. Do not overthink it. He handed the divine flower to Yanji. Hold on to this. Blushing fiercely, she took the glowing petals, wondering what kind of legendary artifact this was. Suddenly, a massive magical array ignited beneath her feet, with Yanji at the absolute center. Changge summoned a breathtaking storm of divine flowers. Gold, azure, and violet petals swirled in a mesmerizing, overpowered vortex. As the celestial energy hit critical mass, Changge's hands blurred into ancient hand seals, and he unleashed a commanding shout. The ancient formation instantly swallowed Yanji's spirit. A wildly beating heart materialized from thin air, while blinding crimson light completely engulfed Gu Cheng's room. As he retracted his demonic aura, her physical vessel was finally forged to absolute perfection. Her bare feet gently touched the floor, and she gasped in pure ecstasy. My very own body. Gu Changge gently lifted her chin, smirking. The results are quite breathtaking. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yanji dropped to her knees. Thank you for this supreme grace. Young master, just say the word, and I will gladly die for you. Gu Changge gave his orders. Head to the outer realm. Investigate the location of the immortal artifact, and see if anything hides in the shadows. Contact me the second you find anything. Yanji blinked in surprise. The immortal artifact. He handed her a glowing talisman, adding, take this realm-breaking talisman. If you face a powerhouse, use it as your absolute shield. Do not hesitate. His eyes softened as he looked deeply into hers. Your safety is the only thing I truly care about. Her cheeks burned completely red, and she whispered his title softly. I understand. Yanji replied with total devotion. Please rest assured. I will not fail you. Meanwhile, at the Purple Extreme Alchemy sect, 3 dazzling beams of light crashed onto the main platform. The sect attendants panicked and announced loudly, the young master of the immortal Gu family has arrived. Gu Changge, Lin Chuhan, and the Holy Maiden landed gracefully. Lin Chuhan's eyes sparkled. This grand alchemy sect is exactly as you described. Young master, the spiritual pill fragrance is intoxicating from miles away. Staring up at the colossal gates, she was shocked. The calligraphy on that sign is overflowing with devastating alchemy intent. Gu Changge chuckled smoothly. While the Purple Extreme Alchemy sect isn't an immortal powerhouse like my family, their cultivation resources are nothing to scoff at. With your divine talent, training here will guarantee you an absolutely limitless future. But inside, his villainous mind was already plotting. This legendary sect used to rule the region, until one catastrophic event pushed them to the brink of ruin. If it weren't for a few stubborn elders holding the fort, they would have been kicked out of the elite ranks ages ago. Handing them a top-tier genius like Chiu Han is the perfect investment. Once they realize her worth, they'll practically worship me for my supreme generosity. Watching Lin Chuhan smile so innocently, he smirked inwardly. Now, I just get to sit back and watch her farm endless fortune points for me, and in my free time, I can use those points to absolutely crush my enemies. He looked completely satisfied, though he mockingly sighed. Being the ultimate villain is just so boring sometimes. An old man frantically sprinted down the steps first, bowing deeply. Young Master Gu graces us in person. Please forgive us for not rolling out the red carpet sooner. It was a breathless elder with snow-white hair, but radiating a blazing crimson aura. Gu Changge waved his hand effortlessly. Elder Crimson Fire, there is no need for such formalities. I am merely here for a trivial matter today. The elder narrowed his eyes, quickly catching on. This trivial matter. I assume it involves the beautiful young lady standing beside you. Gu Changge nodded. I brought Chu Han all the way up from the lower realms. Her alchemy talent is actually quite impressive. Knowing your sect is currently desperate for fresh blood, I decided to bring her straight to you. Elder Crimson Fire immediately switched to extreme bootlicking mode. Young master is too kind. How about letting this old man take her under his wing? Without missing a beat, he dashed to Lin Chuhan's side. Little lady, if you accept me as your master, I will pour my entire soul into your training. Lin Chuhan looked nervously at Gu Changge. Seeking his approval, he simply smiled. There is no need to make such a hasty decision. After all, this sect has plenty of grand elders. Take your time and choose the absolute best. Isn't that right? Elder Crimson Fire could only force a massive, awkward smile, his eyes practically vanishing. Suddenly, 3 more terrifying auras crashed onto the scene, shouting, "We heard the young master brought us a legendary seedling. The sect is eternally grateful for your absolute generosity." Elder Crimson Fire grumbled under his breath. These old geezers haven't improved their alchemy in centuries, but their gossiping speed is unmatched. The 3 elders stared at Lin Chuhan with hungry, blazing eyes. Such insanely pure innate alchemy intent. She is a supreme, once-in-a-lifetime genius. One of them practically grabbed her hand, completely awestruck. Is this girl the living reincarnation of an ancient divine pill? This kind of monstrous talent hasn't been seen in a million years. With this girl leading our charge, we will absolutely sweep the upcoming alchemy tournament and reclaim our glory. Meanwhile, the Holy Maiden glared at Lin Chuhan, her fists clenching tight with raging jealousy. One elder shamelessly stepped forward. Young Master Gu, just hand her over to me. Give me 20 years, and I will forge her into a grandmaster whose name shakes the 4 corners of the world. Elder Crimson Fire roared furiously. Absolute nonsense. I only need 18 years. Choose me, and you can have whatever divine flame you desire. Who else in this realm can match my fire techniques? Another elder aggressively cut in. Stop your pathetic squabbling, give her to me. 16 years is all I need to push her to the absolute peak of the Grand Tao. I only need 15 years, 12 years. The bidding war escalated, causing a terrified Lin Chuhan to cling desperately to Gu Changge's arm. But right at that chaotic moment, a monumental presence descended. It was the absolute ruler of the sect, the supreme sect master. Ziyan's voice echoed with cold authority. Leave her to me. 10 years is all I require to mold her into a true grandmaster. With that, she floated down to the platform. Her overwhelming aura instantly crushed the elders' arguments, forcing them to bow their heads respectfully. Sect master, they chanted. She turned her piercing gaze to Gu Changge. Your generosity is boundless. Young master, delivering a girl with such heaven-defying talent to us. You have single-handedly resolved our sect's most desperate crisis. Gu Changge offered a smooth, disarming smile. Senior jests. I am merely presenting a borrowed flower to a grand Buddha. The sect master eagerly continued. Behold the violet zenith token. With this legendary artifact, you command the absolute loyalty of every alchemist within our walls. They exist solely to serve young Master Changge now. Even our elite elder alchemists will answer your call to forge pills without hesitation. Shock rippled through the grand hall. Elder Scarlet Dao frantically stepped forward. Sect Master. Wait, isn't this far too reckless? Nervous whispers filled the room. But the sect master stood firm. A massive debt of gratitude must be repaid. Consider this supreme token a mere welcome gift to our esteemed guest. Gu Changge casually pocketed the priceless artifact. Then this junior will graciously accept your profound generosity. He gestured smoothly toward Lin Chuhan. Chuhan? This mighty sect master will be your new mentor. Cultivate your alchemy arts diligently. She immediately dropped into a deep, respectful bow. Greetings, master, she chimed. Gu Changge gently patted her head, making her cheeks flare crimson. If I catch you slacking off, expect a strict punishment, he teased. Her heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly replied. Please rest assured, young master, I will never betray your soaring expectations. The surrounding elders exchanged totally baffled glances. The entire dynamic felt completely upside down. The sect master's sweat dropped, thinking, she just officially joined our sect. But why does it feel like she answers only to him? Soon after, Changge and the Holy Maiden vanished from the hall. Walking away, he noticed the Holy Maiden's unusually gloomy aura. What is wrong? Have you not spent every waking moment dreaming of ascending to the upper realm? Now that we are finally here, you suddenly give me the silent treatment. She bit her lip. Changge knows she struggles to bring you joy. Young master, in this vast upper realm, my chances of seeing you will plummet. You perfectly arranged Lin Qiuhan's entire future. But as for me, her voice dropped into a sorrowful whisper. Are you simply going to throw me away? Changge flicked her forehead with an amused smirk. If I planned on abandoning you, I would have left you rotting in the lower realm. You are usually so sharp. Why does your brain short-circuit over this? That's simple. Tender gesture sent a massive wave of heat straight to her cheeks. He turned his back, his tone shifting into something sharper. Is that all? Are you absolutely sure there is nothing else you wish to confess? Changge clenched her fists, her voice trembling. Wait! Young master, there is one massive secret I have been hiding from you. Changge paused, feigning a perfect look of surprise. Oh, do tell. Taking a deep breath, Changge finally dropped the bombshell. Since the day I was born, I was entirely different from normal children. Not only did I possess unnatural foresight, but deep within my sea of consciousness, another soul has always lived inside me. His footsteps halted completely. He slowly turned around, his eyes flashing with a dangerous, calculating light. Are you talking about the legendary dual soul physique? She nodded nervously. Yes. I suppose you could call it that. A sinister smile crept into his mind. So this is why her destiny points have been skyrocketing in the shadows, boosting my own fortune in the process. Everything aligns perfectly with my grand theory. Out loud, he spoke with absolute authority. From what I can see, you do not just harbor a second soul. You also carry the awakened memories of a previous incarnation. Do you not? Meaning, both souls inside your vessel share a single, intertwined pool of memories. It is more like absolute symbiosis. She explained softly. But some of those ancient memories are shrouded in a thick mental fog, slowly fading away into nothingness. Right at that moment, the dormant entity inside her violently stirred awake. Ever since we stepped foot in the upper realm, the connection has grown terrifyingly strong. She continued. Suddenly, the second soul manifested in her mind, screaming in pure, unadulterated rage. She pointed a furious spiritual finger at him. You absolute fool. How could you ever trust a monster like Changge? You just handed our greatest secret right to him. Meanwhile, his villainous mind was already spinning. Damaged ancient memories. Huh. A supreme entity of the upper realm must have suffered a catastrophic cosmic blow. There is no way a standard lower realm peasant could reincarnate as a supreme heroine destined for greatness. Her true origin is undeniably terrifying. Oblivious to his thoughts, she confessed more. Young master, I keep having vivid nightmares of a primordial battlefield. In those dreams, I take the form of some kind of divine totem beast. Legions of bizarre creatures bow and offer blood sacrifices to me. My true form is horrifyingly savage, a merciless, world-ending demon queen, hell-bent on total annihilation. Changge gently stroked her hair, masking his dark intentions with a warm smile. Do not let it frighten you. The grand puzzle of your existence might elude you now, but I have already grasped the truth of your second soul. A dual soul physique grants an unrivaled intellect that mortals can only dream of possessing. Once you perfectly fuse these two existences into one supreme being, the power you will inherit will shake the very heavens. It will elevate you to an entirely new dimension of existence. Tears of overwhelming gratitude spilled from her beautiful eyes. Yes, I understand. Behind his comforting gaze, a master manipulator's plot clicked into place. A world-ending demon. You say, perfect. When my own demonic arts are inevitably exposed to the world, you will be the ultimate scapegoat to take the fall for me. Maintaining his flawless facade of a caring partner, he whispered, for your absolute safety, we must uncover the true origin of your phantom soul. When we return, I will personally consult my mother at the absolute beginning divine cult. If anyone holds the key to your destiny, it is her. Changge's heart melted with pure bliss, while the trapped second soul thrashed and cursed his very existence. A chilling, predatory glint flashed across his eyes. After all, the pristine absolute beginning divine cult was originally founded as the supreme absolute beginning demonic cult. My twisted inheritance of the forbidden demonic art stems directly from their dark legacy. It is definitely time for a heartfelt family reunion. His smirk radiated pure villainous intent. 3 days passed in a flash, inside his private chambers. A menacing purple aura erupted from a mysterious vial. Securing the 8 Desolation's demonic halberd completely drained my previous supply. He muttered. To think forging a fresh batch of demonic grand vases would consume 3 entire days. He lifted the pulsing, dark artifact into the light. A sinister voice echoed through the shadows. Controlling others with this method was dangerously effective. I definitely need to forge a few more of these tools in the future. Changge fell into deep thought. It had been quite some time since his return to the upper realm. His grand schemes were nearly falling into perfect alignment. But a lingering question remained. Where exactly was his fiancée? The fated daughter of heavens will suddenly. A servant's voice broke the silence. Young master, the emperor of the peerless immortal dynasty has arrived. Bringing the 4th princess with him, the patriarch requests your immediate presence in the main hall. The news made Changge pause for a fraction of a second. Talk about the devil. And she practically knocks on your front door. Inside the grand hall, 2 legendary figures greeted each other with warm camaraderie. Brother Yue, Brother Lintian chuckled warmly. It has not been that long, but Mingkong is already radiating the aura of a true sovereign. The emperor smiled gracefully. You flatter her too much. Brother Gu. Yue Mingkong bowed her head in perfectly practiced respect. But a storm of dark memories raged within her mind. In my past life, my own father pushed me to the absolute limit. Yet, my future father-in-law cherished me like his own flesh and blood. What a tragic twist of fate. He always carried such crushing guilt when it came to Changge. A guilt that birthed devastating inner demons right at the absolute threshold of his cultivation breakthrough. The fatal backlash ruined him. She watched the 2 men laughing warmly, her heart breaking as she remembered his final moments. His immense power shattered, his life force completely drained away, and his beloved wife, dying of a broken heart soon after. Changge, just how many innocent lives have you destroyed in your wake? The young master has arrived. The sudden announcement snapped her violently back to reality. Changge stepped into the light, offering a flawless, respectful bow. Father, uncle, his gaze slowly drifted toward Mingkong. As their eyes finally locked, time seemed to freeze in a fraction of breathtaking tension. Perfect timing. My boy Lintian's booming voice broke the silence. Your uncle and I have some critical matters to discuss. You 2 youngsters should get some fresh air. Take Mingkong for a stroll around the grounds. The emperor chuckled in agreement. That is a brilliant idea. Whenever Mingkong visited in the past, she would always cling to Changge's side like glue. Why so incredibly shy today? My dear, Changge offered a charming, totally flawless smile. Shall we take a walk? Mingkong, she suppressed her inner turmoil and gave a soft nod. Yes. The 2 patriarchs watched the gorgeous couple leave, their eyes gleaming with absolute pride. They really grow up in the blink of an eye. Do they not? High atop the majestic city walls, Changge's intense gaze remained completely locked on his fiancée. Unable to handle the suffocating tension, she finally broke the silence. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? But Changge was not looking at her beauty. Floating directly above her head was a dazzling purple number indicating her heaven's will. 8,000 points. Changge let out a dramatic sigh. For a second back there, I genuinely thought you came here to break off our engagement. Alarm bells instantly rang in her head. Did this absolute monster figure out my secret? Changge. Why would you ever think that? If you want to cancel the wedding, just say the word. I know you have always despised the very sight of me. Changge waved his hand with completely relaxed elegance. I was merely joking around. There is absolutely no need to take it so seriously. My dear Mingkong. A wave of cold fury washed over her heart. Merely joking around. Does he really think I am the same tragically naive girl who fell so easily for his venomous lies in my past life? But outwardly, she played her role flawlessly. I just assumed you hated me. Meanwhile, her true thoughts were razor sharp. Break the engagement. That would be letting you off way too easily. I will play the part of the weak, completely devoted little fiancé. I will slowly drain away your defenses, harvest every single ounce of your trust, and completely devour you when you least expect it. Suddenly, his incredibly deep voice cut through the chilling breeze. Mingkong, I have noticed something fascinating lately. You have changed completely. Panic struck her like a bolt of lightning. She quickly masked her fear. Changge, whatever do you mean? How could I possibly have changed? If anything, you are the strange one. You were never this incredibly gentle with me before. What exactly has gotten into you lately? Changge let out a breath heavily laced with regret. It is entirely true. I was incredibly cruel to you in the past, but I swear on my honor, I will never treat you that way ever again. A totally unbidden flush of heat crept up her cheeks. Her mind spiraled into absolute chaos. How on earth could those honeyed words come from his venomous mouth? There is absolutely zero chance he knows I regressed to the past. Did this supreme villain suddenly have a total change of heart? No, that is entirely impossible. Wake up. Yue Mingkong. A literal demon does not just transform into a righteous saint. Do not let his beautiful lies blind you again. Remember exactly why you returned from the dead. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Is he testing the waters with me? Suddenly, his strong hands gently gripped her shoulders. Are you all right? His voice dripped with fake, intoxicating concern. Are you feeling unwell? His totally uncharacteristic warmth completely short-circuited her brain. Changge, you are absolutely not lying to me right now. Are you? I am just so unbelievably happy. I knew my total devotion would eventually melt your cold heart. Without skipping a single beat, Changge pulled her into a breathtakingly tight embrace. You completely foolish girl. He whispered softly against her hair. Why on earth would I ever deceive you? Yet behind his totally gentle eyes, the ultimate predator was calculating his next move. I have no clue what dark secret you are hiding from me, but your totally flawless acting skills are putting on a masterclass that could rival an absolute veteran. The system is completely dead silent right now too. Just what kind of dangerous game are we playing here? Still trapped in his arms, she softly asked. Changge, what sparked this incredibly sudden change of heart toward me? He chuckled, a sound smooth as silk. What a completely silly question to ask. You are my future wife. Are you not showering you with absolute devotion? Is practically my duty. Glistening tears welled up in her incredibly beautiful eyes. Future wife, she echoed softly, yet absolute hatred boiled beneath her fragile facade. When you mercilessly drove your cold steel right through my heart, in our past life, did you ever once consider me your precious wife? Changge noticed the subtle shift in her aura. Is something the matter? You suddenly look incredibly pale. She instantly suppressed her suffocating murderous intent. It is absolutely nothing. Desperate to escape his terrifyingly warm gaze, she hastily backed away. My deepest apologies, I suddenly feel incredibly dizzy. Please excuse my absolute rudeness. She practically bolted from the terrace, leaving Gu Cheng staring after her in total amusement. His perfectly crafted smile vanished, replaced by an intensely cold, calculating glare, just as he began to piece the puzzle together. Ding! A glowing system prompt violently shattered the silence. Target engaged, daughter of heaven's will. Yue Mingkong. Successfully intercepted. The Empress has returned from death. Her past love has crumbled to dust, leaving only bone-deep hatred. System quest activated. Option 1. Conquer the Daughter of Fortune. Reward: 5,000 fortune points and 25,000 destiny points. Additional rewards will be calculated upon completion. Option 2. Eradicate the Daughter of Fortune. Reward: 5,000 fortune points and 5,000 destiny points. Additional rewards pending. Gu Changge smirked inwardly. Just as he expected, the plot was thickening. He weighed his options carefully, considering the political alliance between his ancient Gu family and her peerless immortal dynasty. Yue Mingkong was far too valuable as a pawn. Option 2 was completely off the table. The system chimed in. The host has selected option 1. Through the system's divine analysis, her deepest secret was finally laid bare. A holographic projection flickered to life, revealing the tragic timeline of Yue Mingkong's previous life. Gu Cheng let out a sigh of disbelief. A hairdresser. She had actually traveled back in time. No wonder she looked like she had seen a ghost when he whispered those sweet nothings earlier. The shock in her eyes finally made sense. To be brutally murdered on her wedding night by the very man she loved with all her heart. That kind of blood-soaked grudge would not fade easily. Judging by the hell she had endured, his past self in that timeline must have been completely consumed by his demonic nature. Or perhaps he simply had not awakened his system and past memories yet. Her past devotion to him was undeniable. But now, she held a dangerous advantage. She knew almost all of his deadly secrets. She likely even knew about the demonic core pulsing within his veins. Winning back her trust now would be like walking barefoot on shattered glass. Given his unusual behavior today, she was probably already connecting the dots, wondering if he, too, was a regressor who had cheated death. Trying to play the innocent saint right now would only backfire spectacularly. He would just look completely suspicious. If he wanted to melt that glacial hatred and make her surrender to his current self, he needed a completely new strategy. A wicked smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Let the ultimate psychological warfare between husband and wife begin. Meanwhile, in the grand banquet hall, Gu Lintian raised his golden goblet. Brother Yue, tonight, we drink until the sun comes up. Emperor Yue roared with laughter. You are on, my friend. Gu Lintian then glanced at his future daughter-in-law. Mingkong. My dear, what is wrong? Did my brat of a son bully you again? The sudden attention startled her, and she frantically waved her hands. You are overthinking it. Uncle Changge has been nothing but a gentleman. I was just caught up in some melancholic childhood memories. Gu Lintian let out a heavy sigh. Humph, I know my son. He has been getting way too arrogant lately, and you are far too sweet for covering up his flaws. Once you two tie the knot, he is just going to walk all over you. Gu Changge, sitting calmly beside his fiancée, smoothly interjected. You must be joking. Father, Mingkong is my destined bride, the future mistress of our family. I cherish her more than anything in this world. How could I ever bring myself to hurt her? Playing the perfect lover, he gently placed a rare delicacy onto her plate. Mingkong, darling, are you feeling any better? You looked so pale just a moment ago. And now, are those tears in your beautiful eyes again? Alarm bells violently rang in Yue Mingkong's head. She froze in absolute bewilderment as the man who had once slaughtered her tenderly offered her food. What kind of sick game is he playing? Is this a desperate act of fake affection just to fool our fathers? She forced a stiff smile. Ah, I am perfectly fine. There is no need to worry about me. Changge. He leaned in, his voice dangerously smooth. I am glad to hear that. The night is still young. My love. Why do not we share a few more drinks together? Across the table, the two fathers exchanged a knowing, mischievous glance. Gu Lintian immediately began his terrible acting. Oh my. Brother Yue, why is the room suddenly spinning? This wine must be too strong. Emperor Yue caught the drift instantly. Aya, we are getting too old for this. My alcohol tolerance is completely gone, supporting each other like two wobbly comrades. The elders stumbled toward the grand exit. Let us go rest our weary bones. Take your time. You too, enjoy the romantic evening without us. As the heavy doors clicked shut, Gu Changge casually swirled the wine in his glass. The picture of elegant arrogance. Yue Mingkong cursed him 1,000 times in her mind, unable to take it anymore. She shot up from her seat. Gu Changge, the elders are gone. Can you drop this sickeningly sweet act now? You could treat me like absolute garbage. And this political marriage would still happen. So, cut the nonsense. What sinister scheme are you plotting this time? He elegantly refilled his jade cup, entirely unfazed. You were never this paranoid before. It is truly fascinating. How did my gentle, trusting fiancé become so wildly defensive in just half a year? He brought the cup to his lips, taking a slow, tantalizing sip. Unless you're innocent. Fragile persona was nothing but a magnificent lie from the start. If so, I must admit, you are far more dangerous than I thought. Her mind raced at lightning speed. He does not know about my regression. Wait. Does that mean he is not a regressor like me? So all of his intense probing today was just because my recent personality shift caught his attention. If that is the case, I have completely overplayed my hand. I was way too impulsive. She bit her lip in bitter frustration. Get it together. Yue Mingkong, why does this monster always make you lose your absolute cool? But before she could finish berating herself, an overwhelming, suffocating aura crashed down upon her like a mountain. Instincts flaring, she spun around, barely deflecting a lightning-fast strike from Gu Changge. The dining hall erupted in chaos. Spiritual energy violently clashed jade plates, and golden cups shattered into 1,000 pieces as they traded deadly, perfectly matched blows. A wicked, predatory smirk crossed his face. The peak of the Marquis realm well, it seems my lovely fiancé has been hiding some incredibly thrilling secrets from me. The terrifying revelation completely paralyzed her. Seizing the millisecond opening, Gu Changge grabbed her delicate wrist and forcefully yanked her into his broad chest. He stared down at her with intoxicating intensity, trapping her in a web of pure dominance. Her heart hammered wildly against her ribs. Gu Changge, what on earth are you doing? Let go of me right now. Gu Changge's voice dropped to a dangerously dark whisper. Mingkong, are you really not going to tell your husband the truth, even at a time like this? Yue Mingkong took a step back, her eyes flashing with absolute resolve. Since you have already seen right through my act, there is zero reason for me to keep playing dumb. That is exactly right. My sweet and innocent act from before was nothing but a calculated move to win you over. But then reality hit me. Why torture myself? Why waste my precious energy trying to melt a heart made of absolute ice? I would be way better off using that energy to level up my own power. Her voice dripped with savage indifference. At the end of the day, absolute strength is the only way to survive in this brutal world. Am I wrong? Deep down, a bitter thought crossed her mind. That was the exact same harsh truth you once ruthlessly carved into my soul. Meanwhile, Gu Chang was secretly clapping in his mind. Not bad at all. She has finally learned how to adapt to the game. How are you so sure my heart cannot be melted? Gu Chang smirked. I did not expect my reputation to be so trash in your eyes. He stalked forward like an apex predator, forcing Yue Mingkong to back up step by step. But seriously, Mingkong, hiding your true self from me for all these years, that actually hurts my feelings. Yue Mingkong instantly went on high alert. Gu Changge, save your cheap tricks for someone else. Do you really think I am blind to how twisted your true nature actually is? Gu Changge's face twisted into a wickedly dark grin. Oh, do tell me about my twisted nature. Yue Mingkong's temper finally flared. If you take one more step, I am dropping the polite act right now. Gu Changge just chuckled darkly. Oh, really? Let us see exactly how impolite you can get. His unbearably smug expression pushed her over the edge. Her patience snapped, and she launched a brutal strike. You absolute bastard. But the moment the curse left her lips, he snatched her arm out of the air like it was nothing. Gu Changge pinned her against the massive stone pillar, locking her in a dangerously tight embrace under the dim moonlight. Total panic flashed in Yue Mingkong's eyes. What? What do you think you are doing? Gu Changge's voice dropped an octave, practically dripping with dark seduction. The night is still so very long. Why don't you take a wild guess, my dear wife? Bam! The heavy doors slammed shut. The warm candlelight painted a wildly intimate silhouette against the paper windows. An image steamy enough to make anyone's heart race and cheeks burn. The room then melted into total darkness, leaving the rest entirely up to some extremely unholy imaginations. Cut to the next morning. The sky over the heavenly realm was an absolute masterpiece of crystal blue. Gu Changge lazily opened his eyes, glancing at the empty space beside him. A smirk played on his lips. Ditching me in the morning is one thing, but I cannot believe she actually packed up the blankets too. She is only fooling herself at this point. He muttered under his breath. But honestly, he had to give her massive credit, driven by the toxic betrayal and burning hatred of her past life. Yue Mingkong had actually offered herself up as a calculated power play. Her ruthless logic was completely off the charts. If I just step back and let her go on her little revenge quest without interfering, who knows how chaotic this timeline might actually get? He thought to himself with a dark thrill. She is such an incredibly fascinating character. If she wasn't carrying a whole past life of grudges against me, I might have actually tried treating her with a normal human heart. Right on cue. The system interface flashed. Ding, daughter of Destiny Yue. Mingkong's killing intent has wavered. Fortune value increased by 500 points. Destiny value skyrocketed by 2,500 points. Gu Changge sat on the edge of the bed, a mastermind's grin spreading across his face. Perfect. Everything is playing out exactly like a script. Yue Mingkong is definitely racking her brain right now, obsessing over why my vibe is completely different from my past life version. She probably even thinks my sudden personality shift is the universe glitching out because of her epic rebirth. He smoothly stepped onto the floor, plotting his next move. Whether they run on pure logic or total emotion, girls will always trust their crazy sixth sense. All I have to do is drop a few breadcrumbs, and she will mentally build the entire trap for herself. He casually strolled out into the grand hall, fully aware that Yue Mingkong's habit of overthinking would be her ultimate downfall. Suddenly, a blinding aura erupted around his body. The legendary energy surged, and in a fraction of a second, he was decked out in a fresh, dangerously sharp outfit. This little drama is handled for now, he thought. It is about time I get my return to the Heavenly Dao Immortal Academy back on schedule. High above the clouds, a majestic carriage pulled by a blazing phoenix ripped through the sky. Inside the luxurious cabin, Yue Mingkong broke the silence. Huaner, be completely honest with me. What kind of vibe do you get from young Master Changge? Her loyal attendant answered without missing a beat. Well, the wild rumors out there say he is a total ice prince. But from what I saw, the young master was actually super gentle. He treats guests with total respect, and he is incredibly sweet to his subordinates. Yue Mingkong let out a mental scoff. Sweet, yeah. Right. This whole trip to the Gu family estate went completely off the rails. It makes zero sense. Whenever I am standing right in front of him, it feels like I am totally powerless to gain the upper hand. She clenched her fists into her elegant dress, her inner thoughts swirling like a violent storm. Gu Changge, I have literally lived through 2 lifetimes, and I still cannot read you at all. But hear me now. I am not letting you off the hook. For every ounce of trauma you put me through, I swear on my life, I will make you pay it back in blood. Scene shift deep within a sacred land, thick with immortal energy. A blazing crimson comet desperately dodged a terrifying blast of azure power, vanishing straight into the dimensional void. Yenji clutched her glowing realm-breaking talisman, her mind racing with absolute panic. How on earth did my master know about this hidden zone? To think a mythical village like this actually exists, hidden away. And that legendary peach tree, was that not supposed to be wiped out several eras ago? I need to report this insane discovery to the master right now. Meanwhile, down in the mysterious village, a group of ancient elders was totally fuming. Blast it, she slipped away. Who would have guessed that intruder was packing a top-tier teleportation seal? Another elder stroked his beard, his voice heavy with suspicion. A cultivator at the Great Saint Realm. Yet she did not carry a single trace of the Gu family's signature aura. She was definitely not here for little Xianxia's situation. Then who the heck sent her? The last elder let out a heavy, world-weary sigh. It seems the absolute peace our peach tree has enjoyed for eras is finally coming to a violent end. Cut to the upper realm. Inside the inner domain of boundless heaven, the chaotic roar of street vendors and absolute hustle echoed through the massive magical city. Ancient fairy clan relics, heaven-defying secret arts, selling cheap to anyone favored by fate. We even have a holy medicine over 80,000 years old. Bid as you please. A girl in azure robes, a tiny spirit bird resting on her shoulder, muttered to herself. With so many legendary treasures on display, surely no one would dare sell fakes here. Right, but looking at the pathetic handful of spirit stones in your pocket, you better just window shop. Resentment flared in her heart. She gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for that bastard Gu Changge, would I be so dead broke that I can't even afford street trash? Suddenly, a man blocked her path. Bones of a deity. The aura of an immortal. What a breathtaking beauty. He smoothly introduced himself. I am Jinyu. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Miss, I noticed you eyeing a few treasures just now. As it happens, I am quite. The girl in azure brushed past him without a second glance. Save your breath. Pretty boy. I am not interested. She scoffed inwardly. Men who offer free favors are either creeps or thieves. That was the golden rule her third master had drilled into her head. But Jinyu stepped in front of her again, his tone turning sharp. Little girl, do you have any idea who I am? She shot him a glacial glare. Like I care, get out of my way. Staring at her departing back, his ego bruised, he hissed, refusing a polite toast only to choke on the harsh wine. Have it your way. She stopped and turned back to face the creep, her eyes narrowing. What exactly are you going to do? The blonde, arrogant master was just about to sneer when a colossal dragon plummeted from the heavens. Standing upon its massive horns was the imposing figure of Gu Changge. The crowd below gasped in pure awe. That supreme young lord has returned. Another bystander trembled. It is the true disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, the young master of the immortal Gu family, standing proudly on the dragon's back. Gu Chang smirked to himself. Yanji just reported the situation at Peach Village to me, and look who I bump into. Just as I suspected. You have a heaven-defying master backing you up. But it seems my dear little sister has run into some cheap trouble. The azure-robed girl's heart skipped a terrifying beat. She clutched her chest, her brows knitting together in blazing fury. Gu Changge, she roared. Behind her, the blond man lost his patience. He pointed at her and barked at his guards. Men, capture this wretched brat right now. But before they could take a single step, boom! An overwhelming burst of divine light erupted, sending the lackeys flying like ragdolls. Changge descended gracefully to the ground. The blond man gritted his teeth, snarling, but then he recognized the terrifying aura. Long time no see. Looks like you have been living quite comfortably, Changge said casually. The blond guy's attitude completely flipped. He waved his hands frantically and rushed forward for a buddy-buddy hug. Oh, brother Gu, it has been ages since whoosh. He grabbed nothing but air. Changge breezed right past him, walking straight toward the girl in azure. Not bad at all. You have grown quite a bit, turning into quite the little beauty. Haven't you? He casually reached out to tease her, left hanging and humiliated. The blond man spun around, his face flushing red. Changge, what is the meaning of this? Smack, a heaven-shattering slap answered him, sending the blond young master blasting through the air. His panicked servants scrambled to catch him. Young master, they cried. Changge did not even look back. Who do you think you are? I am catching up with my precious little sister. Since when does garbage like you get to interrupt? The sheer disrespect of slapping a noble in broad daylight left the entire street paralyzed with shock. Someone whispered in terror. Sister, wait. Is she a member of the Supreme Gu family? The person next to him frantically shushed him. Shut your mouth. Do you want to die? The immortal Gu family's business is not for peasants like us to gossip about. Xianxia snapped, her voice trembling with raw rage. Shut up, Changge. If you ever truly saw me as your sister, how could you do something so monstrous back then? Ignoring her fury, Changge smirked as a massive purple aura materialized above her head, displaying an insane 9,000 destiny points. Tsk, he thought, thoroughly amused. Nearly 10,000 destiny points. That is even higher than Yue Mingkong's fortune. Outwardly, he placed a hand over his chest, feigning deep hurt. It took so much effort for us to finally reunite. Your hostility truly breaks this older brother's heart. Xian'er's eyes remained ice cold. If you only came here to flex that my life is entirely in the palm of your hand, save it. I know exactly how massive the power gap is between us. I am not foolish enough to attack you. Yet, Changge looked down at her with an arrogant grin. Good. I am glad you know your place. Her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white. Meanwhile, the blonde trash still had not learned his lesson. He staggered to his feet, coughing blood. Changge, we are both true disciples of our sex. You are taking this too far, humiliating me in public like this. Do you completely disrespect the ancient family, standing behind me? Changge slowly turned. A chilling, demonic purple light flickered in his eyes. Are you worthy of my respect? He raised a single hand toward the blond man's forehead, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. Only I am allowed to bully my sister. You dared to target her, pay for it with your life. Panic seized the blond man's soul. Changge, you wouldn't dare snap. With a casual flick of his fingers, the man's physical body exploded into a mist of blood and ash. Young master. The terrified underlings shrieked in utter despair, but the giant dragon simply opened its massive jaws and swallowed them whole crunch. Their life tokens shattered instantly, dead on the spot. Right at that moment, the blond man's glowing soul desperately dove into a golden artifact to flee for his life. In the shadows, Yanji's voice echoed, Master, are you really going to let his soul escape? Changge chuckled darkly. He still holds some value to my plans. If I truly wanted him dead, I could crush him whenever I please. The entire street watched in breathless terror. Everyone had the exact same thought. The true disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace is an absolute monster. With just a single flick of his finger, Changge had completely obliterated Jinyu's physical body. Now, that pathetic loser had to rely on a magical artifact just to help his shattered soul escape. A bystander gasped in pure shock. Judging by that terrifying aura, True disciple Gu must have already broken through to the legendary conferred king realm. A female disciple screamed in absolute disbelief. No way, just how old is he supposed to be? If memory serves me right, the entire upper realm has never seen a young supreme reach the conferred king tier so early. Meanwhile, another girl blushed furiously, totally swooning over Gu Cheng's dark and dangerous villain energy. Another guy quickly nodded in agreement. He was absolutely right. Right now, Gu Cheng is the undisputed top dog, the only young supreme standing at the conferred king stage. But some students couldn't help but worry. Let us not forget about Jin Yu's massively overpowered older brother, who had been training in deep seclusion. The Golden Armor clan is notorious for holding grudges. Once he comes out and hears about this humiliation, absolute hell is going to break loose. Xianxia glared at him with cold eyes. Gu Changge, do not think for a second that I am going to thank you for this. He simply closed his eyes with a smirk. Oh, I do not need your gratitude at all. I just needed to send a little message to the world. You are my little sister. I am the only one allowed to torment you. Anyone else who tries gets completely erased. That twisted logic made her blood boil. Cut the fake act. Gu Changje, I do not need your sick version of protection. What kind of twisted game are you playing? He slowly reached out, gently tracing his fingers across her cheek. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Perhaps the guilt is finally eating at me, and I just want to make up for the past. For a split second, Xianxia actually froze. But almost immediately, a sinister, mocking grin spread across his face. Then again, maybe I just love the view. The way you look at me with absolute burning hatred, yet remain completely powerless to strike me down. Xianxia ground her teeth together, her eyes blazing. Mark my words. The day will come when I make you suffer 10 times the agony you put me through. Unfazed, he just patted her head like a stray puppy. I look forward to it. You had better train a lot harder then. Suddenly, 3 blinding streaks of light tore through the sky. Blue, gold, and crimson auras pulsed with heavy authority. The crowd instantly panicked. It was the disciplinary committee of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. The 3 elite enforcers crashed down right in front of him. Surprisingly, their leader bowed his head with deep respect. True disciple Gu, you know the strict laws of our immortal palace better than anyone. Regarding the bloodbath today, please do not make our jobs any harder than they have to be. Gu Changge casually brushed off the dust from his pristine robes. Not a problem at all. Since I am back anyway, it is only polite to pay the elders a little visit. Watching him leave, Xianxia was completely baffled. Did this absolute psychopath really come all the way out here just to mess with my head? Her mind raced with possibilities. But risking an all-out war with another true disciple over such petty drama, the fallout from that would be absolutely catastrophic. Thinking back to his past self, Gu Cheng was definitely acting a lot weirder lately. Yet, that bone-chilling cruelty in his soul had not changed one bit. When he unleashed that devastating attack earlier, his eyes were completely dead. He looked like a god casually stepping on an insect. As she walked away, a grim resolve settled in her heart. No matter what kind of sick game he was playing, surviving her cultivation journey at the Immortal Palace was going to require insane levels of caution. Meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, his massive azure dragon dove directly into the portal, faithfully tailing its terrifying master. The scene violently shifted back to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. A jaw-dropping dot, majestic floating city pierced right through the clouds. Deep inside a heavily guarded training ground, a lone figure sat in absolute concentration. Suddenly, a glowing artifact ripped through the air. Brother, you have to make him pay in blood. Gu Changge pushed me too far. If I did not have that supreme artifact from the clan elders, my soul would have been completely wiped from existence. Jin Zhu's massive aura flooded the room as he slowly spoke. I am already aware of the circus happening outside. But let us be brutally honest here. Did you not bring this disaster upon your own head? His glowing eyes snapped open, radiating a terrifying bloodlust. However, this is no longer just about your pathetic failure. This is an insult to our entire bloodline. I will personally carve justice out of his flesh. The mighty Golden Armor clan never bows down to anyone. The soul artifact buzzed frantically around him as he laid out the plan. But we cannot just rush in blindly. My ancient heaven art is inches away from a monumental breakthrough. Right now, I cannot guarantee a flawless victory against him. You are going to have to swallow your pride and wait. A vicious sneer twisted his face. The moment I break through my limits, Changge will serve as my ultimate stepping stone. I will crush him beneath my boots and claim my throne as the absolute peak supreme. Hearing that brutal promise, Jin Yu's battered soul practically vibrated with toxic joy. Meanwhile, back at the supreme peak, the colossal azure dragon smoothly touched down. A massive crowd of elite servants instantly dropped to their knees, bowing in absolute submission. Welcome back, our glorious master. With a lazy flick of his wrist, Changge sent a wave of energy to lift them all up. At ease. Tell me, did any entertaining drama happen while I was gone? His top shadow operative immediately stepped forward, reporting to the master for the past 6 months. Aside from some nosy elders and rival disciples trying to spy on your movements, our supreme peak has remained completely untouchable. There is one thing, though. The first prince of the Great Chu Empire, true disciple Chu. He stumbled onto some kind of insane hidden legacy. Ever since he crawled out of the cloudy tombs, his power spiked directly to the peak of the conferred Marquis realm. He has basically crowned himself the unofficial boss of the other disciples. A stunning female aide quickly chimed in. Also, true disciple Yin from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan sent a private message. She insists on discussing a highly sensitive matter with you. The moment she hears of your return, she plans to pay you a personal visit. Outside, ominous thunder ripped across the heavens, as streaks of gold and crimson violently clashed before fading to black. Inside his private chambers, Changge was already manipulating the system interface in his mind. Time to level up. He flawlessly burned 8,000 destiny points, instantly catapulting his power straight into the mid-stage conferred king realm. As for the clueless idiots outside, hiding my true power level like this will be perfectly fine. His eyes narrowed into a razor-sharp glare as he reviewed the ultimate endgame. If everything goes according to my father's master plan, step 1 is for the immortal Gu family to completely devour the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace from the inside out. And the ultimate prize, rigging the game so I become the absolute, uncontested successor of the entire academy. When it comes down to that glorious moment, every single one of those so-called true disciples, even that arrogant Chu Wunian, those weaklings aren't even worth my time. He crossed his legs, letting his dark thoughts spiral. But taking over the Heavenly Immortal Palace won't be a walk in the park. Even if I secure the heir position, those stubborn elders will definitely get in my way. Especially the Great Elder. That old monster is an absolute nightmare in the upper realm. The image of that unfathomable old man flashed across the main character's mind like a dark cloud. Palace masters come and go. He plodded silently. But that Great Elder is an immovable mountain. I swear that geezer already knows about my demonic heart. Anyone who has kept this entire sect standing for millennia is definitely not someone to mess with lightly. Suddenly, his glowing blue system screen popped up. Destiny points 0. Fortune value 1,100 points. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Ever since he returned to the upper realm, the forbidden dark arts inside him had been screaming to be unleashed. Devouring the core essence of Lin Tian and that quasi-supreme expert gave me an insane power boost. Keeping all that dark energy bottled up is driving me crazy. With a flick of his wrist, a mysterious rolled-up array flag materialized in his palm. He smirked menacingly. The heaven-swallowing demonic art devours the essence of kings, crushing entire universes. Let's see just how ridiculously overpowered my demonic avatar has become. Boom! 4 mystical flags shot out in all directions. instantly generating a soundproof barrier that locked down the entire room. The moment the lockdown was complete, he let the demonic aura rip. The cursed sigil on his forehead burned bright, summoning a chained demonic phantom right in the middle of the room. If you looked closely, it was basically a miniature, terrifying version of himself, rocking two pairs of vicious demonic horns. Snap! The phantom snapped its eyes open, shattering its spiritual chains. Its face twisted into pure malice as it blasted a tsunami of dark energy back into his main body. Ding ding ding, system notifications spammed his vision like crazy. Mid-stage Conferred King Realm. Late-stage Conferred King Realm. The dark aura inside the barrier raged like an absolute hurricane. Peak Conferred King Realm. The sheer pressure forced a massive purple titan to materialize out of thin air. The system kept feeding him dopamine hits. Early stage False God Realm. Mid-stage False God Realm. The purple flames crowning the titan blazed with blinding intensity. Boom, breaking into the peak False God Realm. Demonic heavy armor began wrapping around the titan's massive frame. The power scaling didn't stop there. Early stage True God Realm. The purple giant's killing intent was literally suffocating. Then came mid-stage True God Realm. Shadowy energy twisted into a brutal, towering weapon in the avatar's grip, instantly skyrocketing his cultivation to the peak True God Realm. Smash! The demonic weapon slammed into the floor, sending shockwaves everywhere. The colossal purple avatar stood tall, radiating absolute dominance. Its glowing blood-red eyes locked onto reality itself, clad in go-tier battle armor. Its giant hands gripped the legendary 8 Desolation's demonic halberd. The final system chime was the cherry on top. Half-step Heavenly God Realm, he sat there calmly, flawlessly commanding this world-ending level of power. So this is my ultimate trump card. Huh, he chuckled darkly. A half-step Heavenly God. With this insane, cheating level of progression, I could totally solo this entire world right now. Pitch-black demonic flames danced across his fingertips as his villainous mind started cooking up a new scheme, using living breathing cultivators as my personal experience farms, devouring their essence to buff myself. Man, this dark path is way more addictive than just clicking upgrade on a system menu. Who cares if the whole world wants me dead? So what if I'm walking the path of the villain? A deeply unhinged, sinister smile spread across his face. If they want a bad guy, I'll just become the ultimate final boss of this universe. Suddenly, a servant's nervous voice echoed from outside, totally ruining his supervillain monologue. Reporting to the young master, Lady Yin requests an audience. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. In the blink of an eye, he vacuumed all his terrifying demonic aura back into his body. Acting like nothing happened, the heavy temple doors slowly creaked open. Zend hair in. He ordered casually. Yes, sir. Stepping into the grand hall was an absolute bombshell of a 9-tailed fox girl. Rocking gorgeous pinkish purple hair, she glided gracefully toward him, dropped to one knee in absolute submission, and whispered reverently, "My master." The main character walked over, his sharp eyes doing a quick scan of her extremely obedient posture. It's crazy to think this fox actually tried to assassinate me for the heir position back in the day, he mused. But ever since I planted that demonic mind control bug in her soul, she's been such a good little pet. He reached out and gently stroked her fluffy foxtail. A deep blush immediately exploded across her cheeks. He held out his hand. According to my calendar, your annual mind poison withdrawal is about to hit. Here's your fix. He tossed a sleek little vial her way. She caught it frantically, bowing so low her head almost touched the floor. Thank you, master. He walked past her, getting straight to business. So, how's our little farming project going? Reporting to the master, she began, keeping her eyes respectfully lowered. Over the last 6 months, I've successfully harvested a massive amount of rare bloodlines and overpowered physiques. Everything is secured in your secret vault. She turned to face him, eager to prove her worth. On top of that, I've secured several elite ancient corpses. Their raw spiritual essence is perfectly preserved, just waiting for you to devour them. Master, he closed his eyes, letting a dangerously satisfied smirk form on his lips. Excellent work. You didn't disappoint me. The fox girl hesitated before adding some fresh intel. Master, rumors say a teenager in a blue dress just arrived at the mountain base. Her talent is supposedly off the charts, and the elders are already drooling over her potential. If things go smoothly, she's practically guaranteed to become the next true heir. The main character's eyes narrowed in amusement. Xianxia. Huh, he thought to himself. Looks like my little cousin's journey up the mountain was a breeze. The camera cuts to a breathtaking mountain peak, touching the blue sky and fluffy white clouds. Nestled right on the edge of a cliff was a humble little cottage. Standing right outside the cabin was a wise-looking old master with flowing white hair, chatting with that exact legendary girl in blue. A dragon-tailed bird pecked playfully at a stray worm nearby. Xianxia tilted her head, breaking the comfortable silence. Great Elder, she asked, what exactly are you trying to catch? The old sage stroked his long beard with a knowing smile. A person. Of course, he replied casually. She blinked, utterly baffled by his cryptic words. The great elder shifted his intense gaze toward her. You came all this way to crush your brother, did you not? To reclaim the ultimate power he stole from you. Xianxia stiffened, but her eyes burned with fierce resolve. My body has already been reborn. I do not need his scraps. Her voice dropped to a cold whisper. But I will make him pay in blood for the years of endless torment. Hearing her raw determination, the old master threw his head back. His booming laughter echoed across the serene lake. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Such ruthless ambition at your age, he praised. No wonder that old monster chose you as his precious disciple. His expression suddenly darkened. Changge reeks of absolute demonic corruption. He thinks the Dao Bone masks his vile aura. Ye Chen smelled his rotting soul the second he stepped foot in our academy. The ultimate throne of our heavenly Dao palace will never fall into the hands of such a twisted hypocrite. The elder rose to his feet, his overwhelming aura expanding. Little Xianxia, I know exactly what you seek. But if you want me as your master, you must prove you can completely eclipse that monster you call a brother. She narrowed her eyes, sensing a monumental test ahead. And how exactly do I prove that? The old master did not hesitate for a single second. A colossal, heaven-piercing mountain suddenly manifested before them. The heavenly Dao path, he declared. Shatter the ultimate record set by Changge. Do you have what it takes? Xianxia gasped in pure awe. So this is the legendary heavenly Dao path. Make no mistake. The great elder warned gravely. Changge was an absolute force of nature back then. He crushed 100,000 years of history to forge an unbeatable legacy on that very mountain. I will annihilate his legacy. She vowed without a shred of hesitation. The elder beamed with absolute pride. Suddenly, his fishing rod jerked violently, almost snapping in half. Aha! We have a bite, he cheered wildly. The water exploded with terrifying force. A massive dragon breached the surface, leaving Xianxia completely paralyzed with shock. A breathtaking white dragon of terrifying power hovered right before her eyes. This was a legendary royal from the great Chu immortal dynasty, Chu Wunian. In a flash of blinding light, the beast morphed into a striking youth clad in radiant golden armor. He bowed deeply. Chu Wunian pays his absolute respects to the great elder. His piercing gaze shifted toward the girl. And this must be the infamous junior sister, causing quite the storm in recent rumors. Such divine bone structure and overwhelming aura. Truly a generational genius. Xianxia remained perfectly calm, offering a polite bow. It is an honor to meet senior brother Chu. The great elder stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Perfect timing. Boy. Xianxia is heading to the heavenly Dao path. You will act as her personal guide. Chu Wunian blinked in genuine shock. The heavenly Dao path. His sharp mind instantly began weaving a dark plot. Rumors said this new disciple carried a lethal grudge against Changge. Whispers claimed she held devastating secrets that could shatter the prestigious Gu family into millions of pieces. And his great Chu dynasty had been locked in a bitter blood feud with the immortal Gu family for countless generations. He studied her intensely. Forget why she was rushing into this suicidal trial for a second. If the rumors were true, the enemy of his ultimate enemy was his greatest weapon. She was a high-value chess piece waiting to be played. Flashing a charismatic smile, he spoke up. You truly possess an unbreakable will, junior sister. But the heavenly Dao path is a literal death trap. Push yourself past the absolute limit, and your soul might shatter beyond any hope of repair. Your martial foundation could be utterly destroyed. Your growth, permanently paralyzed forever. I am not exaggerating the danger here. Xianxia lowered her gaze, her aura icy and completely unapproachable. I know exactly what I am walking into. Do not waste your breath worrying about me. Senior brother, Chu Wunian simply smirked and extended a graceful hand. Very well then. Follow my lead. Boom, two blinding streaks of light tore through the sky, rushing straight toward destiny. Down in the sprawling city below, cultivators pointed at the heavens in absolute awe. Look up there, it is the true heir Chu and the mysterious girl in azure. Wait. Look at their trajectory, they are heading straight for the heavenly Dao path flying ahead of her. Chu Wunian finally broke the roaring silence of the wind. Little junior sister, I actually know the dark truth of your past. What Gu Changge did to you was absolute demonic cruelty, stripping away his own flesh and blood without a second thought. Even the most savage magical beasts would show more mercy than him. Trailing closely behind, Xian'er's expression turned frigid. She furrowed her brows, cutting his blatant manipulation short. You should keep your eyes on the path ahead. Senior brother, if you want to settle a score with Gu Changge, go draw your sword against him yourself. The Gu family's internal bloodshed is strictly my business. Do not try to play me. Chu Wunian cursed under his breath. This made zero sense. She should harbor bone-deep hatred for Gu Changge. So why the sudden absolute defensive hostility when I bashed him? Boom! As they crashed down before the massive stone steps of the heavenly Dao path, a massive sea of cultivators was already waiting. Excited whispers erupted like wildfire. Look, it is the new azure-robed prodigy. Is she seriously going to challenge the ultimate trial? Rumor says she shares the same cursed Gu bloodline. Another disciple scoffed in pure disbelief. True heir Gu shattered a record of nearly 100,000 years on those very steps. He is practically an untouchable god. This foolish little girl is marching straight toward her own funeral. Chu Wunian turned to her, his tone dripping with heavy caution. The spiritual gravity on these stairs is absolutely devastating. If your soul begins to crack, retreat immediately. Do not play the hero. But before she could reply, an utterly chilling voice echoed from the shadows. My. Barely a few days apart. And you are already collecting pathetic little strays. Why do you not let your dearest brother test his worth? Instead, the crowd froze as two terrifying auras descended. The monstrous Gu Changge and true heir Yin had arrived to crash the party. True heir Yin giggled, her gaze scanning the girl like fresh prey. Oh my, so this is the precious little seedling the great elder wants to take under his wing. I must admit, her innate foundation is quite exquisitely terrifying. Absolute chaos erupted through the terrified crowd. Heavens. It is the true heir Gu and true heir Yin in the flesh. Rage blazed like a furious wildfire in Xian'er's eyes. Gu Changge, what the hell are you doing here? Gu Changge merely smirked, an abyss of dark amusement in his eyes. Careful now. Little sister, you have not even answered my question yet. Xian'er glared at him, her voice dripping with annoyance. She made it crystal clear that the Grand Elder had simply ordered senior brother Chu to escort her to the heavenly Dao path. He definitely was not some desperate suitor chasing after her. Gu Changge gave a slow, mocking nod. Oh, so that was the deal. What an absolute tragedy. He sighed with fake sympathy. I was genuinely hoping to test his worth for you. Dear sister. His piercing gaze shifted toward Chu, his lips curling into a ruthless sneer. Otherwise, I might have mistaken him for some stray dog. daring to lay his filthy eyes on you. Chu's face twisted into a mask of pure, boiling rage. He roared out the name like a curse. Changge, drop the cryptic nonsense right now. Today, our junior sister is storming the heavenly Dao path under the Grand Elder's direct decree. Are you seriously foolish enough to stand in her way? Changge scoffed, his tone dripping with absolute disdain. Please, do not embarrass yourself by using the Grand Elder's name to threaten me. Do you honestly believe he would lower himself to meddle in petty squabbles between the younger generation? Changge's aura suddenly turned icy, his eyes radiating murder. Furthermore, I am speaking to my little sister, who gave a peasant like you permission to interrupt. The tension shattered the air, suffocating spiritual pressure erupted between them, ready to ignite at any second. Chu ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Changge, do not push me too far. Changge casually took a step forward. He towered over his opponent like a demon god, an intensely arrogant smirk playing on his lips. So what if I crush you? What are you going to do about it? That supreme display of disrespect pushed Chu past his breaking point, high above the arena. Two hidden elites analyzed the escalating chaos. Changge is making a massive power play. This is a blatant display of dominance. His companion gave a grim nod. Chu's raw power might outclass both of us. But honestly, I am terrified that Changge is operating on an entirely different, monstrous level. The heavy spiritual pressure even drew out the hidden dragons of the sect. Legendary true disciples like Tianyang and Zhong Tianyuan materialized from the shadows to witness the clash. For a proud warrior like Chu, losing a duel was just a temporary setback. But running away without throwing a single punch, that would be a catastrophic stain on his honor. The sword-bearing elite scoffed. His Dao heart would shatter completely. He would never break through again for the rest of his pathetic life. That is exactly why walking away today is simply impossible. Boom, blinding. Golden divine light erupted from Chu's fists, illuminating the entire courtyard. He blasted toward his enemy like a meteor, roaring at the top of his lungs. Let us see if your martial arts are as arrogant as your mouth. In a fraction of a heartbeat, a majestic golden dragon completely obliterated Changge's silhouette. The terrified crowd screamed in pure panic. It is the legendary Imperial Dragon Palm. Fall back immediately. But before the dust could even settle, a chilling whisper echoed right beside Chu's ear. Is this pathetic parlor trick where you found the courage to strike at me? Chu snapped his head around in absolute horror. He frantically channeled his aura for a follow-up strike, but his wrist was effortlessly locked in place. Changge had caught the devastating attack with just two casual fingers. A sickening crack echoed through the arena, followed by an agonizing shriek. Chu was blasted across the courtyard like a broken ragdoll. His supreme-grade spiritual armor and majestic cloak shattered into a million useless fragments. The spectating disciples froze in utter disbelief. That was the ultimate secret art of the great Chu immortal dynasty. A full-powered, killing strike from a true disciple at the absolute peak of the Marquis' realm. How on earth was it crushed so effortlessly? Bam! Chu's ruined body smashed violently into a massive stone pillar, the deafening cratering sound leaving the entire crowd utterly paralyzed. Mid-King Realm, a terrified elder gasped for air. He truly possesses the divine presence of a reincarnated true immortal. Staring at that monstrous level of power, my very will to fight has been completely pulverized. Cold sweat drenched Xian'er's back as she watched the sheer devastation unfold. Meanwhile, Changge just stood there, looking flawlessly elegant and mildly amused by the carnage. Her heart raced as a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Just how insanely powerful has my cousin become? From the depths of the smoking crater, violent coughing broke the silence. Chu dragged his battered body out of the ruins, his eyes burning with insane defiance. So what if you have reached the Mid-King realm? Suddenly, terrifying changes warped his physical form. Diamond-hard dragon scales ripped through his skin as his fangs elongated into savage weapons. He unleashed a deafening, beastly roar, ancient bloodline awakening true dragon manifestation. A catastrophic beam of berserk, draconic energy locked onto Changge like a heat-seeking missile. Seeing Chu charging forward with a lethal, Head-crushing strike. Xian'er's tough facade finally cracked. Without thinking, she screamed out in pure panic, "Gu Changge, watch out!" But her desperate warning was entirely unnecessary. Faster than lightning itself, Gu Cheng raised his hand and brought a devastating palm strike crashing straight down onto Chu's skull. Crack. Chu's jaw twisted sickeningly out of place. The sheer kinetic force meteor slammed his draconic body into the bedrock, creating a massive crater. Above the settling dust, Gu Chengge floated with the absolute grace of an untouched god. Absolute bedlam erupted among the spectating disciples. Just one slap, a bald senior brother stammered, his eyes bulging out of his skull. He dismantled a legendary true dragon transformation with a single lazy backhand. What kind of monster is Gu Changge? The two hidden masters spying from the clouds were completely paralyzed, staring at each other in absolute, horrifying silence. What the actual heck did we just witness? The warrior in green swallowed a massive lump in his throat. You know what, I think I am perfectly fine giving up my claim to the air position. If fighting for it means getting swatted like a bug like Chu down there, I choose life. Deep inside his newly excavated grave, the previously arrogant Chu remained pinned to the dirt, not daring to breathe even a single word. Gu Changge dusted off his robes, his tone dripping with mock disappointment. Making such an ungodly racket over a friendly spar. Where is your decorum as a true disciple? If you break this easily, how do you ever expect to carry the weight of a sect leader's crown? Floating nearby, his loyal nine-tailed fox subordinate tilted her head in sheer confusion. My glorious master, she asked through a private mental link. Why leave trash alive? Why not just extinguish his soul right here and now? Gu Chengge's voice echoed smoothly within her mind, unveiling his grander scheme. Keep in mind, my lovely fox, that Chu is not just a random disciple. He holds the prestigious title of a royal prince from the great Chu immortal dynasty. Slaughtering a royal heir in broad daylight would invite a mountain of unnecessary political headaches. My brutal display today served a dual purpose. It terrified the entire student body into submission and delivered a crystal-clear threat directly to the cowardly elders of the immortal palace. Hear this loud and clear. As long as I, Gu Chengge, draw breath in this sect, absolutely no one will ever dare to even dream of competing against me for the throne of the supreme heir. With his grand ambition laid bare, Gu Chengge shifted his piercing gaze back to Xian'er. He casually used the defeated prince's skull as a stepping stone, strolling forward with lethal elegance. My dear sister, he purred smoothly, I went out of my way to ruthlessly educate this pest on your behalf. Tell me, is your heart absolutely fluttering with gratitude? The insufferable, mocking smirk on his face made her want to punch him. Xian'er's cheeks flushed with sheer indignation as she snapped right back. Stay out of my business. You arrogant jerk, I never asked for your so-called protection. Gu Changge rolled his eyes, wearing the exasperated look of an adult dealing with a stubborn toddler. He let out a dramatic, theatrical sigh. Oh, my naive little cousin. It seems you have completely forgotten the golden rule your dear senior brother taught you. He kept dropping truth bombs without an ounce of mercy. You only came to the Heaven Dao path because the great elder handed you an ultimatum. Break my server first record, and he takes you in as his personal disciple. Am I right? Gu Chengge shot a freezing glare at the pathetic Chu Wunian groveling at his feet. Though, I have to admit, this trash actually had a decent scheme brewing. On the way here, he strategically leaked the news of your challenge to every single sect in the region. He wanted a massive audience to watch you fail miserably, plotting against my own flesh and blood. Tell me, little sister, doesn't a crime like that deserve absolute destruction? Xian'er froze, her mind spinning at his twisted logic. Gu Changge leaned in, his voice dripping with terrifying dominance. Listen to me, and listen well. I am the only one allowed to bully my sister. If anyone else even tries it, they die. His overwhelming, boss-level aura left the entire crowd completely paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, The ultimate villain was running a flawless simulation in his mind. According to the classic trope, after getting brutally rejected, this side character trash would set up a trap on the Heaven Dao path just to humiliate her. But plot twist, Xianxia was supposed to flex her insane power, slap everyone right in the face with her talent, and use that hype to challenge her wicked older brother. Gu Cheng flashed a dangerously charming smile at his furious little sister, pouring gasoline on the fire of her rage. He chuckled darkly in his mind. A standard cliché storyline. Yeah, right. I make my own rules. By now, her stubborn little head must be completely blue screening. He finally spoke out loud. Weren't you dying to climb the Heaven Dao path? Show me what you've got. Honestly, reaching the exact same floor as me should be an absolute breeze for someone with your specs. Xianxia blinked, completely thrown off guard. Wait, you actually think I can crush your high score? Reaching out, Gu Changge gently patted her head with terrifyingly fake affection. You silly girl. I've been watching you grind non-stop for years. If your own flesh and blood doesn't believe in your potential, who in this world ever will? Xianxia stood there, totally paralyzed. This was not how the script was supposed to go. In her imagination, he was supposed to be dripping with toxic arrogance, laughing in her face and telling her to stop daydreaming about ever matching his god-tier power. But reality was totally glitching. Panic spiked in her chest. Did he seriously stalk my entire leveling journey? He knew my secret hideout this whole time. So why didn't he send assassins to wipe me out? Wait, was he actually forced to betray me back then? She aggressively shook her head. No freaking way. You don't just rip out someone's power core because of quote-unquote unspoken circumstances. Hey! Earth to Xianxia. Gu Cheng's voice snapped her back to reality. Why are you zoning out? Your massive fan club is waiting for the main event. Xianxia let out a heavy breath, scoffed with pure attitude, and blasted straight toward the mystical steps. Her eyes burned with absolute resolve. Gu Changge, I refuse to lose to a monster like you. The massive crowd surrounding the ancient tower absolutely lost their minds. It's happening. The hype is real. Xianxia charged up the mystical steps, counting her pace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. The spectators dropped their jaws in pure shock. Are all the Gu family elites this insanely overpowered? 10 full tiers completely bypassed without a single drop of sweat. But behind the scenes, the system's crushing gravity was kicking in. Phantom chains of pure energy began coiling around her limbs. 13, 14, 15. The spiritual shackles multiplied, dragging her down. Yo. She just hit floor 15, shouted a hyped-up guy in the crowd. Didn't that Chu Wunian scrub max out at 14 back in the day? Bro. Look, she's not even slowing down, another fan screamed. Xianxia pushed her mana to the absolute limit. Her brows locked in intense concentration. Floor 16 cleared. From the ground, Gu Cheng watched her with calculating eyes. The entire sector erupted into deafening roars as her foot slammed onto floor 18. The legendary benchmark set by the true heir himself. The ultimate boss record is about to be shattered. But just as Xianxia stopped to catch her breath, a blinding flash of divine energy exploded right in front of her. The pieces of the puzzle violently clicked together in her mind. So that's his dirty little secret. The core matrix of this Heaven Dao path resonates perfectly with my stolen divine bone. No wonder you were so confident I'd crush your score. You knew the system was rigged in my favor from the very start. Trapped inside a glowing cocoon of spiritual chains, the bitter truth washed over her. Since you grafted my divine bone into your own body, hitting floor 18 back then must have been a casual walk in the park for you. Breaking this fake record proves absolutely nothing, she exhaled, letting her raging aura fizzle out. This whole test is utterly pointless. Down below, the master manipulator's smirk widened. Oh, did the little genius finally decode the cheat code? Without warning, Xianxia dive-bombed out of the arena, shattering the phantom chains into a million pixels of light. The audience lost their collective minds. What the heck? Her stamina bar is still full. Why would she rage quit now? Is she glitching? Another fan demanded. Literally one more step to secure the server first achievement and become a living legend. Changge casually greeted her as she landed. Giving up so soon, I could clearly see you had plenty left in the tank for a few more steps. Xianxia completely ghosted him, marching past with a freezing glare. Keep your fake sympathy to yourself. Changge pulled out an Oscar-worthy sigh of pure disappointment. Trust me, I didn't want to care. But you seriously let me down. I hyped you up as the ultimate prodigy. And this epic fail is what I get. That was the final straw. Jenner whipped around, completely enraged, and actually spat right at his smug face. But with ridiculous speed, he casually deflected it. She completely lost her cool, screaming, like, I give a damn about your pathetic high score. Listen to me. Changge, your days of stepping all over me are numbered. Right at that epic moment, a blinding golden aura erupted above her head, showing a massive destiny level of 9,200. Her voice echoed like thunder across the courtyard. Mark my words, one day, I will completely shatter your plot armor and grind your face right into the dirt. Changge's lips curled into the ultimate villainous smirk. I will be eagerly waiting, little sister. Meanwhile, cut to the mystic Azure Realm, the legendary stronghold of the primordial Ye clan. A colossal, ancient fortress violently ripped through the clouds. Flocks of spirit birds painted the evening sky. A breathtaking silver-haired maiden watched the fading twilight in total silence. Soft footsteps broke the peace. Her loyal attendant stepped up, asking, My lady, it has been months. Are you still burdened by what happened to Ye Chen? Yi Liuli tensed up at the name. She brushed it off. What nonsense are you saying? Di Shui, the attendant bowed her head respectfully. She reminded her mistress that Ye Chen was nothing but a wicked little bug, absolutely unworthy of her precious thoughts. Yet, deep down, Yi Liuli could not shake a chilling sensation. Ever since returning from the lower realms, a massive chunk of her memory was completely wiped clean. And worse, a bizarre new feeling had taken root in her mind. What on earth had happened down there? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura announced the arrival of Ye Chen, the mighty heir of the ancient immortal Ye clan. He chuckled, still spacing out. Little sister, Di Shui gasped and bowed instantly. Young Master Ye Luli snapped out of her daze. Brother, she hesitated, then immediately asked for updates on the terrifying young master of the immortal Gu family, the notorious Changge. Yi Langtian raised an eyebrow, entirely confused as to why his sweet sister would bring up that absolute monster. Word on the street is he went down to the mortal realm for a treasure, and happened to bump into you. He leaned in with a teasing smirk. Do not tell me you are catching feelings, or did that arrogant punk actually bully you? Ye Luli turned beet red. She spun around, desperately denying it. What are you even talking about? He is recognized globally as the young double supreme, a peerless genius standing on the exact same level as you. The reincarnated ancient emperor. I was just curious. That is all I heard. He recently crushed the crown prince of the Great Chu Empire. He even flexed his mid-stage king realm cultivation. You absolutely cannot let your guard down against him. Yilangshan let out a cold, confident chuckle. Is that right? His sharp gaze shifted toward the distant horizon. He freely admitted that Changge's name had been echoing everywhere lately. He had already marked him as his ultimate rival. The world praised Langshan as an ancient emperor reborn. But Changge possessed the terrifying potential of a true immortal. Seeing his sister deep in thought, he broke it down. Ancient emperors conquer lands. They shoulder the will of the heavens and build invincible, eternal empires. He's nothing but only a true immortal is truly indestructible. They live forever. Just the titles alone scream how massive the power gap really is. Yi Langtian's voice grew dangerously heavy. Now that Changge has smashed through to the mid-stage of the King Realm, while I have only just crossed the starting line, The difference between us is getting brutally real. Right at that intense moment, a panicked guard sprinted up. Gasping for air, he reported that the trash-tier kid, Ye Ling, had returned. He was screaming for a duel with the young master again. The entire martial arena was already packed with hyped-up spectators. Yi Luli scowled in absolute disgust. Who the heck is Yi Ling, some random? Nobody from a branch family dares to challenge my brother over and over. Yi Lang Tian said, explaining that Yi Ling actually clawed his way to the #1 spot among the outer branch rookies recently, based on the clan's ancient rules. The main family had to grant the champion exactly 3 wishes. One of those wishes, the absolute right to challenge Yi Lang Tian for the throne of the clan, Heir Plus. He wanted bloody payback for his father, who got crippled in an accident years ago. Yi Luli was furious. Wait a minute, did you not already pay them a massive fortune in compensation? I literally saw them take the money. Yi Langtian nodded calmly. True. But rumor has it, that little punk recently stumbled upon some legendary cheat code. His cultivation has been skyrocketing like crazy. Now he is weaponizing that wish. He is out there brainwashing everyone, claiming the main bloodline abuses the branch members. It is sparking a massive rebellion inside the clan. Rage blazed in Yeluli's eyes. He acts all righteous and noble, but in reality, he is just using this drama to flex his new powers. Yi Langqin cracked his knuckles and strode forward. Let us go. Whatever his little scheme is. A promise made by the Ye clan must be answered with our fists. The scene dramatically shifted to the unparalleled immortal empire, deep within the eternal zenith. A jaw-dropping celestial city floated in the clouds. Resting elegantly on a lavish throne was a woman of absolute, world-ending beauty. Her mind was calculating 1,000 steps ahead. Based on the timeline of her past life, the apocalyptic absolute yin heaven was already descending. Ancient, forbidden realms were tearing into their reality. This catastrophic event was about to force an iron-fisted hierarchy upon every single ancient clan. Super factions globally were already scrambling to construct true immortal academies. They desperately needed to draft top-tier prodigies to forge the next generation of gods. The legendary immortal path of the Daoshan Academy had finally opened its gates. Her so-called lovely husband had been scheming to infiltrate it for ages. No doubt, he was targeting this exact cosmic shift. Her piercing eyes snapped open. Memories of her tragic past life flooded in. When the ultimate fairy treasure of the immortal path spawned, elite powerhouses waged a world-shattering war for it. But at the very last second, it vanished into thin air. Leaving the Grandmasters utterly mind-blown, a dark realization hit her. Only now did she see the horrifying truth. That backstabbing villain, Changge, had operated from the shadows, gobbling up every single god-tier cheat for himself. His devilishly handsome but absolutely toxic smirk flashed in her mind. My dearest, wicked husband, I know all about your forbidden demonic arts. Your real power level is light years beyond the fake mask you wear. In the end, even poor little Xianxia was brutally stripped of her origin bloodline and erased without a trace. She is the ultimate trump card to expose your sickening hypocrisy. And in this second life, I will protect her with everything I have. The Empress stepped down from her massive bed. A mesmerizing, divine aura flared violently around her perfect figure. Yue Mingkong started connecting the dots. If her regressor memory served her right, the legendary heir of the reincarnation ancient immortal was spawning right about now. That lucky brat carried the reincarnation talisman, a cheat item she absolutely had to steal. Striding out of her royal chambers, a ruthless smirk crept onto her face. If I recall correctly, that destined loser's name was Ye Ling. The camera panned dramatically across vast dimensions. 2 apex predators were locking their sights on the exact same prey. The Great Elder and Gu Xian'er kept their guard up, locking eyes with Gu Changge. Meanwhile, the young master casually observed the old man's bamboo fishing rod, exuding an entirely relaxed aura. The heavy silence shattered as the Great Elder spoke up. Gu Changge, if you have a purpose here, spit it out. There is absolutely no need to beat around the bush with me. Changge replied with a devastatingly calm smile. It is nothing monumental. I merely came to offer my sincerest gratitude to the Great Elder for guiding my dear little sister. The Great Elder let out a freezing scoff. Xianxia possesses world-shaking talent. As a young supreme being undergoing nirvana, this old man would naturally pour his soul into her cultivation. So why exactly are you running all the way here to play the righteous Saint Gu? Changji's smirk widened. It seems the Great Elder's prejudice against me runs deeper than the ocean. Doesn't it? Asked her elder brother. It is only natural that joy fills my heart when I see her reaching new heights. I eagerly await the day she completely surpasses me. There is no fake righteousness here. Despite your accusations. These words sent a shockwave of disbelief through Xianxia. The elder instantly fired back. Ha! If your intentions were truly so pure, why did you violently rip out her divine Dao bone in the first place? Changge's expression did not even twitch. That is a classified secret of the Gu family. As for my debt to Xianxia, I will atone for it myself. The Great Elder should focus solely on fulfilling his own duties. Fury flaring. The Great Elder violently hurled his bamboo rod away. He let out a heavy sigh. The blood feud between you and Xianxia is beyond this old man's jurisdiction. Now, cutting through this utter nonsense. Do you have any real business here? Changge's voice lowered smoothly. Since Xianxia has formally taken you as her master, as her brother, I was obligated to inspect the situation. My primary concern was that the Great Elder might harbor such deep hatred for me, that he would unfairly mistreat my sister. Am I wrong? Right on cue. Black storm clouds swallowed the sky, and thunder roared. The Great Elder whipped around, his aura violently erupting. Gu Changge, are you seriously questioning this old man's integrity right now? Panicking? Xianxia dashed between them. Gu Changge, shut your mouth. Master treats me incredibly well. It is nothing like your twisted delusions. She threw an anxious glance at her master. Yet, Changge maintained his flawlessly hypocritical facade, letting out a dramatic sigh. Oh, Xianxia. My sweet, naive Xianxia, your mind is far too pure. How could you ever grasp the absolute darkness of human nature? Some old fools possess truly rotten hearts. That single sentence made the Great Elder's face darken with cataclysmic rage. Good, very good. In all my centuries of living, this is the first time a junior has dared to insult me to my face. I know you are purposely playing the villain just to provoke my wrath. But I must admit, you have spectacularly succeeded. The old man jabbed a finger straight at Changge, making his legendary declaration. Since you want to play this game, I will humor you. I will exhaust every ounce of my power to mold Xianxia into an absolute monster, so she can easily crush you beneath her heel. Stunned, Xianxia gasped. Master Changge kept his indifferent smirk. And if you fail, the Great Elder roared back, his pride on the line. If I fail to forge her into a weapon against you, I will strip myself of the Great Elder title. Hell, I would even hand over the Immortal Palace's inheritance directly to you. This catastrophic bet made Xianxia's heart drop. Master. No, the Great Elder and Gu Chang locked eyes. In that split second, a silent, dangerous understanding passed between them. The Elder's mind raced. Humph. You arrogant brat. Let's see what massive scheme you are weaving. Meanwhile, Changge mentally smirked. Old man, I was waiting exactly for those words. Caught in this suffocating, lightning-laced atmosphere, Xianxia's mind spun in utter chaos. Did Gu Changge deliberately enrage Master, just to force him into giving me the ultimate training? But the stronger I get, the closer his own doom approaches. Are you truly trying to atone for our bloody past? Or is this just another unfathomable scheme? Suddenly, a luminous system notification materialized. Alert, daughter of fortune. Gu Xian'er's killing intent has wavered. Host's fortune value has increased by 800 points. Destiny value has skyrocketed by 4,000 points. A devilish smirk crept across Changge's face. If the Great Elder stakes his reputation on it, then my mind is completely at ease. The Elder exhaled a heavy breath. Moop. Right before leaving, Changge threw a cheeky wink at Xianxia, completely freezing her in place. He then leaped into the sky, leaving parting words behind. Your time is running out, and your mission is extremely heavy. Your older brother will not disturb your progress any longer. Watching him vanish, the Great Elder muttered to himself. Such terrifying, bottomless calculation. It seems there is a very good reason this monster reached his current heights. Deep down, the old man silently acknowledged a chilling truth. In the future apex of this world, a supreme throne was already reserved for him. Xianxia tugged at his sleeve. Master, are you okay? The Great Elder dramatically pointed at the heavens, fiercely stroking his beard. That insolent junior Gu Changge practically gave this old man a heart attack. His demonic nature is absolutely overflowing. You must push your cultivation to the absolute limit. Master your skills quickly, and beat that arrogant face of his into a swollen pig's head. In her naive innocence, Xianxia suddenly visualized the flawless, terrifying Gu Changge getting beaten into a bruised, puffy pig. The sheer comedy of the thought made a tiny smile bloom. Somewhere miles away, an immensely powerful Gu Changge suddenly sneezed. Xianxia quickly focused, asking, Master, why did he specifically steal my Dao Bone to suppress his demonic aura? Is there a much deeper, hidden tragedy behind everything that happened? The Great Elder fell into a profound silence. Those cursed from birth with demonic nature, they usually possess either an innate demonic soul or an accompanying demonic aura. Though Changge's actions are insanely ruthless, no one has ever detected either of those traits in him. As for why the heavens cursed him with this darkness, that is the ultimate, universe-shaking secret he has exhausted everything to hide. Even this old man cannot see through the fog. A spark of intense realization ignited in Xianxia's eyes. Demonic nature. Thank you, Master, I think the puzzle pieces are finally snapping together. The Elder nodded solemnly. The world knows that demonic corruption seeps deep into the mortal soul. It is a force nearly impossible to chain down. I fear the vast majority of his monstrous actions were actually driven by the uncontrollable influence of that inner darkness. If it were not for that cursed demonic nature clouding his path, taking a genius like him as my own direct disciple back then would not have been a bad idea at all. The dark clouds finally scattered, revealing a crystal-clear sky. Back at his grand estate, Gu Changge smirked to himself. His recent little psychological tricks on Xianxia were already playing out perfectly. Knowing her sharp and calculating mind, she had definitely picked up the trail. The dark, twisted truth of the past was slowly unraveling before her very eyes. The legendary immortal path was about to open. He needed to make his own hardcore preparations. With a cold, scheming gaze, he sat down to plot his next master move. His remaining destiny points could buy a mountain of top-tier items, but there was only one ultimate prize he truly cared about. The World Seed. The system interface violently flashed. 10,000 destiny points, 2,000 luck points. The ultimate system shop was officially unlocked and ready for business. Inside his endless inventory, 3 glowing fragments of the World Seed had perfectly fused together. Right beside them sat 3 luck plundering cards, fully locked and loaded. In a flash of blinding, epic light, the fragmented luck erupted. The legendary refinement process began right before Changge's intensely focused eyes. His mind raced with terrifying possibilities. If he fused this seed to create an inner world and stacked it with his innate void talent, the lethal combination would be an absolute game changer. A flawless, undetectable execution. Even the gods themselves wouldn't see his lethal strike coming. Water, fire, and earth began to violently merge. They forged a pocket dimension, overflowing with terrifying, apocalyptic power. The scene dynamically shifted. revealing Changge floating effortlessly in a majestic, infinite void. He looked around in absolute awe. Was this really the legendary inner realm born from that single, tiny seed? Standing in this limitless space, the absolute, overwhelming power coursing through his veins. He literally felt like the creator himself. He called out to his interface, "Hey, system, if I want to completely upgrade and evolve this inner world, is it going to burn through my destiny points?" The system smoothly chimed in. Destiny points were the ultimate cheat code. With a massive stash of them, literally anything in existence could be refined and conquered. Changge nodded with a wicked smirk. Just as he suspected, without another word, he raised his hand to the heavens. The ground trembled violently, as massive boulders and debris launched themselves into the air like anti-gravity magic. The rubble autonomously assembled into a colossal, awe-inspiring citadel. A blinding, holy aura erupted from it, completely dominating the endless sky. Changge's smile grew darker. This godlike feeling of absolute control, of bending reality itself to his will. It was dangerously addictive. This magnificent palace was just the beginning. When the day finally came for it to crash into the real world, the sheer epicness would break the universe. Everything was set to go. He just needed the perfect spark to ignite the flame. But the exact opening day of the immortal path, only one person had that ultra-rare intel. His reincarnated fiancée. If she was dead set on her epic revenge plot, there was absolutely zero chance she would miss this massive power-up. The cold, brooding image of Yue Mingkong flashed through his calculating mind. Meanwhile, over at the Blackstone, ancient city Yue Mingkong soared through the clouds on the back of a blazing divine phoenix. The massive crowd below stared up in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Bro, look at that! Is that a literal divine phoenix up in a VIP pavilion? A ridiculously handsome guy leaned out, his eyes totally glued to Mingkong's stunning silhouette. He muttered to himself in disbelief. Riding a mythical beast like a casual taxi man. She's gotta be some untouchable legendary princess. Suddenly, a grumpy voice echoed from the magical pendant on his chest. You stupid brat. Don't lose your damn mind just because you saw a top-tier beauty. Have you completely forgotten our main quest? The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace has a massive loot drop waiting, and you have to secure that bag. The young guy rolled his eyes and let out a dramatic sigh. Come on, old man, looking doesn't cost a dime. We're practically next door to the ancient city anyway. We've got plenty of time to chill. Wow. A breathtaking beauty like that is literally a waking dream. I seriously wonder if she's single. Up in the sky, Mingkong was running her own cold calculations. According to her past life's traumatizing memories, this ancient city was where Ye Ling, the sole successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign, first broke the internet with his epic debut. She remembered it crystal clear. Xianxia of the ancient immortal. Ye family had suffered a humiliating deckshid, soul-crushing defeat when this underdog challenged him. And not long after that epic clash, Langtian got absolutely trashed again, brutally losing his spot as the family's reigning successor. This Yiling shot to absolute superstardom overnight. He built an insane network with top-tier VIPs from the ancient clans. There was even a time when his hype completely eclipsed Changge himself. But right now, in this current timeline, his cultivation level was hard stuck at the Marquee realm. This was the absolute perfect golden window to steal his reincarnation ancient talisman. As her majestic phoenix touched down right in front of the ancient city, she pinpointed the exact choke point that Yi Ling absolutely had to pass through. A deadly, chilling determination flared in her eyes. She whispered to herself, the reincarnation ancient talisman. I am getting that legendary loot today. Later that night, under a cool, tense breeze, Yi Ling was walking alone, anxiously muttering, why do I feel so insanely paranoid all of a sudden? Hey, brother turtle, are you sensing this heavy aura too? The voice from his magical pendant snapped right back. You usually act super cocky around those elite girls. Why are you suddenly shaking in your boots? Yiling swallowed hard. It's my survival instinct, and it's never wrong. Before he could even finish his sentence, boom. A massive, terrifying magical array instantly materialized right in front of him. His jaw dropped in pure panic. The voice in his pendant aggressively screamed, "Watch out!" A devastating beam of crushing power blasted straight down from the glowing array, slamming heavily into the gates of the black stone ancient city. As the explosive dust cleared, Yiling's magical necklace pulsed with a desperate, life-saving light. He gritted his teeth, his face twisting into a vicious, cornered snarl. Damn it, out of the absolute shadows. 4 terrifyingly strong cultivators boxed Ye Ling in completely. His brain screamed in overdrive. Saint Realm experts. Trying to play it cool, he violently roared. "Who the hell are you? We don't have any beef. Why are you jumping me out of nowhere, stepping right out of the void itself?" Yue Mingkong slowly appeared, her voice ice-cold and merciless. "An innocent man is safe, but the one holding the legendary treasure is always a target." She stood majestically before him, projecting an aura of absolute, terrifying dominance. Yiling's heart pounded like a drum. It was the unreachable goddess from the city gate. Mingkong stared him down with zero empathy. "Sorry, kid. I'm gonna need to borrow your reincarnation, ancient talisman. I have a major final boss to beat." Yiling completely froze in sheer terror. How? How do you know about my secret talisman?" A massive wave of sheer panic crashed through his entire mind. He had never leaked that god-tier secret to anyone. Mingkong just gave a cold, sharp, and deadly reply. "You don't need to know. And I certainly am not here to negotiate." With a single, cold wave of her hand, her 4 Saint Realm cultivators launched a synchronized assault inside his mystical artifact. The ancient turtle spirit barked a desperate warning. "You foolish brat, if you want to survive, use that technique right now." Yiling ground his teeth together. He had no other choice. The 4 Saint Realm Masters unleashed a devastating barrage of spiritual energy straight at him. A massive artifact materialized within the deafening explosion, whipping up a blinding, crimson tornado. One of the attackers gasped in horror. "A great Saint Realm aura. He's using a forbidden secret art." The head elder roared over the chaos. "Fall back and protect the Empress." Meanwhile, Yiling levitated straight into the eye of the crimson storm. Yue Mingkong narrowed her eyes in disbelief. Is this the absolute limit of the power he currently wields? Yiling's pitch-black eyes suddenly erupted with an eerie, demonic crimson glow. "Do you have any idea how much vitality this cost me?" He bellowed with earth-shattering fury. "I exhausted the spiritual resources of 2 entire lands just to refine 90% of this power, only to waste it all on a dead end." He blasted straight toward Yue Mingkong like a dying meteor. "You brainless woman! It's time you paid the ultimate price for your sheer arrogance." But in that split second, an ancient talisman manifested behind Yue Mingkong's back. Inside the artifact, the turtle spirit desperately screamed, "Fall back immediately." Yiling froze in his tracks, while Yue Mingkong looked on in sheer shock. Without a single warning, a colossal, blazing red vortex crashed down from the heavens. Yiling's mind raced as panic set in. This overwhelming aura. Could it actually be Yanji? Did she really cross dimensions just to protect this woman? The spirit urgently confirmed his worst fears. "That is a genuine great Saint Realm expert. While your Jade Talisman's power is still active, we need to escape right this second." Preparing his desperate escape route, Yiling spat out a final, venomous threat. "You crazy woman. I will carve your face into my memory." Long after his silhouette vanished into the horizon, his furious, blood-curdling voice continued to echo across the storm-torn skies. "I survived your little death trap today, but mark my words. I will rip out your soul and turn you into my slave to avenge this ultimate humiliation." Hearing this, a terrifyingly cold rage flashed in Yue Mingkong's eyes. She mentally calculated her next move. No wonder Yiling managed to slip through Changge's fingers in my previous life. The brutal truth was, I severely underestimated his hidden trump cards. because I failed to end his life today. That means taking him down next time will be infinitely more difficult. Breaking her train of thought. The four Saint Realm guards rushed over and dropped to their knees in absolute shame. We failed to protect the Empress in time. Please punish us. Ignoring them, she respectfully cupped her hands toward Yanji. Thank you for saving me. Senior, may I know the legendary name of my savior? Yanji's expression remained perfectly stoic as she delivered her icy message. Princess Mingkong, young Master Gu ordered me to pass on a warning. If you continue to refuse to see him yourself, he will personally hunt you down and drag you back by force. Yue Mingkong felt a freezing chill run down her spine. Gu Changge. How does he have a great Saint Realm master serving him like a dog? This absolutely never happened in my past life. Yanji wasn't finished. The Myriad Dao banquet is about to begin. The young master expects you not to waste any more time playing games out here. With those chilling words, the mysterious expert vanished into thin air. Yue Mingkong clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. I just arrived in the immeasurable heaven, and he's already tracking me. He even sent a great Saint Realm powerhouse just to deliver a casual threat. As someone who regressed back in time, I should have absolute control over this era. I should hold all the winning cards. Yet, not only did I fail to secure the ancient reincarnation talisman, but my every single move. Guchanga reads me like an open book. Ever since that monster returned from the lower realms, why have the variables in destiny completely spiraled out of my control? It's suffocating. It feels like every step I take falls perfectly into his twisted, demonic calculations. She let out a heavy sigh beneath the moonlight. It seems I have no choice but to test his true intentions face to face. Meanwhile, the scene violently shifts to the grand Heavenly Dao ancient city. The sky was alive with majestic spirit beasts. Massive flying warships cut through the endless clouds, all converging toward a single, glorious destination. A towering immortal pavilion pierced the absolute heavens. The streets bustled with countless cultivators, while elite martial artists soared endlessly above the golden rooftops, standing at the very pinnacle of the highest tower. Gu Changge gazed down like a dark god looking at ants. The immortal path of the Heavenly Dao Palace is finally about to open. Those fossilized elders are busy hosting the Myriad Dao banquet just to measure the strength of the rising generation. Although the Heavenly Dao Palace has monopolized the immortal path for tens of thousands of years, the legendary fortunes hidden inside are practically boundless. And with the world-shaking rumors of an immortal spirit finally descending, things are about to get incredibly bloody. When faced with absolute, heaven-defying power, the palace must share the wealth to avoid becoming the ultimate target of every major faction. Even an ancient behemoth like them has to swallow their pride and play generous with the rising prodigies of the world. He took a slow, elegant sip of his premium tea, but out of the palace's 5 ultimate true disciples, some are critically injured. Others are locked in secluded training. Who is even left to step onto the main stage? If this is truly a blood-soaked playground for the young elites, my involvement on the immortal path could actually turn out to be quite profitable. The Great Elder will definitely have to reconsider his stance on me. At the very least, that stubborn old fool won't dare to target me while everyone is watching. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light pierced the shadowy room, scattering a shower of sparkling spiritual embers. Yanji materialized gracefully from the dying flames. Young master, she greeted softly. Gu Changge didn't even blink. I assume you bring entertaining news. She bowed with absolute, unwavering respect. Indeed, when I intercepted Princess Mingkong, she and 4 Saint Realm cultivators were cornering a young boy who possessed a very bizarre aura. It seemed as though the princess was trying to strip something incredibly valuable right off his living body. Gu Changji's lips curled into a darkly amused smirk. A boy with a bizarre aura, you say? And did my lovely fiancé succeed? Yanji kept her head bowed. No, my lord. It appeared the boy activated some forbidden secret art in a moment of sheer life or death desperation. He forcefully erupted with a power matching a Great Saint Realm Master to repel his 4 attackers. He was about to launch a deadly counterattack. But the exact moment he sensed my presence, he scrambled away like a terrified rat, fearing she might ruin her master's grand scheme. Yanji held her ground, watching from the shadows. Meanwhile, the gears in Gu Changge's mind were turning. It all made sense now. Yue Mingkong was definitely using her reincarnation memories to snatch up a legendary treasure before anyone else could. But plot twist, that mysterious kid actually possessed something the regressor desperately wanted. Plus, he somehow slipped right through the fingers of 4 Saint Realm powerhouses. A wicked smirk crept across Changge's face. A bizarre underdog surviving impossible odds. Oh, I know this script perfectly. It reeks of main character energy. Ding. A translucent holographic screen materialized in his vision. The system announced. New child of fortune detected. Initializing quest parameters. Changge's eyes darkened with a villainous thrill. A dangerous chuckle escaped his lips. Oh, how entertaining. He glanced down at the bustling streets below, his voice dropping to a whisper. Stay hidden. Yanji. Let's not spook our little prey just yet. Bowing deeply, she murmured. Your wish is my command. Young master, he pondered the system's cryptic alert. If the system flagged this new child of fortune, their destinies were already intertwined. Yet, the lack of an immediate quest meant this so-called chosen one was still lurking in the shadows. Keeping his distance for now works for me. Changge muttered. The 10,000 Dao banquet is right around the corner. A perfect chance to catch up with old friends and dig up some dirt on this new golden boy. Down in the bustling plaza, the rumor mill was working in overdrive. Our sect actually snagged invites to the grand banquet. This has to be our golden ticket into the immortal road. Normally, if you aren't part of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, you can kiss that dream goodbye. A cynical cultivator scoffed nearby. Yeah, right. Keep dreaming if you think it is going to be that easy. Suddenly, a breathtaking redhead stepped forward, a glowing jade crest shimmering on her forehead. That immortal road you are all drooling over is an ancient, untouched continent. It is packed with mind-bending legacies that everyone wants to hoard for themselves. She narrowed her eyes. The palace being this generous, it is way out of character. Sure, the top-tier factions pressured them. But there is definitely a catch. Heaven only knows what twisted game they are truly playing. A heavy silence fell over the stunned crowd. Breaking the tension, a doll-faced girl chimed in. Look, you cannot mention the palace without talking about young Master Changge. With that monster in the picture, the rest of the younger generation trying to score loot is basically a suicide mission. Bullshit. A massive, beast-like warrior roared, shaking the ground. Stealing my loot is like taking food from my dying mother. Does Gu Chang really think he can swallow the whole pie? If we gang up on him, he is dead meat. Even a mighty elephant gets stripped to the bone by an army of angry ants. The crowd sweat dropped, side-eyeing the hulking brute. Little did he realize, he just admitted they were nothing but ants compared to him. Another gossip monger quickly changed the subject. Word on the street is Changge pissed off the great elder recently. The old man was furious. Our flawless young master might finally be losing his grip on the palace. Suddenly, gasps echoed through the plaza as 2 majestic figures descended from the sky. The crowd craned their necks in awe. It was the Ye siblings, Langtian and Liuli. Holy crap, someone shrieked. That is the heir to the ancient Yi family, the reincarnation of the ancient emperor himself. Ye Langtian, touching down with effortless grace. Liuli tugged her brother's sleeve. Hey bro, are you sure Gu Changge's actually showing up? Langtian patted her hand with a reassuring smile. Relax. Brother Gu is practically running the show here. There is no way he misses his own party. Bwahaha. A wild laugh shattered the elegant vibe as a white-haired guy dripping in tiger stripes swaggered over. Yi Langtian, you actually have the guts to show your face in public. The crowd gasped again. It was Bai Li, the fierce heir of the White Tiger clan. Bai Li sneered. I heard you got absolutely wrecked by some no-name branch family kid. Rumor has it you are barely holding it together right now. Tell me it is a joke. Langxian's aura spiked. Bai Li. The tiger heir just clapped his shoulder, laughing mockingly. Chill out. Man, no need to be embarrassed. Yi Ling is still from your sect. And hey, I know exactly what that punk is capable of. Liu Li crossed her arms, glaring daggers at the smirking beastkin. What is he so damn cocky about? She muttered bitterly. Suddenly, her eyes widened in absolute shock. A voice boomed across the plaza like thunder. Make way, the young master of the immortal Gu family has arrived. The skies parted as Gu Changge descended like a god, accompanied by the enchanting nine-tailed fox. Yinmai, what a lively gathering. He purred smoothly. I have heard the legends tying Brother Ye and myself together as the twin supremes of our generation. What a glorious twist of fate to finally run into you. Lang Tian's hostility vanished, replaced by a warm grin. Brother Gu, your timing is impeccable. I was just wondering how the host of this grand event could possibly be running late. Luli breathed out. Gu Changge. Meanwhile, Bai Li's eyes narrowed dangerously as he thought. Gu Changge and Yinmai, stepping off his celestial ride. Changge offered a flawless, heart-stopping smile. Lady Liuli, it has been far too long. Langtian Bep, cupping his fists. The rumors of your unfathomable power do not do you justice. Brother Gu, seeing you in the flesh, simply breathtaking. Honestly, having the world call us equals is way too much credit for a guy like me. Changge tilted his head, playing the humble prince. Come now, Brother Ye. Why sell yourself short? Luli could not hold it in anymore. It is all because my brother got tricked, that branch family rat. Ye Ling played dirty and completely messed with my brother's mental state. He is the worst. She stomped her foot angrily. He used his dead dad as a sob story to hype up the crowd. Forced my brother to nerf his own power level just to accept a duel. Do not listen to Bai Li's garbage version of the story. Behind his perfect smile, Chengge's mind raced. Playing the fool to crush the arrogant, slapping the faces of the elite, preaching about justice while scheming for personal glory. Oh, this is too rich. Changge's inner villain cackled. This Yeling kid, he is a walking breathing textbook definition of a child of fortune. This new son of fortune actually has some tricks up his sleeve. A rare trait for these naive heroes. But knowing Yi Ling's true nature, his latest stunt reeks of pure hypocrisy. Truly a despicable move. Standing nearby, Yi Langtian lightly scolded his sister. Liuli, mind your words. Meanwhile, Gu Changge smirked inwardly. Well, it's not like I'm the saint of morality here either. Suddenly, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. The system interface lit up with a new mission. Target shatter the Son of Fortune's alliance network. The reward 1,000 fortune points and 5,000 destiny points. Gu Changge's eyes gleamed with dark amusement. An alliance network? Huh, right on cue. Bai Li's voice cut through the tension. Yinmai. You. Gu Changge slowly shifted his gaze toward the raging prince. The gears in the villain's mind started turning. Could this hothead be the weak link? Playing the perfect gentleman. He turned to the beautiful fox girl. Junior sister Yinmei. Brother Bai Li is calling out to you. Why the cold shoulder, unless I am mistaken? He is your arranged fiancé. Correct. With deliberate slowness, he rested his hand gently on her delicate shoulder. A charming, yet deeply dangerous smile crossed his face. Oh my. Does my presence make you that nervous? The surrounding crowd instantly erupted into hushed whispers. The drama was just too juicy. Wait. Is there a rift between the White Tiger clan and the Nine-Tailed Foxes? Everyone knew the terrifying reputation of Gu Changge, an absolute tyrant within the Immortal Palace. Even the highest-ranking elders trembled at his name, even as a prestigious true disciple. Yinmei had no choice. She was utterly defenseless against his overwhelming authority and ruthless methods. Seeing another man's hand on his fiancée's shoulder was the last straw. Bai Li's aura exploded with blazing fury. Gu Changge, do not push your luck. Take your filthy hands off Yin Mei unbothered. The villain tilted his head with feigned innocence. My dear brother Bai. Whatever do you mean? We are simply fellow disciples of the same sect. Is it a crime for a senior brother to show a little friendly concern? Bai Li's face twisted into a savage snarl. Cut the nonsense, you might be a monster in combat. But I am no pushover. Do not treat me like easy prey. The fake smile vanished from Gu Changji's face. His eyes turned into bottomless pits of absolute frost. Challenging me? Are you that eager to meet the Grim Reaper? The sheer, suffocating weight of his killing intent crushed the air. Bai Li choked on his own rage, stammering helplessly. Before he could embarrass himself further, Yin Mei rushed forward. Senior brother Gu, I beg of you, please do not punish him. She shielded the tiger prince with her body. He just arrived and spoke out of turn. Please, spare him out of consideration for me. Bai Li froze, his eyes trembling in utter disbelief. She was actually protecting him against this monster. A massive realization hit his thick skull. Was she acting distant earlier just to protect me? Was she trying to keep me off Gu Changji's radar? Tears of overwhelming gratitude welled up in the fool's eyes. The peanut gallery of cultivators gasped in collective shock. No way, the nine-tailed fox princess is actually standing up to the young master. Are they crazy? One wrong move and Gu Changji might slaughter us all right here. The crowd watched the villain's calculating silence with bated breath. Sweat rolled down their foreheads. She is a top disciple of our sect. He wouldn't actually execute her in broad daylight. Right. Meanwhile, an arrogant young master from a lesser sect scoffed inwardly. What is so terrifying about this guy anyway? Bunch of cowards. Beside him, the Ye siblings exchanged a deeply uneasy glance. Finally, the tyrant's cold voice broke the suffocating silence. Since junior sister Yin pleads so earnestly on your behalf, I shall let this slide. With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he turned to walk away. Yin Mei bowed deeply, her voice filled with respect. Thank you, senior brother, I swear on my life. This will never happen again. Gu Changge paused, throwing a piercing glance over his shoulder. The banquet of 10,000 Daos is about to commence. Are you planning to play nursemaid here? Or will you fulfill your duties as host? Bai Li's mind felt like an erupting volcano. That absolute bastard. How dare he casually command my woman right in front of me? But Yin Mei immediately hurried after the villain. You are absolutely right. Senior brother, I am coming with you. Before leaving, she shot Bai Li one last desperate look, a silent warning begging him to hold his tongue. And just like that, she left her fiancé standing completely alone. Bai Li reached out, his hand grasping at empty air. His fingers slowly curled into a trembling, bloodless fist. The feeling of sheer powerlessness was agonizing. Venom dripped from his inner thoughts. Just you wait, Gu Changji. The moment I break through to the late stage of the King realm, I will carve today's humiliation into your flesh. He stood paralyzed in the courtyard, watching his beloved walk away with his worst enemy. His face warped into a terrifying mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious private hall, the nine-tailed fox princess knelt obediently. Master, the greatest young prodigies have gathered for the banquet. Will you not make an appearance? Gu Changge swirled his divine tea, his gaze completely apathetic. There is no longer a need. He chuckled darkly. Let me guess. You are wondering why I orchestrated that entire stage play, only to let the tiger cub walk free. Yin Mei's fox ears twitched in confusion. Yes, my lord. He openly disrespected you in front of the entire sect, even if you had crushed him on the spot. The entire White Tiger clan wouldn't dare utter a single complaint. Gu Changge slowly placed his teacup onto the jade table. A wicked mastermind smile crept onto his lips. Bai Lai is hot-headed. But he isn't brainless. Without my little push, he would never have the guts to openly declare me his enemy. But your little act of protection, today, it completely shattered his ego. It turned him into a pathetic coward hiding behind his woman's skirts, a loudmouth incapable of defending his own honor, a so-called young supreme talent. Forced to swallow his pride while another man asserts dominance over his future wife. Tell me, Yin Mai, how could any man with a shred of pride swallow such ultimate humiliation? The villain's eyes glowed with terrifying calculation. He considers the son of fortune, Ye Ling, his sworn brother, desperate to rescue his beloved from the evil villain's clutches. Changge stood up, radiating sheer predatory dominance. He has no choice but to seek out his sworn brother for an alliance. And that is exactly what I want. It is the perfect bait to drag our elusive little mouse out of hiding. Yin Mei shuddered at his brilliance. Bowing in absolute submission, Changge casually waved his hand, dismissing her. Speaking of which, you should probably pay your tragic fiancé a secret visit. I imagine the poor boy is throwing quite the temper tantrum right now. A sly, foxy grin flashed across Yin Mei's face. Your wish is my command. Master, cut to a destroyed courtyard miles away. Boom Bai Lai shattered a solid stone table with a single, furious punch. Changge, you absolute bastard. I will kill you. His panicked retainers rushed in. Young master, please calm down. We are deep inside the Immortal Palace's territory. Changge is a venomous viper. If you compromise the Heavenly Dao Palace's reputation over petty squabbles, you'll forfeit your ticket to the immortal path. Another lackey quickly chimed in. The advisor is absolutely right. Young master, both the future madam and Changge are disciples of the palace. She must be enduring unimaginable torment right now. Bai Li masked his fury behind a wall of fake righteousness. If the grand scheme wasn't at stake, do you think I'd swallow this humiliation? But internally, his blood boiled. Just you wait. Changge, I'll make you choke on your own arrogance. Right on cue. The heavy doors creaked open. Yin Mei slipped into the room, her voice trembling. Brother Lai, Pai Li lunged forward, punting his own guard out of the way like a ragdoll. Yin Mei, did that bastard Gu lay a hand on you, without missing a beat? She activated her flawless acting skills, forcing a heartbreaking sob. Everything that happened today, it's all my fault. I never expected Changge to be so ruthlessly cruel. Before she could even spin the rest of her web of lies, Bai Li instantly cut her off. Hush now. You don't need to explain. I know exactly what you're going through. That tyrant holds the entire Heavenly Dao Palace in an iron grip. The fact that you stepped up to protect me back there, it means the world to me. Crocodile tears welled up in Yin Mei's stunning eyes. During the grand Dao banquet, I was trapped. But the thought of you misunderstanding my intentions, it drove me to sneak out and find you. With perfectly calculated timing, she collapsed into his chest, weeping delicately. Brother Lai, I was terrified. The sheer vulnerability of the moment left Bai Li completely frozen. He could only stammer her name. Yin Mai. She looked up through her lashes. Once this immortal path chaos blows over, I'm leaving the palace for good. When that day comes, will you take me far away from here? Bai Li wrapped his arms around her tightly, his heroic complex fully activated. I swear it, when the immortal path unlocks, I'll join forces with Brother Yi to seize the ultimate legacy. The second I smash through the mid-stage of the King Realm, I'm going to make Changge beg for mercy for ever daring to bully you. Yin Mei buried her face deeper into his embrace. Hidden from his view, a chilling darkness flashed across her eyes. Yet, her voice remained sweet as honey. I believe in you. Suddenly, a spark lit up Bai Lai's eyes. Oh, almost forgot. I'll be laying low in the ancient heavenly city for a while. If that tyrant makes your life hell, just channel your aura into this jade. He pressed a masterfully carved tiger head talisman into her palm, His gaze softened with dangerous devotion. Keep this safe. And more importantly, keep yourself safe. Then, reality crashed back in, and he gently pushed her away. You need to slip back now. If Changge notices you're gone, he'll definitely make you suffer. He guided her to the threshold, his voice thick with unspoken agony. Go. The heavy doors slammed shut. Instantly, Bai Li's tough facade crumbled. Tears streamed down his face as he desperately clutched his aching chest. Just go. But remember, if anyone dares to cross you, I'm only a talisman away. Standing alone in the empty hallway, Yinmei dropped the helpless maiden act. A flash of pure disgust crossed her face. What a pathetic nuisance. She sneered silently. Back inside, Bai Li let out a heavy sigh, shifting his focus to the coming war. Brother Yi Ling has definitely reached the ancient city by now. Time to track down my old friend and scheme our next move. Suddenly, the heavens themselves seemed to catch fire. A colossal, blindingly radiant phoenix soared across the sky. The masses below erupted into absolute chaos. Look, it's a divine phoenix. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private pavilion, Changge lazily twirled the tiger-shaped jade talisman between his fingers. So, those were his exact pathetic words. Yinmei knelt respectfully, her tone stripped of any emotion. I wouldn't dare lie to you, Master. Bai Li specifically told me to use this artifact to summon him whenever I want. Changge's lips curled into a wicked smirk. Bai Li truly is a helpless romantic. With this little tracking bug, hunting down Yi Ling just became a walk in the park. He shifted his gaze toward the horizon. Flawless execution. He praised darkly. Keep a tight leash on his movements from now on. The exact second he makes contact with Yi Ling, I want to know about it. A genuine smile finally graced Yin Mei's lips. Consider it done. My lord. Suddenly, a shadow guard materialized at the doorway. Report the Empress of the Peerless Immortal Empire, Yue Mingkong, has touched down. Dark amusement danced in Changge's eyes. Oh, the queen has finally arrived high above. The piercing screech of the celestial phoenix shook the very air. Down in the bustling streets beneath the pavilion, whispers spread like wildfire. The mortals couldn't believe their eyes. Is that really Her Highness? Did Princess Yue Mingkong actually grace our city? Concealed within the chaotic mob, Yi Ling pulled his hood lower, his eyes burning with intense realization. So, the mysterious assailant who ambushed me. It was Yue Mingkong all along. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Just wait. When the time is right, I'm going to settle every single bloody score. The moment the vengeful protagonist slipped into the shadows, Yue Mingkong descended from her blazing mount like a literal goddess. Changge was already waiting, wearing his signature mocking grin. It's been far too long. My dear Mingkong, did you fly all this way just because you missed your beloved future husband? Her expression remained colder than absolute zero. Your delusions are staggering. Stop dreaming. She snapped. Changge instantly clutched his chest in exaggerated agony. Ouch, you're breaking my heart. Do you have any idea how much I've yearned for you? Her icy composure cracked with pure irritation. Is that why you sent that random woman to summon me like a common servant? Changge tilted his head, playing the absolute fool. Woman, whatever do you mean? He casually closed the distance between them, leaning in to dramatically sniff the air around her. Well, that's incredibly odd. Why do I suddenly smell the overwhelming stench of bitter jealousy? Yue Mingkong shoved him back with zero hesitation. Back off. Unbothered. Chang smoothly adjusted his robes. Yanji is just a top-tier warrior I scooped up from the lower realms. Think of her as a very eager fan trying to win my heart. That sentence hit its mark. Yue Mingkong's confident stride faltered for a fraction of a second. Catching the micro-expression, Changge's wicked smile widened. Oh my! Are you actually jealous? She aggressively refused to meet his eyes, scoffing loudly. Your narcissism knows no bounds. Cut the games and tell me why you dragged me here. Dropping the playful act, Changge pushed open the grand doors. You're no fun at all. He hid, practically oozing boredom. My little bird told me a fascinating story. Apparently, you deployed 4 Saint Realm powerhouses to hunt down a measly Marquis Realm boy. And you completely botched it. Just how badly did this kid piss you off? He leaned against the doorframe. A predator scenting blood. Come on. Spill the tea to your loving husband. Before she could react, his aura shifted into pure, concentrated malice. Point him out, and I'll personally rip him apart to soothe your pride. The offer caught Yue Mingkong completely off guard. Her mind raced. A heartless sociopath like Changge, offering to get his hands dirty for my sake. There was absolutely no way he knew about Yiling's hidden trump cards right now. So why on earth was he targeting Yiling, keeping up her icy facade? She tested him. Are you seriously going to kill someone without even asking why? Just completely ignoring right and wrong. Changge's response was effortlessly smooth. Does that really matter? If my lovely fiancé wants him dead, I will gladly be the blade that strikes him down. Yue Mingkong froze, completely caught off guard. Anyone I want dead, you will just eliminate for me. She closed her eyes, processing the sheer weight of his words. Typical Changge, spitting out such terrifying, bloodthirsty promises as if he were just talking about the weather. If he was genuinely hunting Yiling down just for her sake, then maybe, just maybe, he actually cared about her a little. Right at that moment, a system prompt flashed in Changge's vision. Daughter of Fortune. Yue Mingkong's attitude has shifted. Fortune points increased by 800. Destiny points increased by 4,000. Changge turned his piercing gaze back to her. So, what is the real reason you are going after Yiling? Are you really going to keep secrets from your own husband? The blunt question made her flinch in surprise. He let out a low chuckle. Honestly, even if you keep your mouth shut, I have already figured it out. Cornered. Yue Mingkong awkwardly broke eye contact. Look, it is really not a massive deal. I simply tracked down a legendary inheritance. The legacy of the ancient reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign. Hidden within the ruins, but by the time I made my move, that rat Yiling had already beaten me to it. Changge raised an eyebrow. The ancient reincarnation sovereign, the power of reincarnation itself. He suddenly gasped in exaggerated, totally fake shock. Wait a minute. Does that mean my sweet fiancé was plotting murder to steal his loot? Bullseye. Yue Mingkong froze. Completely busted. Changge slowly circled her, practically dripping with sarcasm. I must admit, I am genuinely shocked. To think the great Yue Mingkong would stoop to petty highway robbery. Her face burned bright red all the way to the tips of her ears. She stammered out. Hey. Changge leaned in close, mercilessly adding fuel to the fire. I thought the guy had deeply offended you, but no. You were just plotting to snatch his fated encounters all along. Yue Mingkong was so intensely mortified. She literally wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Tsk. Tisk. Itsk. Changge clicked his tongue. Wow. I never knew my darling had such a wicked side. That completely pushed her over the edge. Wait a second. She realized. Who the hell is he to judge me? Furious, she raised her hand to smack that smug grin off his face. Changge, you hypocrite. You are acting like some righteous saint. Your methods are 100 times more toxic than mine. I was just taking necessary precautions. Changge casually stepped back, dodging her swing with a teasing laugh. Oh. Look, somebody is getting defensive. Shut up. You absolute jerk, she screamed back. But in a flash, Changge caught her wrist. The playful smirk vanished, replaced by an intensely gentle gaze. What I meant was, you should just leave the dirty work to me. Why should my beloved wife soil her beautiful hands, dealing with such insignificant trash? That sudden, smooth confession left her completely paralyzed. The scene drastically shifted. High above a breathtaking, majestic ancient city, powerful elders gathered inside a grand, imposing sect hall. The palace master broke the heavy silence. The opening of the immortal path is now unavoidable. Every major faction is gathering at the Dao Heaven City to throw their young prodigies into the gauntlet. What are your thoughts? Elders. A massive, heavily muscled elder in green robes scowled. Palace master. We need to negotiate this with the other factions thoroughly. The immortal path is an absolute death trap from all sides. If the genius disciples from other sects get themselves killed during this trial, they will point their fingers straight at us for failing to protect them. It will be a political nightmare. A fierce swordswoman nodded in agreement. Exactly. The ancient immortal continent is a slaughterhouse. Yes. The hidden legacies and treasures are completely off the charts. The ancient sectors are overflowing with heaven-defying loot. But even I would lose my bearings in that twisted space. Sending hot-headed kids in there, the death toll is going to be astronomical. Suddenly, a fiery-haired elder slammed his fist down, exploding with rage. To hell with that, if you ask me. Their survival is not our damn problem. Let them fend for themselves. Every faction wants a piece of the pie and rushes in blindly. But the second things go south, we take the blame. What kind of twisted logic is that? Another elder quickly chimed in. Elder Yan is absolutely right. They are volunteering for this suicide mission. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace refuses to be their babysitters. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the hall. Exactly. We need to draw a hard line immediately. If they cannot handle the risk, tell them to pack up and get out. The city lord raised a hand to calm the room. All right. Settle down. It is a gathering of elite youth. Bloodshed and clashes are completely inevitable. However, as the hosts of this grand event, if our own disciples fail to secure any major victories, we will be the laughingstock of the entire realm. Elder Yan scoffed bitterly. Look at our top 5 core disciples. Chu Wuren's Dao heart was completely shattered, and he ran back to the great Chu Empire. 3 others are stuck in closed-door cultivation. And frankly, in my eyes, those brats are nothing but flashy frauds anyway. Are we seriously supposed to bet our sex pride on them? A heavy, awkward silence fell. Slowly, every single eye in the room shifted toward the great elder. He flinched, suddenly defensive. What are you all staring at me for? What is with that look? This is about the ultimate honor of the Immortal Palace. Can you idiots not figure out who we need to send? Or do you genuinely think I am so petty that I would hold a personal grudge at a time like this? A blue-robed elder panicked, waving his hands defensively. No. 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 Absolutely not. The great elder is a mountain of magnanimity. Why would you ever stoop to bickering with a younger generation brat? It is just that. Officially sending Changge as the face of our core disciples. Does that not feel a bit controversial? What do you... The great elder abruptly cut him off. Consider this an opportunity for that arrogant punk. Yes. Changge is a lawless, uncontrollable wildcard. But at the end of the day, he has eaten the resources of our Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. He might have his own selfish agenda, but he wouldn't dare betray the sect and slaughter his own masters. Right, the city lord stood up, making the final call. In my opinion, Changge has been throwing down with the top-tier geniuses for the Immortal Palace. It is only fair he gets the title he deserves. The throne of the heir has been collecting dust for far too long. It is about time someone claimed it. How about? The great elder raised his hand, cutting him off. Palace master. Say no more. I know how the game is played. He stood up with a heavy sigh. Forget it. Today, I will swallow my pride and pay that arrogant brat a visit myself. The scene shifts to a remote peak, where the wind howls and the clouds drift. Xianxia sat meditating on a rugged boulder. Suddenly, the crunch of footsteps broke the silence. She instantly dropped into a fighting stance and shouted, "Who is there?" Yue Mingkong materialized before Xian'er, her voice smooth like silk. "Xian'er, little sister, relax. I am not here to fight." Xian'er's eyes widened with recognition. "You are Gu Changge's fiancée, Yue Mingkong, the future empress of the peerless immortal dynasty." Yue Mingkong smiled softly. "Spot on, little sister." She stepped forward, gracefully taking a seat nearby. "I heard you were training under the Great Elder. I had some free time, so I decided to drop by." Xian'er crossed her arms, her guard still up. "So what? Where is Gu Changge? Why did he not show his face?" Yue Mingkong shook her head. "He already left the Immortal Palace. Who knows what shady business he is up to now?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Xian'er's eyes as she looked down. "Oh? Is that so?" Yue Mingkong watched her closely, thinking to herself, "Wait, is she actually bummed out?" Just because that jerk did not show up, Xian'er suddenly looked up, grinding her teeth. "That infuriating scumbag, I was planning to beat him to a pulp once I broke through to the noble realm." Yue Mingkong quickly raised her hands to calm her. "Easy there, little sister. Do not let your anger cloud your judgment. I know exactly what he did to you back then. But Gu Changge is not just a jerk. He is a walking nightmare. Unless you are absolutely certain you can crush him, you need to stay out of his crosshairs. But until you are strong enough to stand your ground, I will find a way to protect you." Xian'er's jaw practically hit the floor. "Wait. You want to protect me?" An awkward silence hung in the crisp mountain air. Finally, Xian'er broke the quiet. "I appreciate the thought, but I do not need your help. Aren't you his fiancée? Why are you plotting against him with me?" Yue Mingkong flinched slightly, caught off guard. She struggled to find the right words. After a long pause, she murmured softly, "It is nothing. Maybe I just want to silence the guilt eating away at my soul. For all the twisted things Gu Chang has done, let me carry a fraction of his karmic debt." Xian'er stared at her in sheer disbelief. "Pay his debts? Just how dangerously in love do you have to be to say something so crazy?" Thinking back on the rumors about Yue Mingkong's past, Xian'er had heard the whispers. A one-sided romance built entirely on her endless sacrifices. Now that she thought about it, this future empress was actually pretty pitiful. Gu Chang really is the ultimate trash. Meanwhile, back in the villain's luxurious chambers, Changge smirked to himself. After draining all the premium loot, Yin Mei gathered, "My true cultivation has officially smashed into the heavenly god realm now. I just need to keep my eyes locked on Ye Ling's every move. That pathetic hero is dancing in the spotlight, while I pull the strings from the shadows. Crushing him will be child's play." Dark demonic energy swirled wildly in his palm as he schemed. Logically speaking, since Yue Mingkong is a regressor, her knowledge of the future is her ultimate cheat code. She definitely knows about way more hidden treasures than Yiling ever could. She should know that Lucky Punk's entire destiny like the back of her hand. I planned to squeeze her for intel the moment I got back. But I take one quick trip, and she vanishes into thin air. Who else would she even talk to in the Immortal Palace? Changge stroked his chin, his mind racing. "Do not tell me." She went straight to Xian'er. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered his thoughts. "Gu Changge!" The explosive shout echoed through the peak. The space tore open, and the Great Elder stepped out of the void itself. Changge stood up, his tone dripping with mock surprise. "Oh my, what wild wind blew the mighty Great Elder all the way to my supreme peak? To what do I owe this absolute honor?" The Great Elder scoffed, his eyes blazing with fury. "Hemph. In this immortal palace, do I need your permission to walk around?" Changge strolled down the steps, completely unbothered. "Oh, I suppose not." He casually waved his hand, dismissing the legendary elder. "But honestly, I am feeling a bit wiped out. I was just about to catch some sleep. So if there is nothing else, the door is right there." That level of disrespect sent the Great Elder over the edge. Veins practically popped out of his forehead. Their terrifying auras clashed. Making the very air scream, Changge tilted his head, feigning innocence. What is with the hostile vibes? Great Elder, did someone ruin your day? Oh. Right. If you are throwing a tantrum, do not even think about using xianxia as leverage against me. Because I do not play those boring games. The Great Elder's rage went nuclear. He roared at the top of his lungs, "You arrogant brat. Do you think I am as utterly shameless as you?" Right at that explosive moment, two streaks of brilliant light shot down from the sky. Xianxia's furious voice pierced the air. Changge, shut your filthy mouth." She gripped her sword, her killing intent spiking. Changge, what the hell are you trying to pull? Changge smirked, his eyes narrowing dangerously. I was just wondering who had a death wish. Screaming at me like that. Well, if it isn't my dear xianxia, what is wrong? Did you get a little power boost and decide it was time to murder your big brother internally? A dark grin spread across his mind. Bingo! Minkong definitely went to see xianxia. Xianxia trembled with pure fury. You bastard, the Great Elder just let out an exhausted, defeated sigh. Listen up, brat. Remember that little bet we made? The Great Elder smirked. Xianxia stands right in front of you now, and she is packing some serious combat power. Changge let out a cold laugh. Oh, I remember perfectly. You put the title of Immortal Palace Heir on the line, betting everything that she could actually defeat me. But look at her. She just barely scraped into the Lord realm. He tilted his head with a mocking grin. Is the Great Elder in such a rush to hand the heir position over to me? A dark, calculating shadow crossed Changge's face. Or maybe. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. You are completely out of options. Boom. That hit right where it hurt. The Great Elder's face turned completely black with rage, while Xianxia looked confused. Master, she whispered. Meanwhile, Changge was already playing chess in his head. Besides, he scoffed. Are you taking this whole heir title a bit too seriously? He shrugged, feigning absolute boredom. You are acting like I am dying to have it. The Great Elder's mind was racing. Had this monster predicted his every move from the very start, masking his panic with pure fury? The old man barked. Are you trying to extort me right now? Changge just clicked his tongue. Extortion. That is such an ugly word. This is a mutual agreement between gentlemen. How could you call it a shakedown? The absolute audacity. The three of them stood there, completely speechless. The Great Elder threw his head back and burst into bitter, booming laughter. A mutual agreement. I have met shameless villains before, but your absolute sheer nerve is on a whole different level. Congratulations, kid. You have truly opened my eyes today. His booming voice suddenly dropped into a lethal growl. Fine, what will it take for you to agree? But consider this a warning. Do not push your luck. Changge did not even blink. My terms are actually quite simple. First, lock in my status as the future palace master. Second, you owe me one personal favor. He smirked. Relax, old man. I will not ask you to do anything too crazy. The Great Elder weighed his options. The palace master title and a single favor. It sounded way too easy. Both terms were completely within his power, leaving him absolutely zero room to reject. A cold realization hit him. Every single step today had been orchestrated by this devil. He had severely underestimated Changge. Noticing the old man's hesitation, Changge called out, breaking the silence. Fine. Consider your demands met. The elder snapped. Changge clapped his hands together. A brilliant choice. But just to be safe, I am going to need you to swear a vow on your Dao heart. Pure rage surged through the Great Elder. Thick veins practically exploded on his forehead. Xianxia immediately stepped up, defending her master. If my master gave his word, he will keep it. Are you seriously doubting him right now? Changge rolled his eyes, looking utterly unimpressed. Are you kidding me? If I actually trusted him, Why on earth would I make him swear a deadly oath? Xianxia was completely paralyzed by his brutal honesty. The Great Elder was practically steaming with rage. Meanwhile, Mingkong just facepalmed, totally exhausted by her fiancé's absolute zero-chill attitude. Left with no choice, the Great Elder raised 3 trembling fingers toward the heavens. I hereby swear upon my Dao heart, if I break the pact made today, let the chaos heavenly lightning strike me down, let my soul be shattered, my spirit erased, and banish me from the cycle of reincarnation forever. The heavy vow sealed, the old man stormed off in an absolute fury, muttering curses under his breath. That little demon, he is going to be the death of me. The 2 girls were left standing in stunned silence, staring at Changge with intense unease. Suddenly, an ominous purple light flared in his eyes. Xianxia, he called out. Mingkong instantly stepped between them, her guard up. What are you planning now? But Xianxia gently pushed her aside. Sister Mingkong, stay out of this. This is my fight. She locked eyes with the man who ruined her life. Changge today, we settle our deadly grudge once and for all. Changge tilted his head, amused. Settle our grudge. Xianxia leveled her blazing sword straight at his heart. He just chuckled. Little girl, even your all-powerful master could not touch me. What makes you think you even have a 1% chance? Xianxia's eyes burned with fury. Stop underestimating me, she screamed. Boom. She launched herself at him like a guided missile. We will see who is underestimating who. Changge's lips curled into a villainous smirk. Oh, is that so? Xianxia closed the distance in a flash, unleashing a devastating, bone-crushing kick. But the moment her foot made impact, his body completely dissolved into thin air. An after image. She instantly regained her balance, grinding her teeth. Not this annoying trick again. She spun around, tracking the residual energy. Do not even try to hide. Aura erupted around her. She unleashed her ultimate attack. The 3 talents blue flame sword. The burning blade sliced through the air, aiming right for Changge as he stepped out of the shadows. Seeing the deadly strike, Changge just let out a dark chuckle. Huh. A massive explosion of blinding blue light consumed the entire courtyard. When the dust settled, Changge was holding her blazing sword tip with just 2 bare fingers. Xianxia gasped, absolute shock written all over her face. With his other hand casually resting behind his back, he said, my foolish, clueless little sister. You barely entered the Lord realm, and you think you are ready to take my life. His playful smirk vanished, replaced by an aura of suffocating, bone-chilling frost. Snap. He effortlessly broke her legendary blade like a dry twig. It seems you are completely delusional about your own power level. Her weapon shattered into a million pieces, leaving Xianxia frozen in absolute terror. Changge dusted off his hands, his voice dripping with pure ice. You scream about killing me every single day. Yet, when I literally hand you the chance on a silver platter, you bring me this pathetic display. Look at you. You are throwing a tantrum like some reckless, ignorant street punk. He took a slow, menacing step closer. You are a massive disappointment. Xian'er's mind was completely short-circuiting. Disappointed I failed to kill him. He absolutely crushed me. Dang. Should he not be celebrating right now? What kind of twisted logic was this? Wait a minute. Has Changge been secretly pushing me to level up my cultivation this whole time? Is his ultimate goal for me to actually kill him? Before her brain could process it, Changge's hand moved like lightning. Consider this a minor penalty for your embarrassing performance today. Flick. He snapped his finger hard against her forehead. Pull a stunt like this again, and I will personally lock you in the suppression lake for 3 to 5 years, without waiting for a response. The absolute boss turned on his heel, tossing one final warning over his shoulder. He walked away. Stop wasting my time and go grind your cultivation. I do not have the patience for your childish little revenge games. Xianxia huddled in the corner. Tears of absolute frustration streamed down her face. She snapped her head back, eyes blazing with fury. You bastard. Gu Chang's voice was chillingly calm. Stop this pointless struggling. Your current strength is nothing but a joke. She shot up from the ground, her voice tearing through the air. Gu Changge, if you went through all this trouble just to humiliate me, just to make me kill you, then I will gladly grant your wish. He simply closed his eyes, face completely unbothered. Wait until you actually have the power to back those words up. But suddenly, blinding rays of terrifying energy erupted straight toward him. He turned, only to see a colossal blade manifesting right above Xian'er's head. The disciples of the heavenly immortal palace froze in absolute shock. What in the heavens is that? A heaven-piercing broadsword materialized. Its overwhelming aura completely shattered the boundaries of the Saint Realm. Watching from afar, the Great Elder gasped internally. That is the blade aura of that ancient monster. To think he actually gifted this supreme trump card to little Xian'er. Gu Cheng might not survive this. Xian'er's eyes flared with blinding light. Apocalyptic severing slash, she roared, the colossal blade, swirling with ancient, glowing runes, plummeted from the sky. Yue Mingkong dashed out from the shadows, her voice cracking in pure panic. Xian'er. No, stop. That desperate scream snapped Xian'er out of her blind rage. Terror gripped her heart as she shrieked. Gu Changge. Dodge it. Get out of the way. Yet, he stood completely still like a mountain. A single, calm word left his lips. All right. Deep down, he was actually smirking. As expected of a true child of destiny, she really did have a devastating trump card hidden away. As the apocalyptic blade crashed down, Gu Changge whispered into the wind. With this strike, I repay my debt to you. Both Xian'er and Mingkong stood completely paralyzed by those words. Gu Changge. The blade's absolute devastation slammed into the earth. It felt as if the very heavens were being torn apart, completely obliterating every structure in its path. The terrifying slash carved a bottomless abyss into the ground. Disciples miles away trembled in fear. Who is fighting on the supreme peak? Someone stammered back. This level of pure destruction. Only the intersect elders could unleash something like this. The entire world, from the sky to the shattered earth, seemed split perfectly in two. Mingkong covered her mouth, tears welling in her trembling eyes. Gu Chang. What on earth are you scheming? Behind her, Xian'er's face was pale as a ghost. She stood frozen, feeling an intense resonance from her stolen fairy bone. Gu Changge coughed violently, his voice hoarse. You sense it, don't you? Yes. This is indeed your great Dao bone. One side of his shoulder was completely mutilated. The horrific gash was so deep, you could see the mangled flesh and shattered bone underneath. Absolute chaos swirled in Xian'er's mind. He could have easily blocked that. I pulled back most of the spiritual energy at the last second. So why didn't he dodge? And what did he mean by repaying his debt with this strike? If I hadn't held back at the final moment, wouldn't he have been erased from existence? Heavens! I really almost murdered Gu Changge. Watching him grit his teeth in agony, clutching a shoulder that was rapidly decaying from the dark energy, Xian'er felt her entire worldview crumble. Could it be? Have I been misunderstanding him this entire time? Mingkong frantically rushed to his side, her voice trembling with anger. Gu Changge. Do you have a death wish? Even if you are playing the ultimate martyr card, you are way too arrogant. Her fury finally exploded. What if Xian'er hadn't pulled her punch? That single blade would have been your absolute grave. Suppressing the excruciating pain, Changge forced a weak smile. I merely wanted to pay a little interest, to make up for the endless suffering she endured all these years. Those carefully calculated words hit both girls like a lightning strike. They stood completely speechless. Mingkong gritted her teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Do you really think this cheap stunt will buy you their forgiveness? You are dead wrong. Gu Changge, even if you die, you should die like the absolute villain you are. Behind them, Xian'er remained entirely silent. Her arms hung limply at her sides, her mind lost in a storm of guilt, perched on a distant mountain peak. The great elder watched the entire drama unfold. Such terrifying ruthlessness against himself. It seems this old man vastly underestimated you. Changge. By the very next morning, the entire realm was drowning in explosive rumors. Did you hear the insane news? The young master of the immortal Gu family, Changge, was officially named the heir to the heavenly immortal palace this morning. Is this actually real? Another cultivator quickly chimed in. But wait. There is more. Rumor has it that just yesterday, Changge was critically injured by his own little sister, xianxia. It is absolutely true. I heard that monstrous blade slash nearly shattered the entire blue sky. Someone else gasped in pure awe. Heavens. To think someone from our generation actually managed to draw Changge's blood. The Gu family is truly breeding a bloodline of absolute monsters. Meanwhile, deep within his luxurious private quarters, Changge calmly healed his horrific wounds while analyzing the situation. As expected of the ultimate trump card from a supreme child of destiny, the destructive force hidden in that blade was genuinely terrifying. But this works out perfectly. If these wounds heal too quickly, this grand theatrical performance would lose its dramatic flair. To flawlessly manipulate xianxia into trusting me completely. Taking this hit was an absolute necessity. A spine-chilling, predatory smirk crept across his face. Just wait until the day you willingly carve this bone out of your own body. When that final harvest arrives, everything will fall perfectly into my hands. To show such tender mercy to your sworn enemy. In the end, you are still just a naive little girl. Did you really think you could ever escape the palm of my hand? Changge gracefully stepped down from his jade bed. With a mere thought, his elegant robes floated into the air, perfectly draping over his majestic figure. His sharp mind kept calculating. Mingkong and xianxia arrived together yesterday. Those two have definitely forged some sort of secret alliance behind my back. Since Mingkong carries the memories of her past life, she absolutely knows the tragic fate that awaits xianxia, pulling in allies to scheme against me right now. Yes, that perfectly aligns with my dear fiancé's cautious style. He slowly sauntered toward the exit. But just as the heavy wooden doors creaked open, he heard Yue Mingkong softly calling his name. Changge tilted his head, flashing a playful grin. What is the matter? Could it be that my lovely wife is worried about me? Mingkong hesitated, her voice betraying a hint of anxiety. Are you all right? Changge chuckled darkly in his mind. This foolish woman is actually starting to care for me. Without missing a beat, he grabbed his shoulder and let out a dramatic groan. Arg! It hurts so much. Mingkong's cheeks flushed. She quickly turned her head away, her icy facade returning. Take this supreme elixir. It will help force that terrifying destructive aura out of your flesh. Circulate your spiritual energy for a few days, and you should be fully recovered. Without looking at him, she forcefully shoved the jade bottle into his hand. Changge accepted the gift, a deeply satisfied smile dancing on his lips. Changge smirked. Mingkong, since when did you care so much about me? She did not miss a beat. I always have. Too bad a certain someone is completely oblivious. Changge let out a long, dramatic sigh. Mingkong shot him a look. What is with the heavy sigh? He shrugged it off smoothly. Oh, nothing. I am just a heartless guy. After all, it is only natural I do not feel a thing. He froze as Mingkong suddenly closed the distance between them. You are exactly right. Gu the Heartless. She whispered sharply. Is your heart made of solid stone? Without waiting for an answer, she spun around and headed for the door. She threw her final words over her shoulder. The Dao Tian Immortal Palace is opening its doors soon. All the top-tier prodigies from the major clans are secretly forming alliances. If you want to know what is actually going on, you should stop hiding in here and check out the lower floor. Changge watched her leave, his mind racing. That girl is holding some serious grudges. he thought. But he could only blame his own innate demonic nature. Trying to explain himself now would be a total nightmare. Looks like I need to set up the perfect accidental scenario for her to uncover my true secrets. Meanwhile, down in the main hall, the gossip was absolutely wild. The Immortal Palace really knows how to play the game. Someone whispered loudly, making the young master of the Gu family their official heir right now. Total power move. Seriously. Who among the younger generation can even touch him right now? Do not be so sure. Another shot back. We have seen mad amounts of young supreme beings breaking into the king realm lately. Plus, Changge is heavily injured right now. You know there are scavengers waiting to jump him while he is down. Suddenly, a massive, boar-faced demon shoved his way into the conversation. Yo, have you guys heard the crazy rumors about Ye Ling? The dude actually tied in a fight with Ye Chen, the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. The crowd gasped. Yeah. Word on the street is, he wants to challenge young Master Gu next. Who knows when that beef even started? The boar demon scoffed. Is he trying to be the main character or something? He stands zero chance against the Gu family heir. High above the chatter. Inside a VIP lounge, Ye Chen shook his head. Brother Gu, I never expected this drama to drag you down with it. Changge sipped his tea, totally unbothered. He is nothing but an insect. Why are you even stressing over a nobody? Brother Ye Chen sealed heavily. You are absolutely right. That is exactly what I thought at first. But I totally underestimated him and took a massive loss. Now, out of nowhere, he is hyping up a fight with you. Changge let out a dark, amused chuckle. Oh, if I remember correctly, Ye Ling is just a branch family scrub from your clan. Tying with you once might be dumb luck, but having the sheer audacity to challenge me today, that makes this little pest extremely interesting. Changge shot a subtle side-eye at Mingkong. After all, guys like him do not just bark without a bite. Next to them, Yi Luli stared intently at Changge. Lost in her own deep thoughts, Yi Langshan nodded in agreement. I have been overthinking that exact same thing. There is zero doubt, Yi Ling has some overpowered master backing him up in the shadows. Or worse, he hit the jackpot and inherited some insane legacy. He leaned in, his tone dropping. During our duel, his moves were freakishly weird. He somehow completely neutralized my ultimate divine arts. Changge smiled perfectly. It seems great minds think alike. Brother Ye, for Ye Ling to act this arrogant, he definitely has a massive safety net. Ye Longtian's mind was racing. Even Brother Gu thinks he bagged a legendary inheritance. Meanwhile, alarm bells were ringing in Mingkong's head. What is he scheming now? Is he about to expose Ye Ling's ancient reincarnation talisman? Suddenly, Changge shifted the conversation. I have been hearing some crazy rumors lately. A ton of elite prodigies from top-tier sects have been vanishing without a trace. Or worse, getting their core origins completely drained. Do you know anything about this dark business? Brother Yi, the question hit Mingkong like a truck. Her blood ran cold as she remembered her past life. He is shifting the blame again. In her mind's eye, she could clearly see his twisted endgame. Changge was pulling all the strings, getting ready to frame some poor scapegoat as the demonic art inheritor. This absolute psycho, she thought, her anxiety skyrocketing. Her fingers nervously twisted the fabric of her dress. Changge caught her reaction and flashed a brilliant, fake smile. Looks like my smart little wife has finally caught on. He thought maliciously. He gently reached out and held her trembling hand. Ming Kong. My love. What is wrong? He asked, dripping with fake concern. Are you feeling sick? Watching this intense couple moment, the Ye siblings coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Ye Langtian cleared his throat. The romance between you two is honestly relationship goals. Changge waved it off with a modest laugh. You flatter us. Brother Ye. Mingkong is just super empathetic. Hearing about all those missing prodigies must have really upset her. Mingkong quickly played along. Please excuse my sudden lapse in manners. Yilangtian jumped right back into the dark topic. It is definitely causing massive panic out there. At first, the missing guys were mostly low-level fodder. Nobody even cared at the start. But now that the truth is leaking, the body count is absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, Yi Luli seemed to fall under a strange trance. An eerie purple light flashed deep within her eyes. Exactly. She blurted out mechanically. Forget the missing prodigies for a second. The creepiest part is that sacred ancient tombs are being raided. Even ancient corpses are being stolen. Gu Changge nodded gravely. His trap perfectly set. You make a terrifying point. Have you guys noticed the massive time gap between the grave robbing and the missing students? Could this be connected to that one forbidden taboo legacy? Yi Langtian's face drained of color. Brother Gu, are you talking about the forbidden demonic arts? The one that makes even the strongest cultivators pale in terror. Is it making a comeback? Gu Cheng leaned back, his eyes gleaming with hidden amusement. That is the rumor. Word is, whoever inherits this dark magic has to swallow elite bloodlines whole. They even devour the lingering souls of ancient corpses just to power level at an insane speed. All the recent chaos pointed to one single truth. The dark rumors were actually real. A heavy frown locked onto Ye Langtian's face. Brother Gu, could Yiling's sudden rise to power be connected to this forbidden secret? Gu Chengji smirked in his mind. Hook, line, and sinker. I was waiting for you to say that, but outwardly, Gu Chengge maintained his perfect, flawless composure. I actually did some digging on Ye Ling. He started off as a branch family nobody with absolute zero talent. No backing. No resources. Yet out of nowhere, his power level skyrocketed, instantly catching up to our elite ranks. Yi Langtian's expression turned dead serious. Brother Gu, this is massive. I need to rush back and report this to the clan immediately. Without missing a beat, Yi Langtian shot up from his seat, offering a deeply respectful bow to say his goodbyes. When the heavenly path opens, our roads will cross again. I must take my leave now. Liuli, let us go. Gu Chengze simply nodded. All right. Safe travels. Brother Ye. As the two walked toward the exit, Yi Liuli glanced back, her eyes completely filled with lingering reluctance, the exact moment the heavy door clicked shut behind them. Yue Mingkong finally broke her silence. Gu Changge, the way you manipulate people is truly terrifying. Gu Chengge completely brushed it off with a cold smile. Terrifying hardly. Yiling is already marked for death. I am just giving him a quicker exit. Besides, your husband is just trying to help you out. Yue Mingkong was completely speechless. Right. Let us just pretend that is true. Gu Changge called out into the empty air. Old Ming, find us a decent manor to crash at for the night. Stepping right out of the void, Old Ming bowed with absolute devotion. Right away, young master. Yue Mingkong furrowed her brows. Why were they not heading back to their territory? Gu Chengge smirked dangerously. To level up my cultivation. Obviously. Plus, there is a premium show to watch tonight. As night cast its shadow, lively chatter echoed from a hidden pavilion. Big Brother Bai Lai. If it were not for the insane resources you hooked us up with, our power levels would never be growing this fast. Yiling was overflowing with intense gratitude. Bai Lai laughed out loud. Ha ha. You are way too polite. Brother Yiling bros do not need to say thank you. For powerful figures sat around a lavish feast, loudly trading stories and drinks. Yiling spoke up with admiration. I heard my sister-in-law completely stood up to the Gu family's young master for you, risking her elite spot in the Heavenly Dao Palace just to defend her man. That is mad respect. A red-haired demon chimed right in. Obviously, Goddess Yin Mei's fierce loyalty is completely off the charts. Most girls out there are just looking to clout chase the strong. She is totally built different. Honestly, she puts everyone else to absolute shame. Brother Bai Lai, You won the absolute jackpot. Bailey beamed with massive, undeniable pride. Haha, did you expect the woman I chose to be anything less than top tier? He continued, completely hyping her up. She actually just sent a message. She finally caught a break from the palace and is heading over right now. You guys cool if she crashes our party? Ye Ling's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Wait. Sister-in-law Yin Mei is coming here tonight. His gaze turned dangerously eager. He had heard rumors that her gentleness was unmatched, with beauty that literally puts the moon to shame. Who could possibly refuse? That thirsty comment instantly rubbed Bai Lai the wrong way. Catching the awkward vibe, Yi Ling quickly pivoted. But seriously, big bro, do not even stress about Guchong. So what if he leveled up a tiny bit faster? Once you completely shatter the bottleneck and reach the mid-king realm, you will absolutely dominate the entire younger generation. The Horned Demon enthusiastically agreed. Haha. Brother Yi is completely spitting facts. Sitting in the corner, a heavily drunk beastkin slurred his words. Huh. Guchangge dude is just all bark and no bite. Bai Lai let out an incredibly arrogant snort. You guys nailed it. The destructive power of my White Tiger clan is totally unrivaled. Why would I ever sweat a minor boss like Guchangge? I just played it smart that day. A real top dog knows when to bide his time. But speaking of Guchangge, why did you boldly challenge him to a duel? Yiling pounded his chest proudly. An enemy of my big brother is an enemy of mine. But deep down, his thoughts were way darker. Plus, that guy's fiancée is basically supposed to be mine. Just picturing Yuan Mingkong's jaw-dropping figure made Yeling's blood completely boil. Bai Li raised an intrigued eyebrow. The fourth princess of the peerless immortal dynasty. Are you actually aiming to conquer her? Yeling smirked. Everyone wants a top-tier goddess. I might just have to make my move. But right now, she completely set me up for absolutely no reason. And I am definitely not letting that slide. A vicious, predatory look flashed across Yiling's face. And Gu Changge was her fiancé. Huh. Slicing him down is just killing two birds with one stone. Right on cue. The stunning nine-tailed fox girl pushed the heavy door open. Brother Lai, she called out softly. Bai Li's face instantly lit up. Yin Mei Yeling turned to look, and his cheeks instantly flushed a deep red. He completely froze, absolutely starstruck by her glowing beauty. Snapping out of it, he rushed to his feet. Sister-in-law. Perfect timing. Big bro has not stopped talking about you all night. Yin Mei flashed a heart-melting, gentle smile. And you must be the famous brother Yi Ling. Right. Yi Ling practically tripped over his own words. That is me. Come grab a seat. Let us share a massive toast. Bai Li quickly pulled out a premium chair for her. Here, sit right by me. Everyone sitting here is a top-tier genius. And we all share a massive dislike for Gu Changge. The crew chimed in together. Meeting Goddess Yin Mei today. Your elite aura is truly out of this world. Yin Mei lowered her gorgeous eyes apologetically. I am so incredibly sorry to keep you all waiting. The palace has been completely chaotic. Senior brother Gu Changge was just officially chosen as the absolute heir. And his crowning ceremony is coming up fast. She turned her totally teary eyes to Bai Lai. If he had not finally left the sect gates today, I would not have even had the chance to sneak out to see you. Hearing this, Bai Lai furiously slammed his heavy fist right into the table. That damn Gu Changge Yin Mei quickly placed a soft, comforting hand on his arm. Brother Lai, I am perfectly fine. Trying to play the absolute heroic main character. Yi Ling jumped right in. Sister-in-law, you probably heard that I officially challenged Gu Changge to a deathmatch. Do not even worry. As long as I am around, nobody gets to push you around. Yin Mei flashed a sweet smile. That's right. I've been hearing quite the rumors about Brother Ye lately. First, you challenged the ancient Emperor Ye Langshan. Now, you've set up a duel with the true immortal Gu Changge. Such absolute fearlessness. truly commands respect. Ye Ling waved his hand with a boastful laugh. Haha. Sister-in-law praises me too much. Changge might be strong, but I'm not going to cower before him like those other weaklings. Yin Mei giggled softly. Haha. Senior brother Ye is as reliable as they say. Hearing this praise, Bai Li threw a sharp, sideways glance at his fiancée. Yi Ling pushed further. It's rare to drink with my beautiful sister-in-law. Let's share a toast. Shall we? He smoothly slid a wine cup right in front of her, his tongue slick with charm. No wonder my big bro obsesses over you day and night. Your heavenly beauty is truly unmatched. Brother Yi flatters me too much. Yin Mei replied. She raised the cup to her lips. Taking a slow, dangerously captivating sip, Yi Ling's eyes lit up with excitement. Now, that's what I call refreshing. Let me pour you another. Let's go for round 2. At this, Yin Mei cast a helpless look toward her fiancé. Brother Lai. She murmured softly, Bai Li's brows knitted together in deep annoyance. Ye Ling. He growled out. The heavy tone snapped Yi Ling back to reality. Big bro. The sheer awkwardness left the two lackeys in the back completely speechless, forcing a fake chuckle. Yi Ling rubbed the back of his neck. Haha. Look at the time. It's getting pretty late. This little brother had a bit too much to drink. I won't disturb your private time any longer. The two sidekicks practically jumped at the excuse. Brother Bai. We'll take our leave too. Call us when it's time to smash Gu Chang. Bai Li gave a stiff nod. Fine. Safe travels to you all. The duo scurried off carrying their giant shrimp loot, still running their mouths down the hall. Just you wait. Gu Changge. Soon you'll taste my ultimate power. As Yi Ling stepped out into the night, he rolled his eyes in annoyance. I was just making polite conversation. Big bro is acting way too petty over this. Back in the VIP room, the door clicked shut. Bai Li immediately turned to Yin Mei with concern, but she quickly pressed her delicate fingers against his lips. That Yi Ling has a wicked heart. He is definitely scheming against you, she whispered. Brother Lai. She hesitated, her eyes shimmering with fake vulnerability before continuing. For your own good, please don't trust him blindly anymore. Bai Lai was taken aback. Yin Mei. Where is this coming from? Yin Mei put on a masterclass of innocence. Brother Lai. I'm not trying to drive a wedge between sworn brothers, but since the moment we met, his eyes have been stripping me bare. She paused, trembling slightly. She crossed her arms protectively over her chest. During the toast, he crossed the line. Her face was the perfect picture of a wronged maiden, swallowing her grievance out of fear. Finally, a tear slipped down her cheek. If he dares to disrespect your fiancé, right to your face, does he even see you as his big brother at all? The toxic seed was planted. Bai Li's mind flashed back to Ye Ling's greasy, lustful smirk from moments ago. Yin Mei pressed her advantage. I know you value loyalty above all else. If I spoke up in front of everyone, people would accuse me of ruining your brotherhood. She watched Bai Li's fists clench until his knuckles turned white. Softly, she wrapped her warm hands over his trembling ones. But I know you need strong allies right now. If I have to suffer in silence for your sake, I will. Bai Li's face darkened like a thunderstorm. I know exactly what kind of trash Yi Ling is. Murderous intent flared in his eyes. To think he actually dared to covet my woman. He's treating my authority like an absolute joke. A savage growl escaped Bai Li's throat. Don't worry. He is going to pay a heavy price for tonight's insult. Mission accomplished. Yin Mei stood up gracefully. It's getting late. I should head back now. Bai Li snapped out of his rage, suddenly anxious. It's the dead of night. Are you really traveling back to your sect now? Yin Mei shook her head softly. Not tonight. I own a private courtyard here in the city. I'll rest there until dawn. A delicate blush painted her cheeks. My villa is located exactly 300 miles to the east. Bai Li's entire face flushed scarlet. His heart pounded wildly. 300 miles east. Is my precious Yin Mei giving me a green light? With a final alluring glance, Yin Mei slipped out the door, left alone in the room. Bailei's lust instantly turned back to wrath. He roared into the shadows. Guards, drag that bastard Ye Ling back to me. How dare that pest touch what was his? He turned to his hidden protector. Elder Bai, you go too. That rat has far too many dirty tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, walking down the moonlit corridor, Yinmei's innocent expression melted away into a delightfully wicked smirk. A translucent holographic panel glowed to life in the void. Ding, random quest. Complete Son of Fortune's relationship successfully severed. The system chimed again. Evaluation flawless. Reward: 1,000 fortune points, 500 destiny points. Additional bonus multiplier unlocked. Plus 40%. Calculating final yield. Host receives 1,400 fortune points, 700 destiny points. Miles away, Gu Cheng stared at the system prompts with absolute satisfaction. A dark, mocking chuckle escaped his lips. So much for unbreakable brotherhood. Crumbled to dust over a pretty face. How pathetic. He casually turned to the stunning Yue Mingkong. I have some business to attend to. If nothing urgent comes up, just wait for me right here. Yue Mingkong's sharp mind immediately started racing. Is he planning to assassinate Yi Ling himself? No. That makes no sense. Yi Ling was the sole heir of the ancient reincarnation cave. His life-saving trump cards would be absolutely ridiculous. If Gu Chengge wants to keep his demonic secrets hidden, there is zero chance he can kill him directly right now. Her eyes widened in realization. Wait. Is he using Bai Lai as his blade? She stared at the go piece pinched between her fingers. Shivering slightly, he treats the greatest prodigies in the world like mere toys in the palm of his hand. He truly lives up to the name Gu Chengge. The scene cuts to a quiet way. Moonlit mountain path where a cool breeze rustled the leaves. Yi Ling kicked a pebble, grumbling loudly. Hey, old turtle. Don't you think my big bro is being insanely cheap? I just exchanged a few friendly words with Yin Mei. Did you see his face? He looked like he choked on a dead fly. The ancient spirit inside his ring scoffed in disdain. You overshadowed the host in his own home. The fact that you act so innocent about it is pathetic. If you don't learn to control your rampant lust, a woman will be your ultimate downfall. Did you completely forget what happened last time? Yi Ling brushed off the warning with arrogant confidence. Whatever. I'm definitely not giving up on that. Suddenly, his boastful smile vanished. His eyes shot wide open as killing intent locked onto him. Who's there? He roared into the dark. Who goes there? Gu Chengge didn't even bother turning around. A wicked smirk crossed his face. Oh? Ye Ling. His silhouette dissolved into the spatial rift. Only his chilling voice echoed back. Make no mistake. We will definitely cross paths again. Yi Ling screamed into the void. Who the hell are you? Yi Ling's mind was racing in absolute panic. On the surface, this guy's cultivation level looked completely average, but his aura was unbelievably demonic. Just looking at his back made Ye Ling gasp for air. Suddenly, a mysterious assassin lunged out from the shadows. Aiming straight for his neck, boom! The exact spot Yi Ling had been standing erupted into a massive crater, barely surviving behind a magical shield. Yi Ling scrambled back. A Divine King Realm expert. The ancient spirit inside his ring panicked. Run, kid. This guy's definitely here for your head. We are right under the Dao Heaven Star Palace. He won't dare cause a massive scene. Yi Ling sprinted for his life, cursing. Seriously? Who the heck is hunting me now? Elder Ming watched the boy scurry away like a rat. He crossed his arms, utterly confused. What exactly was the young master planning? He knew I couldn't kill this kid with his plot armor. Was I just sent here to bully him? Meanwhile, across the city, Bai Li adjusted his collar, smirking. Yin Mei must be dying to see me by now. Pushing the grand doors open, his smile widened. Ah, My sweet Yin Mei is indeed waiting. You even warmed the wine for me. But Yin Mei's eyes were totally deadpan. It seems Master was right. You actually showed up. Bai Li froze. Completely thrown off. Master, what master? Yin Mei. Weren't you waiting for me? Suddenly, Gu Cheng materialized from the shadows. He floated right over Bai Li's head, gracefully landing by the table. You heard her right. Brother Bai. She was indeed waiting for you, standing tall right beside the fox girl. Gu Chengji gave a satisfied nod. Good job. The wine is still perfectly warm. Yin Mei immediately bowed, her voice dripping with total submission. Greeting, Master. Bai Li's jaw dropped. What? What the hell is this? Gu Chengge turned with a mocking grin. Why just stand there? Brother Bai, come share a drink with your lovely fiancé. He looked at the fox girl and sighed in fake disappointment. Yin Mei. Really now? He is technically your fiancé. Don't just leave him standing by the door. Pour the man a glass. Bai Li's eyes turned bloodshot with pure rage. He ground his teeth. Gu Chengge, you dared to use my own woman to set me up. Yin Mei filled the cup to the brim. Her voice was colder than ice. Master is generously offering you a drink. Get on your knees and thank him. Heartbreak shattered Bai Li's face. Yin Mei. I gave you the world. I treated you like an absolute queen. Why would you betray me like this? Gu Chengji took a seat, utterly relaxed. Well, who knew such a meathead like Brother Bai was actually a hopeless romantic? I heard you were dying to kill me. Now Yin Mei has gifted you a VIP one-on-one session. Honestly, you should be thanking us. Why the long face? An explosive aura erupted from Bai Li's body. The massive phantom of a roaring white tiger manifested right behind him. He roared at the top of his lungs. You orchestrated this entire thing. You forced her to ruin my friendship with Yi Ling, and manipulated me into coming here without my guards. Whatever sick twisted game you are playing, I will end it right now. Swirling the wine in his glass, Gu Changge chuckled. 10 points for brains. But let us get one thing straight. When have I ever needed to force anyone to serve me? Yin Mei chimed in, her voice cutting like a knife. Stop being so painfully delusional. Compared to my master, you are literal trash on the bottom of his shoe. I never loved you for a single second. Those words struck Bai Li like a lightning bolt to the soul. Before he could process the sheer disrespect, a massive magical barrier sealed the entire room. Gu Chengji's voice dropped to a sinister whisper. Well, Brother Bai, no guards to save you now. His eyes suddenly glowed with a demonic purple light. Consider this glass of wine your one-way ticket to the afterlife. Cold sweat drenched Bai Li's face. Panic set in. Gu Changge, if you kill me, the entire primordial white tiger clan will hunt you down. Gu Changge slowly rose to his feet. Did you honestly think I lured you into an isolated trap just for a sleepover? And as for your precious tiger clan, once you are a corpse, I already have the perfect scapegoat ready to take the blame. Bai Li gnashed his fangs. You bastard. His tiger aura exploded into a blinding frenzy. Do you really think I am some random mob you can just step on? Gu Chengge flicked his wrist. Too much barking. The wine glass shattered into 100 deadly shards, shooting toward the golden beast like guided missiles. In a fraction of a second, the majestic tiger phantom was completely ripped apart. A streak of demonic purple light pierced right through Bai Li's chest. A terrifying purple lotus bloomed directly inside his heart. Unimaginable agony tore through his body. He screamed, his face twisting in absolute despair. Your power. You are way above the conferred king realm. Just how deep does your true strength go? Gu Chengje just casually dusted off his hands. The legendary Gangjin physique is ranked top 3 in pure destruction. But in your hands, it is an absolute joke. Pushed past his breaking point, Bai Li mutated into his massive true beast form. You arrogant bastard, do not underestimate me. He expanded into a monstrous feral tiger. But as he grew, the demonic purple flower embedded in his flesh only bloomed wider and deadlier. Gu Chengju, I will drag you to hell with me. Unleashing his ultimate skill, The White Tiger Mountain-shattering claw. He launched a suicidal dive right at the villain. Above Changge, a rift of pure dark energy ripped open. The legendary Eight Desolates demonic halberd, descended Changge let out a terrifyingly cold laugh. A pointless struggle. The giant beast felt the shadow of death loom over him. His primal instincts screamed in absolute terror. Changge's eyes flared with abyss-like purple magic. Overwhelming demonic power flooded the entire barrier. The clash ended in an instant. Bai Lai was brutally crushed. His invincible tiger claws shattered into dust. The purple lotus now consumed his entire chest. Changge casually lifted the bloody tiger by the throat. Why make this so hard on yourself? You could have just died quietly. Coughing up black blood, Bai Li gasped his final realization. You are actually in the heavenly god realm. Before he could say another word, vicious green vines erupted from the demonic flower, completely swarming his massive body, thrashing in ultimate despair. He let out one last pathetic cry. No Changge, you cannot kill me. My clan will. His words were forever silenced as the darkness swallowed him whole. The demonic bloom violently twisted itself into a spectral vessel. Bai Li could only let out a pathetic groan. In seconds, he collapsed to the cold floor, completely reduced to a withered, lifeless husk. Yin Mei trembled in absolute terror from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Changge stood at the center of the barrier, completely bathed in a blinding, golden aura of absolute power. A wicked smirk crossed his face. The taste of the golden source essence was truly exquisite. To think it held such unpredictable, earth-shattering transformations. It absolutely earned its legendary title as one of the top 3 most devastating powers in existence. As the glowing barrier finally shattered, Yin Mei stepped forward, bowing her head in reverence. Congratulations, Master, on claiming the absolute power of the golden source essence. Glancing at the mummified remains of the fallen heir, she carefully asked, Master, how should we dispose of this corpse? Changge chuckled darkly. We cannot simply destroy this body. After all, his death still has a massive role to play in my grand design. Wipe this place clean. Leave no trace behind. Yin Mei immediately dropped to her knees. It shall be done, my lord. Later, back at Yin Mei's private courtyard. Boom! 3 streaks of dazzling light crashed from the sky, instantly revealing the heavy presence of 3 imposing figures. The lead elder touched down, his face etched with pure panic. Greetings, Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei, please tell us. Have you crossed paths with our young master? Playing her part flawlessly, Yin Mei feigned total confusion. Brother Lai did visit me earlier, but he stormed off to settle his bitter grudge with Yi Ling. He told me to wait right here for his return. Has something terrible happened? The elder let out a heavy defeated sigh. So that is the truth. To think our young master boldly hunted down Ye Ling all on his own. Yin Mei tilted her head, acting perfectly innocent. What exactly is going on? Elder Bai, trusting the maiden completely, revealed the grim reality of their desperate situation. The young master originally ordered this old servant to capture Yi Ling, but I only found the chaotic aftermath of a brutal battle. It seems the young master engaged that rat first. Now, Yi Ling has vanished without a single trace, and our young master is nowhere to be found. Yin Mei gasped, her eyes widening in perfectly staged horror. Brother Lai is missing, but he is the heir of the legendary White Tiger clan. He carries countless divine protection artifacts. Surely, no physical harm could possibly come to him. Elder Bai was sweating bullets, his heart burning with intense anxiety. That bastard Yi Ling uses cursed, unpredictable arts. I fear our master might have fallen into a deadly trap. What if the absolute worst has come to pass? One of the elite guards ground his teeth in pure rage. I knew it. I always knew that Ye Ling was nothing but venomous scum. If a single hair on young Master Bai Lai's head is harmed, we will butcher him without mercy. The other guard roared in furious agreement. The 3 men bowed deeply, their fists trembling with anger. With our lord's fate unknown, we dare not intrude any longer, Yin Mei called out with a shaking voice. If you find him, please tell Brother Lai to contact me instantly. She clutched her chest, her face a perfect mask of tragic sorrow. I am simply sick with worry for his safety. Swoosh, the three blazing auras blasted into the night sky, leaving only an echo. Rest assured, Heavenly Maiden, this old servant will absolutely deliver your message. The absolute second they were gone, the tragic maiden vanished. In her place, a chilling, venomous smirk curled upon her lips. Her master's brilliant mind was truly terrifying. He played the world like a massive chessboard, calculating every single footstep of his prey with flawless precision. By the time those fools found their precious Bai Lai, they would only be greeting a withered, rotting husk. Meanwhile, miles away in a quiet location, Yue Mingkong stood silently in the dark, until two hands suddenly slipped around her shoulders from behind. Changge held his fiancée gently, a dangerous charm lacing his voice. Was my dear Mingkong waiting up for her husband? Her eyes turned ice cold as she viciously snapped back. You reek of a vile fox spirit. Where exactly have you been? Changge sniffed his own sleeve and chuckled in amusement. A fox spirit, you say? It seems my lovely bride has my scent perfectly memorized. With a casual wave of his hand, surging spiritual energy washed the scent away entirely. Though I did absolutely nothing to warrant your jealousy tonight. You do make an excellent point. The secret connection between that woman and myself must remain buried in the shadows. Mingkong brushed past him, her spiritual aura flaring with deep irritation. Stop testing me, Changge. I will not breathe a single word of your dark secrets to anyone. His dark laughter echoed softly into the night. As expected, my brilliant Mingkong truly understands me best. But inside, a violent storm of conflicted emotions raged within her. Changge, even if that fox is nothing but a disposable pawn to you, I refuse to let any other woman stand beside you, not even with the blood-soaked grudge of my past life standing between us. The scene violently shifted to the White Tiger clan's holy grounds. A monstrous elder's roar shattered the heavens. Whoever murdered my son will pay in blood. Kill them. They must all die, far away, in a desolate, forgotten mountain range. Elder Bai and his two guards finally tracked down the fatal coordinates. The blood essence compass points directly here. Elder Bai growled darkly. The young master is trapped somewhere inside this cavern. Looming before the three men was a terrifying, dark abyss, completely sealed shut by a massive, pulsing magical barrier. Shatter the forbidden seal. We are going in, the elder commanded. Crash. The barrier violently exploded into dust. As they charged inside, one of the guards froze in his tracks. Wait. Is this some kind of underground prison? The second guard gagged in pure, unadulterated horror. By the heavens, why are there so many corpses in here? A freezing chill ran straight down Elder Bai's spine. So many cultivators have vanished from the upper realm recently. Could the horrific rumors spread by the Ye family actually be true? Suddenly, one of the elite guards spotted something lurking in the shadows. His eyes bulged out, bloodshot with absolute terror. Elder Bai, the young master's body, his life force, his entire divine essence. It has all been completely devoured there. Lying in the cold dirt was the proud heir of the White Tiger clan, reduced to a ghastly, dried-up skeleton. The three men screamed in utter, soul-crushing devastation. Young master, Elder Bai collapsed heavily to his knees, trembling violently. This living nightmare has completely spiraled out of our control. We must report this bloodbath to the clan leaders immediately. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with vengeful hellfire. Yiling, you foul inheritor of the demonic arts. You slaughtered our master and stole his source essence. The White Tiger clan will hunt you to the very ends of the earth. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit tavern miles away, Yi Ling stared intensely at his mystical ring. Old turtle, do you not feel how utterly bizarre things have become lately? It feels like an invisible hand is dragging me right into a massive trap. And who the hell was that terrifying man from last night? Were those shadowy assassins secretly taking orders from him? I have absolutely zero memory of ever offending a monster of that caliber. The ancient turtle's voice echoed from within the divine artifact. Could Gu Changge be the mastermind behind this? Ye Ling scoffed. Gu Changge, if that guy wanted me dead, why would he jump through all these ridiculous hoops pacing toward the window? Ye Ling muttered to himself. Whatever is going down, I need to warn Brother Bai Lai immediately. He has to be ready. But right at that exact moment, the heavens literally ripped open, blazing golden runes painted the sky, accompanied by a booming voice that shook the entire heavenly realm. Hear this absolute decree from the Gangjin White Tiger clan. We are initiating a realm-wide manhunt for the murderer of our young master. Bai Lai. The target is Ye Ling. This absolute scum is vicious, manipulative, and has shattered all moral laws. Bring him to us alive, or drop a valid pin on his location, and our entire clan will treat you as our most honored VIP for life. Back in the tavern, Ye Ling's brain short-circuited. Brother Bai Lai is dead, and apparently, I'm the one who offed him. Even the ancient turtle inside the pendant was left completely speechless. Ye Ling slammed the windows shut, his heart hammering in his chest. What the actual hell is going on? Someone is totally setting me up for this. Old turtle. You know, I'm completely innocent here. Right. The ancient spirit let out a heavy sigh. Your innocence means absolutely nothing right now. Kid, even if I could act as your ultimate alibi, a dark, savage look crossed Ye Ling's face as he gritted his teeth. Exactly. Even if you swear up and down that I didn't touch Bai Lai, there is zero chance those tiger psychos are going to believe a word of it. Worse yet, if they find out I'm the sole inheritor of the ancient reincarnation supreme being, I'd be dead meat anyway. Getting caught by the White Tiger clan right now is basically a guaranteed game over. He smashed his fist into the wooden frame, rage burning in his eyes. This mastermind is absolutely toxic. With just one single move, they've cornered me into a total lose-lose situation. Whoever set this up completely played me last night. Listen to me, the turtle advised. The enemy is camping in the shadows while you have a massive target on your back. Survival mode is your only option right now. We need to ghost them. Tap into your reincarnation energy to mask your core aura. Once you do that, no basic cultivator is ever going to sniff you out. Ye Ling let out a massive sigh of defeat. Guess I don't have a choice. Flash forward a few days later. At the ultra-massive central plaza of the academy, the palace master's voice boomed over the colossal crowd. Today marks a legendary milestone for our Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. With our immortal ancestors watching from the heavens above, we officially crown our prime elite disciple, Gu Changge, as the sole supreme heir of this generation's immortal palace. Kneeling gracefully at the altar, Gu Changge played the perfect saint. This disciple, Gu Changge, offers his deepest gratitude to all the grand elders. Looking down from his celestial podium, the palace master beamed with pride. Changge, as the official crowned prince of our immortal palace, you are now the ultimate role model for all your junior peers. With a powerhouse like you leading the charge, we won't lose a single ounce of sleep when the ancient heavenly Dao path finally opens. Gu Cheng's voice rang out with absolute king energy. Rest easy, Palace Master. As long as I am breathing, no one in this universe will dare to lay a finger on our academy's disciples. That massive flex sent the entire student body into an absolute frenzy of cheers. Spoken like a true king, the Palace Master laughed. Bring out the divine reward. We bestow upon our new heir the legendary phoenix-winged immortal gold halberd. The Master's voice echoed with hype. This god-tier weapon was wielded by one of our founding ancestors. Its destructive specs are literally off the charts.